لا 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 لا.
Hello everybody, it is Ethan and I am back with the third commentary for today's stream. I appreciate you guys all tuning into today's stream. I will be answering questions from you guys today with the best of my ability, and I'm really excited to be back here. We did commentary yesterday and we did commentary about 2 hours ago, and we are going to be back again answering your guys' questions. But I appreciate you guys all being here. To start off with the commentary, let me just put where you guys are all from within the chat, and we can start answering questions right away. And if you do want to support the stream, make sure to donate using the super chat feature, or you can join as a channel member next to the subscribe button. But I want to say thank you to everybody for coming out today to today's stream of tracking the out of control Chinese rocket. Looks like we have a lot of people from Australia, Arizona. This is awesome, guys. But looks like we have quite a bit of people. We have people from India. Where is it going to hit? Currently, we are estimating just east coast of New Zealand in the Pacific Ocean. I'm from California. That's awesome. We got some people from lots of places: Austria, Israel, US, Hawaii. Looks like we have some people from Asia. We've got lots of people from Europe, but we have a lot of people around the world on today's stream. And we're going to be answering some questions here. So if you do have any questions, make sure to put them in the chat right now, and we will answer them to the best of our ability. But let's see. We got people from Netherlands, Texas, Norway. We have a lot of people in the chat today. I appreciate you guys all coming out here. But just to start the commentary, I'm going to give you guys some updated information as of this morning on some of the stuff what has happened. So the government officials have narrowed down the re-entry window to within 5 hours. The beginning of this window is the countdown you see on the screen, and at this time we still cannot confirm the location of the impact. However, with the information available at this time, the Pacific Ocean off the east coast of New Zealand is most likely the zone where it will touch down, but this is subject to change as well, as this is an out of control rocket. And the reason for the launch was the rocket was successfully delivering parts to the Chinese space station, and it did deliver the parts, but on the way down it was not designed to be retrieved, so they were now unable to control the aircraft. Looks like we have 40 rupees coming from countdown time is accurate. Yes, we are currently getting the information from governments all around the world and space agencies, and the countdown time is to the start beginning of basically the opening when it could come down. So we could see it come down in 5 hours from now. We could see it come down in 7. It's just giving us a rough estimate currently. But I appreciate that donation. Thank you so much for supporting the channel. Will it fall on India? Somebody asked. Currently, right now, it's not going to be falling on India. Like I said earlier, it's going to most likely be falling near New Zealand in the ocean, which we're hoping for. So the rocket will most likely not hit Malaysia. Will it fall in the UK? Somebody asked. It will not follow on in the UK, and do not worry, guys. The chances of you getting hit by this lottery is basically the same, or the chances of you getting hit by this rocket is basically the same as winning the lottery 2 times. Sorry about that. Will it fall in Texas? Most likely won't. Looks like we have a $5 donation from Masha. When do y'all think we'll get the next update? we're not too sure. I know that we do have some new footage coming in very soon, and that will kind of be a new update for you guys. Most likely in 1 to 2 hours, though, we'll get the next big major update for data and information. So make sure to check in. If you have to go right now, make sure to check in later, and we will have some more information. Somebody asked, where do I predict it will fall? I think it's going to fall near New Zealand, in the ocean there. Somebody just asked, what are the red dots for? The red dots are actually radars pinging the location of the aircraft and allowing us to see where it is. Looks like we have quite a bit of questions here. How heavy will the impact be? We're thinking that it's going to be around the amount of impact a plane would have. So if there was ever an airplane crash or something like that, we think it would be about the same impact as an airplane crash. How tall is it? It is about 150 feet tall. Is Japan safe? Japan is currently safe. Will it hit Canada? It will not be hitting Canada, and it will not even go over Canada. Will it hit California? It won't be hitting California. How much of a chance it hits land? I would say about a 29% chance it hits land. The Earth is about 71% water, so. Will it hit Morocco? I don't think it will. Thank you so much, Mohammed, for the 20 rupees. I appreciate your support for the channel. And just a reminder, if you would like to see your question said, make sure to use the donate feature and we'll definitely answer it. Crunchy Works, thank you so much for the 20 rupees. I appreciate the donation to support the channel. How dangerous is the impact? It's not the most dangerous thing. If it goes in the water, it will maybe make a little bit of waves. It's not going to cause a tsunami or devastate an entire city. It won't be too bad. When the rocket comes down, it will deteriorate a lot and burn up in the Earth's atmosphere and stuff like that. So we're guessing it's only going to be 20 to 40% left of the original size. So that's quite the difference. So we're glad it's not a full-size rocket coming down. And there's a lot of space debris what comes into the Earth's atmosphere, and this is probably is the third biggest object to come through and land on Earth when it comes to space junk. Just a fun fact for you guys. Is India safe? India is safe. Chances of hitting the UK, pretty low. At what time will it crash down? I'm guessing that it will probably crash down within 5 to 10 hours. And thank you so much for the €1, Dr. Kenix. Thank you so much for that. Will it hit Poland? No, it will not. And we are actually getting the new footage soon. The studio received the new footage.
Buenas tardes, ahora desde la ciudad de Limpio, acá en Paraguay, estamos viendo casi de improviso nomás cómo está pasando el famoso cohete chino, los desechos del Long March 5B, que está pasando sobre el territorio nacional en estos momentos. Creo que son de los últimos avistamientos, al menos acá en el hemisferio sur, en América del Sur, porque probablemente en pocas horas más va a estar tocando la superficie, probablemente en alguna parte del Océano Atlántico. Buenas tardes, ahora desde la ciudad de Limpio, acá en Paraguay, estamos viendo casi de improviso nomás cómo está pasando el famoso cohete chino, los desechos del Long March 5B, que está pasando sobre el territorio nacional en estos momentos. Creo que son de los últimos avistamientos, al menos acá en el hemisferio sur, en América del Sur, porque probablemente en pocas horas más va a estar tocando la superficie, probablemente en alguna parte del Océano Atlántico. Buenas tardes, ahora desde la ciudad de Limpio, acá en Paraguay, estamos viendo casi de improviso nomás cómo está pasando el famoso cohete chino, los desechos del Long March 5B, que está pasando sobre el territorio nacional en estos momentos. Creo que son de los últimos avistamientos, al menos acá en el hemisferio sur, en América del Sur, porque probablemente en pocas horas más va a estar tocando la superficie, probablemente en alguna parte del Océano Atlántico. Buenas tardes, ahora desde la ciudad de Limpio, acá en Paraguay, estamos viendo casi de improviso nomás cómo está pasando el famoso cohete chino, los desechos del Long March 5B, que está pasando sobre el territorio nacional en estos momentos. Creo que son de los últimos avistamientos, al menos acá en el hemisferio sur, en América del Sur, porque probablemente en pocas horas más va a estar tocando la superficie, probablemente en alguna parte del Océano Atlántico. Buenas tardes, ahora desde la ciudad de Limpio, acá en Paraguay.
All right, here. We just got the footage turned down for you guys here. Sorry about that. But this footage was taken in Paraguay this morning, or about a few hours ago. As you can see, there is a bright white object traveling in the sky. It's quite shocking, actually, to see this. It's moving very quick. It's out of control, and we can see it here just in orbit, flying around. And thank you so much for those 40 rupees. Thank you for giving live information to the people, for sure. Thank you so much for tuning in. But it is going very quick. If you're outside, you will only be able to see it for max 2 minutes if it's dark outside. So if it's flying over in your area, make sure to check it out, record it, post it online, and it may be featured on this channel. But this is quite incredible footage for sure. Wow, this is truly incredible. But that is brand new footage, again, from Paraguay here. Truly stunning, though. Thank you so much, 6 Degrees Forward, for your $10 donation. Thank you for all you do. We really appreciate your time, views, and answering questions. My question would be, what is its original size and weight before entering the atmosphere? So the original height of the rocket was 150 feet tall, and I'm pretty sure it was over 22 tons when it was taking off. I'm just going to get this confirmed in the studio here. But thank you so much for that $10 donation. All right, that is confirmed. 22 tons and 150 feet tall. When it comes down, is it expected, or it's 130 feet, correction. It is expected to be a lot smaller when it comes down as it's deteriorating and burning up within the Earth's atmosphere. But thank you so much for that question, 6 Degrees Forward, and thank you for the donation. Somebody said, will it hit a plane? It most likely won't be hitting a plane. Planes are pretty spread out right now, and especially with COVID-19, there's not a lot flying, and a pilot could easily maneuver out of the way. Will it cause a big explosion? Most likely won't. It'd more be just like kind of like a rock dropping down onto the Earth, so there won't be a super big explosion. It most likely will cause a fire, though, if it did land on land, because it's going to be so hot that if it went on a tree or something like that, it would definitely light up the tree. Where is it now? It's currently over the South Pacific Ocean. Looks like we just got a 50 rupee donation from Dr. Ipan. What will the impact be? The impact it may cause if it hits land? Possibly it could kill a few people, unfortunately. We're not expecting any earthquakes or stuff like that, but we just don't know too much information yet on what it could do, if it makes it down in one piece or not. So we're not too sure about the impact yet. Somebody asked, where are you? We are currently in Canada right now. And guys, don't panic too much. The chances of it even coming close to you is basically the equivalent of winning the lottery 2 times. So do not worry, guys. You're all going to be okay. Thank you so much, man, for the 99-cent donation. And thank you so much to the person who donated $5, Tristan. If it does land in the ocean, will it kill people or have stuff like earthquakes? It won't cause any earthquakes, and it won't kill anybody if it lands in the ocean. So the ocean, it's not a super big object. It's only 130 feet tall, so it won't cause. It would basically just be the same as just a plane crashing into the water. It's not going to be a super big world event, so you don't have to worry about tsunamis and stuff like that. You guys are all going to be okay. Do not panic. Panicking is not a good thing because there's no need to panic. If it was not safe, your countries would be evacuated, so. Where will it land? We're currently predicting it will land in the water near New Zealand. Is Morocco safe? Most likely is. How much time does it take to hit? It could be anywhere from 5 to 10 hours. How fast is the rocket? It's traveling at 27,000 kilometers an hour. Will it hit New York? It will not hit New York. I can confirm that. Is California safe? Yes, California is safe. Is general Europe safe? Yes. Where is the rocket now? It is in the South Pacific Ocean and is getting closer and closer to South America. It will just pass over South America though. How many minutes per revolution? It goes around the Earth once per 90 minutes. Just over an hour. Thank you so much, Cash Bailey, for the 99-cent donation. I appreciate your support to the channel. Is the UK safe? The UK is most likely going to be safe. Thank you so much, Prince, for the 40 rupee donation. Please shout out to everybody in Malaysia. Thank you so much for that 40 rupee donation. And let's try and ask some different questions besides, is my country safe? Thank you so much, Pete, for the $10 donation. I appreciate your donation and supporting the channel. Thank you so much. And if you do want to donate, make sure to hit the little money icon near the chat and send your super chat in, and make sure to attach a question with that super chat, and it will most likely be answered on the stream. Thank you so much, Tristan, for that $5 donation. Do you think big countries, if it goes north, let me see here. If it goes north, northwest, or west? I'm not too sure what you're asking here. Let me just clarify this question with somebody in the studio here, and I will get back to you as soon as we can. But I appreciate that $5 donation. What will the blast radius be? We are not sure yet. And if you guys are wondering what the circle around the aircraft is, it's basically, if you're inside the circle, you can see the aircraft. Will UK see it? That is a great question. We are currently, I will check that for you right now. I'm not sure that you'll see it on this time around, but possibly later in the day you could maybe see it, but definitely not this revolution. Thank you so much for that question, though, and the donation, ZayBG. Is Chicago safe? Most likely. And we are a bit confused what you mean, Tristan, but if you're referring to the direction the rocket is traveling, it is moving from west to east. Its orbital path does not extend past the northern and southern points of the Earth. Hopefully that helps you out. And thank you so much, Kara, for the £79 donation. I appreciate your support to the stream. And looks like we just got a $4 donation from Anthony. Thank you so much for supporting today's stream. I appreciate it. And Ryan also has a question and a $5 donation. Where are you getting the live telemetry data from, lat and long and altitude? I will answer that just in a second here, Ryan. Appreciate your patience. We are getting the map from SatFlare. So all this information is currently coming from a website called SatFlare. Thank you so much, Ryan, for your question and your donation. We are currently tracking it using a software called SatFlare. And if you guys are wondering how SatFlare works, it is basically taking live data from satellites and ground to sky radars and puts it into an understandable forms on visual maps. And thank you so much, Daniel, for that 99-cent donation. I appreciate your support, Daniel. Is Singapore safe? Most likely is. What are the red dots? The red dots are actually the radars and satellites sending a ping to the rocket and allowing us to see where it is. Thank you so much, Diz, for that $5 donation. Is the rocket spinning a lot in space as it is falling? And if so, what's the RPM on that? We are currently unaware if it is spinning or not, as it's too far away to see right now to see if it's really spinning. But right when we start to get some footage of the rocket coming down, we will be able to see if it is spinning, but we're not too sure if it's spinning or not right now. Sorry, we don't have a direct answer to that question. But I just got from the studio that it most likely would be spinning, as it's out of control. But we don't have the RPM for you. Thank you so much for that $1 donation, ALE. Appreciate it. And also thank you so much for that question. Will it hit Morocco? We don't think it will. Where is it most likely to land? Near New Zealand in the Pacific Ocean off the east coast. Canada is safe, indeed. Thank you so much, Justice Johnson, for dropping the $2 donation. This better land right... Oh, we're not going to say that. That's pretty rude. Let's not push any hate towards China and stuff like that. But thank you for the donation. Anthony with another $3 donation. I appreciate it, buddy. We just want this thing to land in the ocean. We want everybody to be safe. California is safe. Is Turkey safe? That's a good question. It is. And if you guys do want to donate on the stream, make sure to click the super chat button located on the chat box, and you can ask a question, and it will get answered. What are the red dots? The red dots are radars pinging the satellite or the rocket and allowing us to get a good look on where it is. Thank you so much, Masha, for the donation. Please, people need to understand the people of China are in fault here. Let's not blame them, wish them any bad upon them. They're just like us right now. Indeed, Masha, thank you so much for that $5 donation. I appreciate it. There are so many questions. Is Canada safe? Yes, it is. I appreciate you guys all joining today's stream. Make sure to subscribe and hit that like button as well. That helps support the channel. We are trying to hit 70k subscribers today. Is India safe? Yes, it is. Is the rocket big? It's about 130 feet tall. Thank you so much, Heather, for your $5 donation. Miracle wants to know if it will hit Cambridge City in Indiana. It will not be hitting anywhere in the United States, so you guys are good to go. Someone said which countries aren't safe. All of them are safe right now because it's not heading towards any countries. Is Chicago safe? Yes, it is. And thank you so much for that $2 donation, Zertify. Appreciate it. Thank you so much, Ricey, for that 99-cent donation. It's very appreciated. Thank you so much, Anthony, for that $1.99 donation. Will it have to be night to see the rocket? Yes, it will be. Thank you so much for that donation, though. Somebody asked, who are you? My name is Ethan. And I just received that we have a bit of an update on a possible location. We're still looking at the general area of South America, Middle Eastern Europe, and the coast of New Zealand for a most likely impact zone with the current data available. It looks like we just got a donation from the Uper family, a $5 donation. Will the revolution time speed up as the rocket gets closer to re-entry? I know it's 90 minutes right now. Can that time increase or slow down? And yes, it will increase as it gets closer to re-entry. So right now we're looking at 27,000 kilometers an hour. So it will most likely be going faster. Its speed will increase. But thank you so much for that donation and the question as well. Is Sweden safe? Yes, it is. It's too far up north. Thank you so much for the $2.29 donation. Any chances of it flying above Europe? It will fly above Southern Europe a little bit, but it won't really be flying over Europe too much. But thank you so much for that donation. Thank you so much, Hides Kim, for the 99-cent donation. I appreciate your support to the channel. Thank you so much for that. Thank you so much for the 25 rupee donation. I appreciate it. Thanks so much. And make sure to ask your questions in English as well so we can understand them. Thank you very much. Thank you so much, Anthony, for the $1.99 donation. Will it fly over Ohio? I'm not too sure if it will. I don't think it will, actually. Yeah, it won't be flying over Ohio, but thank you so much, Anthony, for that donation. And thank you so much, Daniel, for that $1.99 donation. Thank you guys so much for supporting the channel. Thank you so much to for the 40 rupee donation and also the 20 rupee donation from Space Zone. Thank you guys for supporting the channel. And the guy who donated 40 rupees says, what time will it hit Earth? How much time from now? We're looking at a time frame between 5 and 10 hours currently. On when it will re-enter. So make sure to stay tuned throughout the entire event. Thank you so much for the 100 rupee donation from Raj. Says, is India safe? Yes, India is safe. It's not estimated to be hitting India. Thank you so much, AO Tricks, for the $1 donation. I appreciate it. Someone asked, is Colorado safe? Yes, it is. But that, guys, is going to end the commentary section for today. We will be back later in the evening for when the rocket is going to be starting to come down. I appreciate you guys all donating. This stream will stay up, giving you guys the most updated information. But I just want to thank you guys all for coming out. And make sure to subscribe and hit that like button. And we will be back later in the evening for when it starts to re-enter. Thank you guys so much for joining. And just a reminder that the stream will stay up the entire time as well. There just won't be commentary. Thank you guys.
Hello, good day, everyone. My name is David Gonzalez, and I'm a commentator here for Infinite Space. I have covered rocket launches as well as landings and other space events for the past 10 years. Often kind of began at the end of the space shuttle era, starting with STS-133 through 134 and 135. Since then, I have covered Atlas V launches, Delta IV Heavy launches, Falcon 9 launches, Falcon Heavy launches, and of course, Starship over from Boca Chica. So currently, we are keeping an eye on this Long March 5B stage that is getting set to reenter. Currently, the best time estimate for reentry is about 4 hours and 9 minutes. There's always a significant amount of uncertainty with these things. This core stage is actually tumbling as it orbits around the Earth. And on last check, it was tumbling at a rate of around 12 rotations per minute. So as it tumbles around, there are times where it's sort of broadside into the thin atmosphere up there, and other times where it's kind of a more narrow end pointed into the atmosphere. So because of this, there's kind of a differing amount of drag that makes it very difficult to kind of exactly hone in on when it is going to come down exactly. But this is kind of currently the current best estimate for when it will come down. And we're all watching kind of very excitedly to see where it ends up landing. Now, one thing to note is that the Earth's surface is, three-fourths, water to land. So odds are still really high that it will end up in the ocean somewhere. But of course, a ground landing is not impossible either. So we'll be keeping track of that as more time goes on here. So I wanted to kind of talk about a little bit what we're seeing as far as on your screen here. On the left is a ground track of the current orbit of where it is about to pass over, with the kind of red line indicating where it is. The kind of circular region is roughly where you would be able to see it on the Earth. So if you were standing down, underneath this thing, and you were going to see this kind of go across the sky, really anywhere in this circular region is where you might be able to see either it passing if it's still in space, or if it does happen to re-enter, actually seeing fireball sort of situation. So we're continuing to keep an eye on it here. It's kind of an interesting new program as far as kind of recap of where all this came from. So the Chinese launched this rocket a couple weeks ago. It was carrying their new space station, kind of their center module, and it was on a rocket called the Long March 5B. And so what that is that's actually a rocket that has a core stage that is actually liquid hydrogen as well as liquid oxygen. These are cryogenic propellants. They're kept super cold. And then it had 4 strap-on boosters that were actually kerosene and liquid oxygen boosters. So the whole thing launched from China. And once it reached a certain speed, they dropped off the 4 strap-on boosters, and then the hydrogen and oxygen core stage continued and pushed this space station all the way to orbit. They then dropped the fairings, which then kind of separated from everything. And then one thing that's unusual about this rocket, which is the Long March 5B instead of the Long March 5, is that the 5B actually does not have an upper stage. So this core hydrogen oxygen stage took the space station all the way up to orbit, and then separated, sending the space station off on its way. The space station actually has its own, this Chinese space station has its own thrusters, which they then use to sort of refine the orbit, send the space station up to a higher orbit and kind of further away from the atmosphere, while this core stage is kind of left to just sort of slowly tumble at about 12 rotations per minute, and will eventually kind of be pulled down by the thin atmosphere that's at those altitudes. So at this point, I'm just going to kind of go through a couple questions. One of them, where is it now? As you can see on the ground track, it is currently over the kind of southern Atlantic Ocean, about to pass over Africa. It then will kind of go over the Mediterranean Sea. So that's kind of the immediate trajectory that it's headed on right now. And here's a question. Can someone explain to me what will happen if the rocket's reentry? So basically what will occur is, drag will slowly cause it to dip into a deeper part of the atmosphere. And it's moving incredibly fast. It's, around 17,000 miles an hour. So what happens with that is it starts to hit the atmosphere, is that atmosphere runs into the rocket, runs into the, this core stage very, very quickly. And it actually creates a huge amount of heating. And so you have this huge pressure wave that starts to form kind of on the leading edge of the core that's tumbling. And that pressure wave heats up to really, really high temperatures. So it will start to glow initially. So it'll go from, just flying along to all of a sudden it starts to glow and heat up. And then as it enters deeper and deeper into the atmosphere, you get increased heating. So the fireball gets much larger. That kind of envelops this core of the rocket. And the pressures actually increase up to the point where it will start to break up. So we would expect, it going from one piece into, the smaller kind of outer pieces breaking off to, really kind of the bulk of it breaking into various chunks. Those chunks will each glow and have a fiery trail of plasma that would basically streak behind them. And what would happen is you start to see a separation of these pieces by their mass. So the very heaviest objects will kind of make it further along the kind of the orbital ground track than the lighter pieces, because the lighter pieces will slow down more quickly as they burn through the atmosphere. And so some of this mass is going to literally turn to plasma and blow away and go into very tiny pieces and slow down fast. Whereas some of the larger pieces could make it down into the ocean or to the ground. The heaviest pieces will make it furthest along, whereas the lightest pieces won't make it as far. It's often a lot what happens even when you have a meteorite or a meteor enter. The asteroid from space, goes through the atmosphere, glows like a meteor. It then breaks up and separates into pieces of different masses. And for anyone who's kind of watched any shows like Meteorite Hunters or has studied any of this at all, you'll see that there's a separation along what's called a strewn field, which is this sort of a ellipse on the ground where the heaviest pieces are kind of furthest along, and the lighter pieces are kind of near the shorter end. And meteorite hunters will often, they'll see a report of a fireball. They'll often then look at Doppler radar imagery and look and see where pieces likely landed on the ground. And so kind of a similar situation with this type of reentry. In fact, something similar happened with a Falcon 9 second stage recently. Now, normally SpaceX will basically launch their payload to orbit. They'll then have the second stage, which then takes the satellites all the way to orbit. And then after the separation event, where the satellites are sent on their way, they'll kind of turn that second stage against the direction of motion, fire the engines, and then basically deliberately make the second stage re-enter the atmosphere over the ocean, so that it's not any kind of a threat to anyone on the ground. But like anything, space is hard, and it's called rocket science for a reason. And so occasionally this process will go awry, and it happened fairly recently where a second stage of Falcon 9 actually re-entered over over kind of the northwest Pacific coast of the United States. And there were a number of pieces that were found initially, and then actually some of these professional meteorite hunters, such as Robert Ward, started looking at where these pieces likely came down along the ground track, and he went searching and was actually able to find several other pieces of they're called COPVs, which are composite overwrapped pressure vessels. And so these pressure vessels are basically these tanks to store often helium, nitrogen, other types of gases, and keep the tanks pressurized. And they're wrapped with this carbon fiber type material, and they often have just enough mass to survive the reentry. And that's what happened over the northwest coast of the United States recently. And so similar thing could happen with this stage. If it does not splash down to the ocean, some pieces may reach the ground. And so it's kind of anybody's guess at this point where exactly it will come down. It will come down somewhere along the orbital track, but we don't know exactly where quite yet. So I'm going to see what other questions are here. And just a little bit of history with these types of reentries is they do happen kind of more often than you expect. Since we've been launching, rockets for many decades now, oftentimes there would be stages that were left behind, and over time, the atmosphere will gradually slow them down and they'll reentry. And so periodically, this type of thing does happen. It's not quite as rare as you would think, but in this case, I think because it's such a large amount of mass. This one's certainly gotten a lot more attention. But see it here in the comments. No need to panic whatsoever. Odds are it ends up in the ocean, and the odds of it actually landing anywhere where you are very, very, very low, which is a great thing to see. And in fact, was looking at this here. Here's one of the questions: how big is this thing? So it's about 100 feet tall. It's more than 15 feet across, and it weighs about 23 tons. So as it reenters, it will break up into many smaller pieces. But then again, the odds are very low that it lands anywhere where you are. In fact, there was a quote here. There was a quote here of basically what are the odds of someone being hurt? And Jonathan McDowell, who's an astronomer at the Harvard Smithsonian Center for Astrophysics, basically said the chance of you, literally you as a person, being hurt is about 8 billion times smaller than anyone getting hurt by this. So the odds of anyone getting hurt by this are less than 1%, and the odds of you getting hurt are about 8 billion times smaller than that. So very, very small chance of actually this thing being a hazard to you or your family or anyone you really know. So it's sort of on the order of magnitude of getting hit by lightning. Not a very high chance of it. So taking a look at here as I kind of go through questions, one thing that we will do is that we will prioritize questions from anyone who does do super chats. So if you have any question you want to kind of go to the front line, feel free to do a super chat, and we'll get that answered for you. So here's a question: is the USA safe? So there is a slight chance that this could come down in the United States. Some of the orbital tracks, in particular, kind of early in the morning, do pass over the United States. In fact, I'm currently located in San Antonio, Texas, and if this thing survives past the estimated reentry time and ends up staying in orbit a little bit longer, at about 5:20 or so in the morning, I'll be going outside to take a look to see if I can see it either still in orbit or reentering. But again, the odds of it landing, in a position where it actually hurts a person, very, very low. Any of the pieces, that's very, very unlikely that's a problem. So another question: where is it going to land? We don't know exactly. We do know what the orbits are, and so if it were to land, it would land somewhere along the orbits, which is along the red line. However, reentry is still not expected for some 3 hours 56 minutes currently, and likely could be a little earlier than that, could be a little bit later than that. We just don't know exactly. Our pig's gonna fly? Not likely. And odds are this thing will act like every other or most other rocket stages and land somewhere in the ocean. So people talking now. Here's a question: looks like perigee is in the southern hemisphere, so we'll most likely start reentry there. So not necessarily. And this is kind of a quirk of the way orbits work: is that you have your high part of your orbit, your apogee, and your low part, your perigee, sometimes called apoapsis or periapsis. But the area that's actually in the lowest part of the orbit actually experiences the most drag. And when you have drag added to the low part of the orbit, what it actually does is it lowers the high part of the orbit. So over time, as this thing continues to orbit the Earth, the orbit actually becomes more circularized as the high part and the low parts become closer and closer together. So it's difficult to say just from knowing the the apogee and the perigee, where this thing will come down exactly. Mazas, thank you very much for your question. Does the new prediction exclude Illinois, and how accurate are the current predictions? So there are going to be some passes over the United States, kind of early in the morning local time for the United States. So we're talking anywhere from 2 a.m. to 6 a.m. depending on which pass it happens to be. Doesn't completely exclude Illinois, although very low chance that it actually comes down there. How accurate are the current projections? Well, there's a lot of uncertainty in when this thing is going to come down for several reasons. Number one is the stage is actually tumbling, so the cross-sectional area that this thing has to the very thin outer atmosphere changes literally second by second. So it's kind of rotating like about 12 revolutions every second. So sometimes you have a broad edge facing into the thin atmosphere, sometimes you have a very narrow edge, and so it's very difficult to get it in exactly perfect prediction. Now, what is known is what the orbit is, and so with a reasonable degree of certainty, you can say, okay, somewhere at some point it's going to come down somewhere roughly near the ground track of the orbit. But as far as exactly where that is going to be, still very much to be determined, and we're all kind of watching together. Miranda Hill, thank you very much for your super chat. Really appreciate that. Helps keep us talking about this situation. So here's a question from Patricia. Can it suddenly change the orbit? So it's not actively being controlled. And so it's kind of a gradual lowering of the orbital elements. And so there's a number of kind of space surveillance radars that the Air Force, U.S. Air Force, and operates to keep track of these types of debris. So it's unlikely that there'll be a sudden change of the orbit, but what it is a gradual changing of the orbit over time. And Miranda asks, can we redirect it to Florida? Not possible. Here's a question: are we going to die? No, very, very low chance. That best estimate was that the odds of it basically landing anywhere near any person on Earth is less than 1%, and the odds of it landing on you are about 8 billion times smaller. So 8,000 million, times lower than 1%. So you're talking a very, very tiny chance. What happens if it lands in the ocean? Well, it's kind of a best case scenario because the pieces will splash down and basically sink to the bottom. And this is really the fate of most rocket hardware as it ends up entering the ocean in. Here's a question on the map on the left-hand side. What is the circle for? The circle is roughly the area of visibility, where if you were standing on the ground and you looked up, where you might be able to see basically the space station, or I'm sorry, the core stage of this Long March 5B, either passing, like any other satellite in the sky above you, or if it was re-entering where you might be able to see some of the the pieces or fireball if it were to occur. Here's a question. What is the current speed? So it's constantly changing very subtly by the drag of the atmosphere. The fact that it is still in orbit, it's roughly somewhere over 17,000 miles an hour. We don't know the exact speed until the next, kind of radar update would take place. And I'm just kind of scrolling down here through the questions. And some of these questions are very specific to a place. Will I be able to see anything from this place or that place? And the answer is depends on whether those these orbits are passing over you, and whether it happens to be actually going through reentry. When it's passing over you. So my advice would be is if you're on this map and you see that kind of circular region pass over you, take a look outside and see if you see anything, and obviously let us know in the chat if you do. When do you think it's going to land? The current best prediction is about 3 hours 50 minutes from now, but that continues to be updated all the time. How do you track the rocket? There are a number of what are called space surveillance radars, where basically U.S. military sends high-powered radio waves into the air, and they keep track of not only this object but tens of thousands of others. and they keep track of them so they know where these pieces are relative to other rockets that are launching, but also to where the International Space Station is, so that you know where there's pieces are, and you can if you need to make a maneuver to avoid them, you can do that. Here's a question: why is it gaining height if it is falling? So, as this thing orbits the Earth, once roughly every 90 minutes or so, it goes through high point and a low point on its orbit. So if it happens to be at a low point and it's kind of going back up towards a high point, you'll see the altitude go up, and you'll see it also go down as it goes towards the low point of its orbit. So you'll continue to see these kind of up and down fluctuations just depending on where it is in the orbit. So orbits are not perfectly circular, they're actually ellipses. Daily Machines, thank you very much for the donation. So how much damage could this make? Let's say it lands in a city. Would it blow up buildings or just minor damage? So odds are it would be fairly minor damage because even though it's a big piece, as it goes through the atmosphere, some of that mass is actually literally turned to plasma by our protective atmosphere. So some of it literally melts away, turns to plasma, literally becomes gas. And then of the pieces that end up coming down, it's not all in one chunk. It's actually lots of pieces of different sizes. So odds are, it's not going to come down and make a crater, right? It's going to come down. There'll be some pieces that fall. If it were to land on a city, some of these pieces could, hit buildings, put a hole in some roofs. But they're no longer traveling at orbital speed by that point. So they're literally just at a terminal velocity. So much like a skydiver, you don't just kind of keep accelerating to a high amount of speed. You hit a certain terminal velocity, and then depending on the size and weight of the object, depends on what kind of damage it can make. Now, it could go through the roof of a building if you had a really large piece, but again, the odds are about 75% that it lands in the ocean. And then if it does land on land, the odds that it actually lands in a city are very, 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 very low. And it wouldn't blow up buildings, but it would be mostly likely minor damage. In fact, similar things have happened with meteorites in the past. There was a meteorite that actually landed on somebody's car. It was a convertible. And the lady who owned it actually became quite wealthy because she had this damaged car with a meteorite in it. And it ultimately ended up in a museum. It ended up being an okay thing. So any legal actions on China? Kind of interesting question. I actually was just reading a little bit about this. There is a treaty between spacefaring nations that in the event of damage due to, basically something that another country puts into orbit, the country who suffers the damage can actually file a claim against, the country sort of who did it. So there aren't any legal actions now. However, if there was some kind of damage at some point, the countries could basically go into negotiations over what compensation might look like. But again, very, very low risk that even happens. Odds are it ends up in the ocean. Here's a question just came in from Bond Servant. Thank you very much for the super chat. I heard China is going to send another rocket or something to their space station. Will this be a repeat event with the booster returning to Earth uncontrolled? So very good question. So this Chinese space station is actually going to consist of 3 major modules. This first one obviously was just put into space by this Long March 5B that is now going to be re-entering. They are planning to send at least 2 more large modules using Long March 5Bs. Now, will China actually attempt to deorbit these next 2? It's kind of an open question, and there was a little bit of uncertainty with this first one, whether they were actually trying to deorbit as well. They had a live webcast, and they did have an English translator who was on the line, who at one point did mention something about trying to do some sort of deorbit burn. And I don't know if that was an error in translation or whether the Chinese were trying to deorbit it and it maybe ran into some kind of technical issue that prevented them from it. You would hope in the long run that the Chinese space agency does try to deorbit these things in the future. It's sort of the responsible thing to do, and hopefully they do try to do that. So how loud would it be? So really good question. For most people who would see even a reentry, you wouldn't hear anything. The reentry would be far enough away from you that any sound that was produced wouldn't reach you. If some of the pieces do happen to get lower into the atmosphere and they do happen to be near you, sometimes you'll get what are called sonic booms. So you'll hear almost a thunder-like sound. And this occurs anytime something is moving faster than the speed of sound towards you. So if something's moving faster than the speed of sound away from you, you won't get a sonic boom. But anytime you're on the ground and you see something kind of moving towards you, you'll get a sonic boom. So good example of this is when I'm out at Kennedy Space Center for a Falcon Heavy launch. The rocket goes supersonic away from us while we're standing on the ground at the press site. But when they fly back those outer two boosters and do the boost back burn and the reentry burns and everything, those outer stages start to fly back towards us, and they are still supersonic when they're flying back towards us. And you see them falling almost like meteors. It's a very kind of crazy situation as you kind of look straight up and you see these two outer Falcon 9 side boosters coming towards you. And we see them then as they kind of get closer toward the ground, they light their engines again and then land safely. And we actually see them land before we hear any sound, because sound travels about much slower than the speed of light that we can see. And so what we then hear is we hear sonic booms, and we'll actually hear 3 sonic booms for each of the side boosters. So we'll hear bum, 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 and then bum, bum, bum. And then we'll hear the sound of the rocket engines actually going to slow the boosters. So in the case of this situation where you have a reentry going on, if pieces do make it into the lower atmosphere and you happen to be somewhat closest to them, you'll see them long before you hear them. But if you do hear anything, you would hear a sound almost like thunder as you hear the sonic booms. And you'll roughly hear a boom or two for every piece that happens to kind of fly anywhere adjacent to you. So let's see other questions here. Just kind of scrolling along here. I hope it lands in the ocean. Yes, yeah. So do we. It's the safest sort of thing. And lots of questions about is it going to land in a certain place? The answer is we don't know. You can examine the ground track for the next several orbits and try to figure out if there's going to be a pass near you. If there's not going to be a pass near you, then it's not going to land near you. So you don't have to worry about it. Scrolling through here. So where's the expected land spot? Again, we don't really know. The expected land spot is actually in the ocean, just through statistics. But it is possible, and not can't rule out that it ends up landing on land somewhere. Okay, here's a good question. All channels are showing different times for reentry. Will this actually enter Earth? And then how long will it take to land after reentry? So yes, there are a number of different space surveillance radars, but there are also a number of different analysis software suites that are used to try to determine this. The answer is nobody knows exactly. When will it actually enter the Earth? The best estimate right now is about 3.5 hours from now. But it could enter in a little sooner, or it could enter in a little later. There's definitely a degree of uncertainty here for this. How long will it take to land after reentry? Great question. So these objects are moving, very fast at 17,000 miles an hour, but they're not moving as fast as, say, like an asteroid that's entering the Earth, which would maybe be 20,000 miles an hour, 30,000 miles an hour. So generally, from when it starts to enter the atmosphere to when it is on the ground, could be anywhere really from 5 to 20 minutes. It just sort of depends. Chrissy, thank you very much for the super chat, and I want to say hi to MC. Really appreciate the support here on the channel. Thank you for the super chat, Ryder Cohn. I appreciate it. So if it passes near, will we see or hear it? So if it passes near, and if it happens to be lit up by the sunlight, but it hasn't re-entered yet, you might see it. It'll look just like any other satellite does. When you look into the dark sky, if you happen to live in an area that doesn't have a lot of light pollution, you might see a dim little star that's kind of moving along, kind of almost gliding along through the sky. So that's what you would see if it hasn't re-entered yet, and if there's some sunlight on it. If there isn't sun on it, you may not see anything. It may not be bright enough to actually see. If it is re-entering, you would definitely see it as long as you're in the nighttime sky. And you would see it almost like a bunch of shooting stars with a kind of a brighter leading one, and then lots of little sort of smaller shooting stars kind of flaking off of it. And usually for orbital reentries, this lasts, you're able to watch this for, roughly a minute. So if you see it happening, pull out your phone, start recording. It would really be some crazy footage to see. And, you would see it long before you'd hear it. Kind of as I mentioned before, if it does happen to get really low into the atmosphere, and if you do see it, glowing in the sky, kind of listen for a few minutes after even you see it, because you could potentially hear sonic booms, so kind of almost a thunder-like sound from each of the different pieces as they pass overhead. So there's always the possibility that you might actually hear something. Question: estimated time of reentry was 9 hours 12 hours ago. What's up with the reentry time changing? And yeah, the answer is that it's very difficult to predict an exact reentry position. This thing is tumbling. The drag is constantly changing. In fact, even the Earth's atmosphere expands and contracts throughout the course of the day, and also in response to certain space weather events. So how thick it is at a given altitude is actually this constantly changing thing. And so because of that, there's a lot of uncertainty exactly when this thing would actually come down. So let's see, scrolling down here, see what other questions we have. Is your tracker broken? Nope. It's still updating. It's just even though this thing's moving very, very quickly, the Earth is very large, so it appears to just sort of crawl along. Here's a question: is this rocket still outside the atmosphere? So the answer is, it's still in space, but the atmosphere doesn't kind of abruptly end. It kind of trails off gradually into space. And even at very high orbits, even orbits as high as the International Space Station, you still have some amount of atmospheric drag, even though you're well outside of what we'd consider the dense atmosphere. Kind of for context, about 99% of the Earth's atmosphere is below 20 miles in height. So if you go up 20 miles, you're above 99% of it. But that last 1% of it just gradually trails off. And so because of that, this kind of core stage of this Long March 5B, is in space still. However, it is very much, being influenced by the outer portions of the atmosphere. So thank you for the super chats, Jersey Chick 1. Question: if it lands in the Atlantic Ocean, would it cause a tsunami for the east coast of the United States? And the good news is that this thing is not large enough to cause a tsunami. And in fact, it's not even going to be coming down in one piece. It will likely be coming down in many smaller pieces. So luckily, it is not a threat for a tsunami on the east coast of the United States, or anywhere else in the world for that matter. Michael Robbins, thank you very much for the super chat. We really appreciate it. It helps us keep talking and tracking this thing. Could America or another superpower shoot it down like they would a nuke? So excellent question. The technical capability does exist for certain countries, including the United States, to try to shoot down an object in orbit. They try not to do that. Number one, it's very expensive to do, and number two, when you have a rocket basically blow up another rocket in space, it fragments into many small pieces, and most of the pieces would re-enter the atmosphere and pose less of a hazard to the ground. However, some of those pieces, because the explosion occurs in all directions, would actually be boosted into higher orbits. And in those higher orbits, they might prove a threat to the International Space Station, to other satellites. And so generally, really don't, it's really kind of bad practice to shoot these things down, because you get this shrapnel cloud, and it could pose a hazard to astronauts in the future. It could pose a hazard to other satellites. And of course, if you get enough of these pieces flying around at orbital speeds, running into other satellites, you can get sort of a chain reaction runaway type effect. And so definitely nobody wants to see that. Justin Fields, thank you very much for the super chat. Really appreciate it. So just kind of looking through this, should I be worried? No, you really shouldn't be. The odds of it basically impacting any one person are far less than 1%. And then the odds of it impacting you are about 8 billion times smaller. So, much more likely that, you get in a car accident or something, or you get hit by lightning, much higher chance of that sort of thing. So, go about your life, keep an eye on what's going on, but definitely don't live your life in fear. It's this type of thing happens. Here's a question. If it hits some sea near China or something, could we feel it from Finland? Not at all. This is not large enough that would cause any kind of earthquakes that are strong enough that you'd be able to feel from China to Finland. So lots of questions, again, about specific locations, and the answer is we don't know exactly where it's going to come down. If you look at tracks of the next several orbit, you can see where it kind of could come down on, but at this point we don't know precisely the exact location that's going to come down. It's still very much a sort of a zone of uncertainty. Here's a question: what is the biggest threat with this happening? So kind of worst case scenario would be this thing enters, and if pieces happen to land in a populated area, and if one of those pieces, if somebody is unfortunate and it happens to hit the house or something, you could see some injuries on the ground. So that's really the worst case scenario. But it's a very unlikely scenario to occur. Again, 75% of the Earth's surface roughly covered by ocean, and then very, very low chance that even if it does land on land, that it happens to actually land anywhere that's populated. And even if it lands somewhere that's populated, it actually happens to land somewhere where people are. Very, very low odds of anybody being injured. So continuing to go through here, let's see. Is it true that it'll crash near New York? Very, very unlikely. Here's a super chat. Thank you, Caitlin, for the $5. Really appreciate it. It is predicted to pass over Connecticut, U.S. close enough to see. Approximate time. Where are the pieces currently projected to land? So the passes over the United States are going to be are really going to depend on your exact location. So anywhere, when I last took a look at the orbital elements, the passes of the United States were anywhere between like 2 a.m. local time and sort of 5 or 6 a.m. local time. And so you can look at a ground track, and you can, a good resource for looking at this is a website called Heavens Above, heavens-above.com. You can actually put in your location, and you can look at what satellites, including this one, are going to pass over you to get sort of an approximate time. Would it be close enough to see? It depends. So if it happens to be lit up by sunlight as it's passing over you, and then it may be, and you're in dark skies, outside of city lights, you may be able to see it. If it's re-entering, you'll be able to see it pretty much anywhere at night if it happens to be re-entering right as this is going on. Where the pieces currently are predicted to land, we don't know precisely. It could be anywhere along the orbital track, and there's still a great deal of uncertainty as to the exact moment that it's gonna come down. So let's see, just kind of going through questions here. What's going to be when it lands on the ground? Is it going to be like a bomb? And the answer is no, it's not going to be like a bomb. It's not going to be moving, at orbital speed still. It'll hit the atmosphere at orbital speeds. The atmosphere acts like a big protective layer. A lot of it burns up, a lot of it breaks up, slows down, and it will slow down to sort of a terminal velocity. So it will be, it's not good to have metal pieces falling out of the sky. But it's not going to be like a bomb when those pieces hit. They would just kind of be landing near you. So it's much more like if you dropped a door or landing gear or something off of an airplane. It would fall down. You obviously don't want to get hit by it, but it's not going to come down and explode once it hits the ground. It's not some crazy scenario like that. Norzy D, thank you very much for the super chat. Can it hit other space junk and knock it out of orbit, or the space station even? So the good news is because it is getting ready to re-enter, it is in a very low orbit. So it's actually not high enough for it to pose a threat to the space station. It's also not high enough where it's likely to, kind of impact or run into any other space debris. It's kind of in the outer edges of the Earth's atmosphere, but it's low enough that it's not really a hazard to any other satellites or astronauts. So that's some good news. Ethio Videos, thank you very much for the super chat. I really appreciate it. So what should I do if I see it? So generally these orbital reentries are much slower and they last a long time in the sky. So if you happen to see it, my best advice to you is pull out your phone and record it, and you'll probably have you could have the next viral video potentially. So definitely try to film it if you do see it. What would it look like if it was coming towards me? So excellent question. I kind of know this from my experience with meteorite hunting. I've read a number of books on kind of different aspects related to meteorites and space debris. And basically, if it actually was coming towards you, what you would actually see is you would look out at the horizon, and if you saw these kind of bright fireballs, they would actually appear to be rising in the sky towards you. So instead of it kind of flying over you or looking like it's going from in the sky towards the Earth, you would actually see it almost rising like the sun. And you'd see all these pieces kind of rising like the sun. And then right as they were glowing and kind of almost dead overhead, the bright plasma would actually go out, and those pieces would enter into dark flight. So if that were to happen and you were to see that occur, it might be a good idea to kind of get inside or something. But that's what it would look like if it was actually coming towards you. It would actually not fly kind of past you. It actually seemed to be rising up towards the almost looking straight up. Hello, Ducky. Thank you very much for the super chat. That's super nice of you. Thank you so much for your answers. It's quite comforting. Earlier today, I was getting Majora's Mask vibes, but I'm feeling better. Hi from LA. Happy face. Yeah, I think there's definitely no reason to be scared. This is more kind of an interesting event as opposed to this huge looming threat. It's these types of reentries happen all the time. Most of the time, we don't even know that they're going to occur, and so this one just happens to be a little bit larger, and it's from a recent launch, so it's big on the media, but certainly definitely nothing to worry about. They say the only risk in life is not taking one, right? Every day we get up, something can happen. We're all going to die sooner or later, but the odds of anything of this being the cause is almost zero. So no worries there. Casting Crowns, thank you very much. Here's the question: am I wrong? But is it not now losing 1 kilometer altitude every 25 seconds? So when you look at the live altitude, most of that fluctuation that you're seeing is just due to the piece of the core stage of this rocket rising between the high point of its orbit and falling to its low part in the orbit. So it's not so much that it's in this sort of crazy dive, if you will, as opposed to it's just in its orbit and it's going from the high point, the apogee of the orbit, or the perigee of the orbit, or the apoapsis of the orbit, or the periapsis of the orbit. So these up and down fluctuations you're seeing is just part of something that all objects go through as they are orbiting the Earth, and that's most of the height change that you're seeing kind of in real time here. Here's a question: what would happen if it falls on my city? Again, very unlikely that it even makes it to land. If it does make it to land, and if it does land in the city, some of those pieces could, odds are most of the time it's going to land in an empty yard. It's going to land on an empty street. If it does land on a building, depending on the size of the object, most smaller pieces wouldn't even go through the roof. They would just be sitting on the roof. Larger pieces could enter the roof somewhat, and kind of really big pieces could go all the way through. But it's very, very unlikely that would occur. But it's not going to explode once it hits. It would just be like a piece falling off an airplane or something, kind of a similar type of situation. Chloe, thank you very much for the super chat. What's the possibility that it will drop into an open sea away from civilization, besides the fact that the sea covers roughly 70% of the Earth's surface? So the odds are roughly 75% that it actually ends up in the ocean. So the odds of it landing on land are very low, and the happiest outcome here is going to be that it drops harmlessly into the ocean. or even if it does land on land, that it ends up being in a field somewhere, and we end up getting to see some footage of the pieces. And the pieces would be certainly kind of historical artifacts. Iris, thank you. Lamar, thank you for the super chat. You seem to really know what you're talking about. Thank you very much. Can you tell us a little bit about yourself and your profession? Yeah, so I actually am an engineer. In my day job, I work at a startup called Aerial Vehicle Automation. We actually build large vertical takeoff and landing drones that make 1,500 pounds of thrust. So that's my day job. But what I also do is I also am an accredited member of the media. And for the last 10 years, I've been going out to various rocket launches to shoot video and very high quality audio of the launches. So I'll go out to Kennedy Space Center. I've shot the final 3 space shuttle launches, which was STS-133, STS-134, and 135, which were the final launches of the shuttle program. I've gone out there and covered Atlas V launches, some of the Mars rovers that have flown to Mars, such as Curiosity. I've also gone out and covered Falcon 9 launches. I was last out there for Falcon 9. It actually was the in-flight abort tests, where they had the Crew Dragon spacecraft, which was empty at the time, basically separate around the region of maximum dynamic pressure. And so I filmed actually was on the roof of the NASA's huge vehicle assembly building, and actually filmed the second stage after that occurred, impact and explode on the ocean. And so that was quite an exciting thing to see that occur in real time. And I was lucky enough to catch that on video. I also go out to, I live actually in San Antonio, Texas. And so I'm just about 4.5 hours away from Boca Chica, Texas, where SpaceX, of course, has their huge Starship program. So the last launch I saw was just a few days ago when they launched SN-15. So it was very exciting to film that and see that, and and see that land safely. I think humanity's future is very bright with these latest rocket programs that are going on. So very exciting stuff. So yeah, I'm a big science and engineering fan, and really love this type of stuff. So thank you very much for that chat. Debbie TR1, thank you very much for the chat as well. And anyone who wants to have their question kind of bumped to the front of the list, feel free to jump in on those super chats. We really appreciate the support. So here's a question, and kind of phrased as a statement, but it's a question. Do you know that if it falls into the ocean, it could cause a tsunami? And the answer is that's very, very unlikely to happen. It's about 22, 23 tons, this stage. However, due to the enormous forces and heating that occurs during an atmospheric reentry, these large objects break up into smaller pieces, and a lot of that mass actually, literally turns to vapor. It, sublimates away as it literally burns off, vaporizes into plasma. So that full, 20 tons, 20 tons, type of mass will not make it to the ground or make it to the ocean. And if it lands in the ocean, it's not big enough to trigger a tsunami. So you don't have to worry about that if you live on the coast. You're quite safe. GMA Daniels asks, and this one's kind of near to me: is it possible once it enters the atmosphere to see it from San Antonio? The answer is it's possible if it happens to stay in orbit a little longer than predicted. Then around, I believe it's somewhere around 5:20 or so a.m. You might be able to see it in San Antonio. It would be about 51, 52 degrees high in the sky. And for kind of the exact times, you can go on that website. It's a free website called heavens-above.com, and you can type in your latitude and longitude, look up this object, and you can see the exact time that it can actually pass over you. Here's a question: is there a place it's expected to land? Still not known at this time where exactly it will come down. We know it will come down somewhere around or adjacent to this kind of red ground track over time. However, there's a lot of uncertainty, plus or minus several hours as to exactly when this thing will come down. So it's not known the exact location of where it's going to come down. But the odds of it causing any injuries on the ground are low. Odds are it'll go in the ocean. Let's see here. How long can it be in the air? So currently, the best estimate for reentry time is about 3 hours and 20 minutes from now. There's a couple of hours plus or minus of uncertainty. It could come down a couple hours sooner than this. It could come down a couple hours later than this. It's not going to be around this time tomorrow. That's for sure. But I would say it could be in the air. Maybe another kind of a maximum worst case scenario. Another 10 hours or so would be the worst case scenario. But it is coming down. Its fate is sealed. The only thing that's not sure about is just what time it's going to come down and exactly where it's going to come down. If we knew the exact time, precisely when it would come down, then you have a better estimate of where it would come down on the Earth. But still lots of uncertainty because it's tumbling around and constantly changing. Where's the footage at? So it has not yet re-entered, as far as we know. Do you think it will most likely hit water? Yes, the most likely option is that it will be in the ocean somewhere, or even if it does go on land, that it'll be in an empty field somewhere. Most land is unoccupied, and that's a good thing for this sort of situation. If it lands on my Nokia, how much damage will it cause to the rocket? I think the rocket would be hosed. Those are tough little phones. As time has been passing, why have we not been able to decrease the range of possible locations in which the rocket might crash? So the answer is we actually have. The more time that passes and the more the orbit gets refined, the sort of zone of uncertainty shrinks by the day. And so that's something that is gradually getting more and more refined. Continuing to scroll through questions here. If you do have any question that you want to kind of push to the front of the list, feel free to send a super chat, and we'll get on that right away. Some of these questions are a little silly, so I'll pass through them. But of course, that's the internet comments for you. Always hilarious. So what happens if the rocket damages a neighborhood? Does China pay for the cost? So there is a treaty between spacefaring nations that should an object that another nation launches, cause damage in another country, there is an agreement to have financial compensation take place, and that's a sort of thing that would occur, at the kind of the U.S. government to Chinese government level. Of course, there are also the possibility of filing a civil lawsuit, but there are treaties to handle this sort of situation. As this was anticipated that, hey, this type of thing can happen sometimes. Patrick Rappa asks, when it leaves orbit, how soon will you know, and how will you be made aware? Yeah, excellent question. So there are periodic updates from the space surveillance radars that update the latest orbit, and that's how we're getting our sort of estimated time until reentry. Is that information comes in, it then goes through some software and companies that do processing on when they think it will come down. And so what would happen is when an update from the space surveillance radar comes down, it will no longer see the object. The object will be missing. And at that point, we'll know for sure that, okay, it has re-entered the atmosphere somewhere. How will we know? How will we be made aware? So if it does happen to come down on land, and again, there's about a 25% chance that it does end up happening to come down on land, the quickest way we would know is actually through a video. Somebody sees it, takes a picture, posts it on Twitter, takes a video, puts it up on YouTube, or puts it on Twitter. That actually would be the quickest way to know that, hey, look, this thing was passing overhead and we see fireballs. That's the quickest way we would know that it actually would have landed. Here's a question. Will it cause any damage if it hits the ocean? For example, a tsunami or rise in water levels. The good news is if it hits the ocean, it will not cause any damage. Unless it happens to the 1 in a trillion chance that it lands on a ship or something. But if it lands in the ocean, it is not big enough, and it will have been broken up to the point where it will not cause a tsunami or rise in water levels. So no need to worry about that. Danny Bakma, thank you very much for the super chat donation. We really appreciate that. When it falls out of orbit, will it begin falling slower? So currently it's at orbital speeds, speeds over 17,000 miles an hour. as it hits the dense atmosphere, it will immediately start to slow down. And so, it's trading all that kinetic energy of motion into thermal energy. That energy will be used to heat up the air around it, create a bright plasma trail, much like a meteor flying through the sky. And also, the pressure of that event will slow down the speed of this core stage, and will actually start ripping it apart. So it will begin falling. It will fall faster, but its actual velocity will decrease, if that makes sense. So looking through some more questions here. Anne-Marie, thank you very much. You're an excellent host. Thank you for doing this. Can you explain why your entry into the atmosphere makes things like a rocket burn up? Yes. So basically, this thing is moving many, many times faster than a bullet. And so as it hits the dense atmosphere, it causes the air to actually compress. And anytime you compress a gas, it heats up. And so, what temperature is it's a measure of the average thermal energy of motion of a given substance. So if you have this object that's sort of plowing through the air and hitting these, from its perspective, the air molecules are moving towards it at 17,000 miles an hour. So that average thermal energy as those molecules, run into it and basically, hit it at 17,000 miles an hour, it creates a basically this pressure zone that heats up and doesn't literally burn, but creates a high energy plasma. And that high energy plasma is very destructive and will, start melting parts of this rocket stage and causing all other kinds of damage. DIY Sprinkler Guy, thank you for the donation. He says 100-pound debris can still leave a dent, and that is definitely the case. The risk is very low, but not zero. Tina, thank you very much for the super chat. Any idea of how this happened, and is there any chance anyone is on it? So first of all, there's nobody on this. This was a unmanned space station launch, and so this was the core stage of the Long March 5B rocket. So it launched. It's a cryogenic hydrogen and cryogenic oxygen stage had 4 boosters that were basically kerosene and liquid oxygen. It launched this space station up into orbit. Those boosters fell away. The center stage of hydrogen and oxygen continued pushing the space station up to orbit. Once it had reached orbit, it basically detached and separated the space station up to, out into space. And this upper stage, for whatever reason, was not deorbited. Either the Chinese chose not to deorbit it, maybe they didn't have enough propellant left on board, or maybe they were trying and they had some sort of a technical issue. It's not super clear yet which of those was the case, but it's something that hopefully in the future, the Chinese can get a hold of and sort of prevent this sort of a situation from happening. Happens every now and then if there's a failure, but if you can avoid it, that's obviously the best thing to do. So here's a question. Will the space debris, if found, possess any radiation to harm the finder? And the answer is no. It will not have any kind of radiation. So it's not going to, be a threat on that end. Now, if you do find a piece, sometimes rocket stages will have what are called hypergolic propellants, which can be toxic. So the best thing to do is to kind of call the local authorities to come and, make sure it is safe. They can kind of bring a hazmat crew out. I'm not sure if this particular rocket has any hypergolic propellants on it, but the safe thing to do would be to kind of call the authorities if you do see a piece, but it will not be a radiation threat. Do you think any nation could send a jet to just blast this out of the sky? Would that make any sort of sense? So the answer is no. There's still quite a bit of uncertainty of where it's going to come down. Even if you had jets flying around along the ground track and this thing starts to break up, these pieces are moving very, very quickly, 17,000 miles an hour initially. And then they'll slow down to around, between 100 and 200 miles an hour before they hit the ground. So, the odds that you would happen to have a jet with an air-to-air missile at the right location are very unlikely. And even if you shot down one of the pieces, the kind of the air-to-air missile itself would create more pieces. So you kind of just sort of make the situation worse potentially. So it'd be unlikely that would be necessarily a good solution. Here's a question: will China have any repercussions for allowing this to happen? Obviously, that's kind of a government-to-government type of question. Sometimes governments will file a protest, or a grievance with the country for doing something, or there can be sometimes discussions in the United Nations about it. Only if there's probably damage to the ground or injuries, I think, would there actually be a serious discussion about consequences. Jeremy Davis, thank you for the super chat. He says, when will China be held responsibility for their negligence? This is time that something like this has happened from China. So kind of like we talked about before, there are treaties in place for spacefaring nations that if there are damages or injuries as a result of another nation's space program, there are treaties in place to try to, basically to try to have, reparations or kind of a legal settlement to try to make things right. But it really is a government-to-government type of issue to initiate those processes. And of course, there's also the court systems available where people can always, file a lawsuit if something were to occur. But the most likely outcome is that this thing will fall harmlessly into the ocean or into a field somewhere. So let's see here. Kind of moving along. Some silly questions here. So how is the live altitude tracked? So there are space surveillance radars, in particular owned by the United States Air Force, which keeps track of thousands, actually tens of thousands or even hundreds of thousands of objects. Every time you launch a rocket, there are little pieces that sometimes come off. You have different satellites that are flying around. So the space surveillance radars try to keep a track of where the bigger pieces are and keep everything safe. Somebody says, I wish it would fall into my car so I can get a new vehicle. Probably true, as long as you're not in it, right? There have been cases in the past where, meteorites fall and damage a car. And these are called hammerstones in sort of the meteorite world. And both the meteorite that hits the car and the car itself become substantially more valuable after a piece hits it. So it's kind of like winning the lottery in some ways, if that happens to happen. Here's a question. Has America had rockets like this fall before into other countries? And the answer is yes. In fact, the Skylab space station was a good example of this, where it actually fell, and most of it went to the ocean, but some of the pieces actually made it all the way into Australia. And in fact, nobody was injured in Australia. It landed in empty land out there. But actually nearby towns collected some of the pieces, formed museums, and they actually became tourist attractions as people wanted to see pieces of Skylab. So yes, it has happened before. It's not simply only the Chinese doing it. Other countries do it. Most of the time, these pieces go in the ocean. Every now and then, sometimes pieces land on other countries. Cheyenne Jones, thank you very much for the super chat. I really appreciate that. Helps us keep talking about this interesting events like these that are going on. We also cover launches, landings, all kinds of other kind of space-related activities. So really appreciate that. Andrea, thank you very much for the chat as well. I really appreciate that. So Sparks and Bubbles asks, what altitude is it considered to be reentering? And the answer is it's kind of a gradual process. The atmosphere, 99% of it is below 20 miles. But generally, kind of reentry interface, is generally around 50 miles or so high is sort of the line. But in reality, it's not this hard line where, if you're at 50 miles in a foot, it's not reentering. And then all of a sudden, if you're at, 49 miles and 49.999 miles, you're suddenly reentering. It's sort of this gradual process, but roughly around 50 miles or so tends to be the reentry interface when you're talking about a controlled reentry. Some of these questions are funny. Continuing to scroll through here. If it does come down onto land, how much damage will it do? So, these pieces will slow to a terminal velocity, between 100 and 200 miles an hour, most likely. If they hit the ground, they're not going to explode like a bomb. This isn't sort of Armageddon, the scene where you have meteors coming in and then they hit the buildings and they explode again and all this. No, they'll fall. They can do some damage if they happen to be larger pieces. But it's mostly localized damage. So if it lands on a house or car or something, it could do some damage. But odds are it won't cause anything substantial. Kay Blackwell, thank you for the super chat. Really appreciate it. If the rocket is recovered, will it be examined? So I don't think there's any sort of formal plan for what will happen to the pieces. Odds are, if it lands on private property somewhere, the locals may choose to, try to display it for a while or have it as part of a museum piece. It may be examined if it lands in another country other than China. Other governments from those countries may want to take a look at it, kind of run some tests, see how the Chinese are building their rockets. But as far as I know, there's no formal plan for this process. Harish Ikesh Bhaskaran, hopefully I said your name okay. Thank you very much for that generous super chat. Really appreciate it. You say, thank you for the detailed explanations and insightful Q&A. Can you tell us a little bit about yourself? Yeah, so my name is David Gonzalez. I am an engineer. My day job, I work for a company called Aerial Vehicle Automation, avapropulsion.com. We build large vertical takeoff and landing drones that make 1,500 pounds of thrust. So that's my day job, is that I work for that company, and we're working on some drones to basically carry heavy payloads, transporting goods several hundred pounds up to 300 miles. So that's my day job. Kind of relevant to what we're talking about here. I've been covering space launches and events for the past 10 years, starting at the very end of the space shuttle program. I've covered also Delta IV Heavy launches, Atlas V launches, Falcon 9 launches, Falcon Heavy launches, and more recently Starship. So I have a YouTube channel as well, where I post a lot of the videos that I take, called David Go Jr. But I've started doing some work for Infinite Space as well, and have been having a really good time covering all these exciting space events. I'm really a science and technology and engineering enthusiast, entrepreneur as well, and I just love talking about this sort of stuff and keeping track of everything that's going on. Life is interesting, so it's fun to kind of cover these types of space events. So kind of scrolling here through the questions. Yeah, we still, estimated time to reentry is at about 3 hours. We don't know the exact time. It could be plus or minus a couple hours. We're continuing to monitor the situation and see when it's going to come down. Your face, thank you for the chat. Why hasn't the rocket moved from that position? So it is moving. We're currently kind of crossing the southern Pacific Ocean right now. So that the ocean is so big that as you're kind of looking at it on the left side, you're seeing nothing but water. So you're not able to see that it is actually moving. But amazingly, it's still moving around 17,000 miles an hour. It's just that the southern Pacific Ocean is just that big that if you're just glancing at it, it looks like it's not moving or it's frozen or something. I assure you, it is moving. It's just it's just a big lot of ocean out there. So here's a question. With the elongated orbit, the chance of it hitting the USA is very low, or is it not? So right now, the best estimate for when it will reentry is in about 3 hours. When I last looked at the passes over the United States, those passes weren't actually until, really almost like 9 hours from now or so when they start. So the odds of it hitting the United States are probably on the lower side. But there's a lot of uncertainty as to when this thing is going to re-enter. So it's certainly not out of the realm of possibility. So continuing to scroll this here. How many times has the rocket gone around the Earth? I actually I actually don't know that. There are ways of calculating that. The entire orbit from when this object reached orbit and was first tracked by the space surveillance radars. Every pass is known, but I don't know. I don't know off the top of my head how many times it's actually gone around the Earth. It's orbiting the Earth roughly every 90 minutes. So if you could, look at the launch date and time for when this thing was launched, figure out how much time had passed between now and then divide that by 90 minutes, you would have your answer. Can you please explain reentry? Yeah, so reentry is whenever you have an object that is in orbit, that's orbiting the Earth at a high speed, usually between 17,000 and 17,500 miles an hour. When that object touches the Earth's atmosphere again, it begins to slow down rapidly. And so you have this crazy event where you have tons of heat and light produced, plasma produced. You get this sort of fireball-like effect that sort of surrounds the spacecraft or the satellite. And that is kind of what's meant by an orbital reentry. Rachel Sinclair, thank you for the chat. Really appreciate it. $5 is helpful. Question, if it hits the water, can it cause a tsunami wave? The answer is very unlikely to cause a tsunami wave. Even though this thing weighs about 22 tons, as it goes through the reentry process, most of the speed is going to be taken out of it, and it's going to break up and slow down into many smaller pieces. So the good news for anybody on the coast is you don't have to worry about a tsunami. This thing is not big enough to create a tsunami. So lots of good news there. Is it more likely to hit Canada or the USA? Based on the ground tracks that I saw, if it was going to enter in over the US, North America, it would be more likely to enter the USA than Canada, just due to the trajectory. However, it's not impossible that it could land in Canada as well, although very unlikely. Again, as we've kind of been rehashing periodically, the odds are still most likely that it goes into the ocean, about a 70 to 75% chance that it ends up landing in the ocean. However, if it does land on land, still lots of uncertainty about where exactly it would land. So somebody asking me here saying people watching their phones cannot see the telemetry numbers. So the current altitude you're asking for is 160 kilometers in altitude right now. One sub 41, thank you for the $2. Where is the tracking data coming from? So this data itself comes from various space surveillance networks. So these are basically big radar dishes operated by the United States government. There may also be some in Europe as well. They basically send radar waves into space. It reflects off of this object as it's going around the Earth, and from that it gives it both a position as well as the speed that the object is traveling in and the direction that it's traveling in. And so all the data used to create this display that we're watching comes from those space surveillance radars. Couple of people just kind of generally saying they're scared. There's really no reason to be scared. The odds, as we mentioned earlier, based on a study of it actually hitting any one person or really any human being whatsoever are less than 1%. And then the odds of it actually, you being the person that it hits, are about 1 in 8 billion less. So very, very, very tiny a risk of something happening. Why can't any country destroy it in the air right now if it's in the middle of the ocean? And the answer is, there are militaries in the world, including the U.S. military, and a number of other militaries that do have basically missiles that could shoot this thing down. The problem is if you blow it up in space, most of those pieces end up re-entering the atmosphere in a safe location. So that's true. But some of the pieces get boosted to a higher orbit where they may pose a threat to the space station, to astronauts, or to other satellites that are up there. So it can kind of create a runaway type style effect. So that's the reason why why nobody is shooting it down. Right now, the odds of it hurting anybody are so low that there does not seem to be a justification for the military to get involved. Cummins Power, thank you very much for the $20. Really, really appreciate that. That's awesome. So continuing to look through these questions, why did you change from infinite aviation to infinite space? Well, I think the biggest reason is, a lot of the covers that we're doing now is from space events. In particular, we've been covering a lot of the Starship-related activities as humanity is looking to fly rockets to Mars and all the exciting events that are going on surrounding that. Thank you for the chat, Zizo. Welcome to Cabin Crew. Okay, here's a really interesting question from Brody. What are the factors in place causing experts to struggle to predict when this may enter an impact? And so the answer is there's kind of several layers of it being complicated. Number one, the outer atmosphere expands and contracts based on whether it's day or night, based on what the space weather environment is. So if you have particles coming from the sun, if you get more of those particles hitting the atmosphere, it actually heats up the outer atmosphere more and causes it to expand further out into space. So there's always an uncertainty over just how dense and how thick that outer atmosphere is. And the rate of drag depends on how thick that outer atmosphere is where this core stage is traveling through. So that's part of the answer. The other part of the answer is that this actual stage is tumbling. So it's a very big object. It's about 100 feet long, something like 16 feet across, but it's tumbling at a rate of about 12 sort of, rotations every minute. So there are times where the drag is less, and there are times where the drag is more, depending on where it is in those rotations. So the answer is it ends up being very complicated to determine exactly where it's going to come down and when it's going to come down. So those are some of the factors that make it complicated. Additionally, you have more drag on the lower portion of the orbit than the higher portion of the orbit. And when you have that drag on the low portion of the orbit, it causes a decrease in altitude in the high portion of the orbit. So you have this constantly changing situation with every time this thing goes around the Earth that makes the exact time of entry very difficult to predict. And even the US military does not know exactly when and where this thing is going to come down. John Gates, thank you for the $5 chat. Can you say, hi, Chris Leanne, my fiance is watching and is a big fan. Well, hi, Chris. Chris Lynn, thank you very much. Here's somebody asking, is there any reason to be scared? No, there really isn't. Odds are it ends up in the ocean. The odds of it injuring anybody whatsoever are far less than 1%. And the odds of it injuring you are, of that far less than 1%, about 8 billion times smaller. So definitely nothing to stress out about. Sit back, relax, watch the coverage. Hopefully we get some video of this thing re-entering. We'll see. But definitely nothing to worry about. Masha Charoki, hopefully I said your name correctly. Thank you for the $10 super chat. Aerospace Corporation has a new prediction that excluded a lot of North America, and they are predicting 09 May 2021 UTC, 326 plus or minus 2 hours. Is this the same as other predictions? So this is likely a new update, and there are various kind of space-related corporations that take that data from those space surveillance radars and kind of try to make their best estimate for reentry. But it does make sense. As time goes on, as the orbital elements get refined from those radars, we get a better and better estimation of when this thing is going to be coming down. So yeah, really appreciate it. So I'm just taking a look here at more questions. Hadid Malik, thank you very much for the donation. Really appreciate it. Yeah, and as you can see, somebody asking where is it? It's currently going to be passing over South America. It's going to be going from the kind of the day-night transition period here. So if you are in South America right now and you happen to be living anywhere along the red line, and you look up, this is sort of the time period where you would be able to see it, even if it isn't re-entering, because the sun would be lighting it up, especially once you're under a dark sky yourself. Couple questions asking what are the red dots on the map for? I'm actually not too sure, but I will try to find out for you. Will there be fuel spillage? So the answer is most likely not. So this core stage was a liquid hydrogen and liquid oxygen stage, and so those are cryogenic propellants. And so now that this thing has been sitting in the sun for so long, odds are those propellants have boiled off by now. And certainly by the time that we see a breakup due to the aerodynamic stresses of reentry, those materials would likely burn up and boil off. So there's not going to be there's not going to be a spillage of fuel or anything. Okay, and somebody was asking about the red dots. So the red dots, I just got an answer for you. They represent ground-to-air observation sites. Somebody asking, why does the timer keep changing? And the answer is, as we get better and better radar data, as this thing gets lower and lower, the odds of where it can land and the estimated time keeps getting refined. So more and more data means better and better prediction as time goes on. And yes, the time did just change. Thank you. Okay, thank you for the super chat, the $14.99. Drops of sunlight inspiration. It says amazing coverage. Thank you. I love the representation of facts and not panic. Absolutely happy to talk about it. Here's a question: how far in kilometers will people be able to see the reentry? So I don't know the number quite off the top of my head, but if you look at this, the left basically pane where you see this circular region, this is roughly the area for where you would be able to see it if it reentered. So if you're anywhere within this circle and it happens to start its reentry, you would likely be able to see it. If you're near the edge of the circle, you would see it very low on the horizon. If you're kind of closer to the center of the circle, then the reentry would be almost dead overhead. And if you're somewhere in the middle, let's say dead in the middle, it would roughly be 45 degrees or halfway up, sort of. If you're looking straight up, look halfway down, that's roughly where it would be. Question, where is the exact explosion location? There's unlikely to be an explosion. But there will be a high temperature reentry with a bunch of fireballs as this thing enters, a bunch of plasma surrounding these various pieces. The exact location isn't known yet. When the pieces do land, they will not blow up once they hit. They're not bombs, right? They're coming in. It's just like dropping pieces of metal out of the sky, right? You don't want to get hit by one or anything, but the odds of it actually landing on any person at all are very, very low. Far less than 1%, and the odds of it landing on you are 8 billion times less. So nothing to be too concerned about. Native Doll, thank you for the $4.99. Has a question. Once it starts entry, how long will it take to hit Earth? So this depends a little bit on the angle of entry and so forth. But generally, it's anywhere from kind of 5 to 20 minutes, and it really just depends on the angle of entry that it's coming down in. So what happens is, you have a reentry, you start to see plasma, heating up around each piece that's coming down. You get this sort of shower of fireballs. That shower will last for, at least a minute usually for space debris, sometimes a little longer, 2-3 minutes. Once those pieces have slowed down enough and gotten deep into the atmosphere, they will stop glowing, and they enter into a period of what's called dark flight. So they go from this bright fireball meteor type of situation to dark flight, where they're just literally just metal pieces falling. And depending on how large those pieces are, how heavy they are, how large those pieces are, how much aerodynamic drag they have, will then depend on how long it takes them to reach the ground. And so that's why you get this sort of anywhere from 5 to 20 minute range. The very light pieces are going to be closer to 20 minutes. The heavier pieces that fall faster and have a higher terminal velocity could come down as soon as 5 minutes after reentry. Is it possible that it skips off the atmosphere? What would happen? No, it's not going to skip off the atmosphere. It's just gradually getting sort of dragged into it. So sometimes if an object comes in at a certain angle, it can, in particular, a very high speed reentry, it can sometimes glance off the atmosphere, which you're probably thinking of some of the discussions around Apollo, where they had these very, very fast trajectories coming from the moon. And there was some concern that you could have, this kind of deflection effect occur and kind of bounce off the atmosphere. But for this particular object, it's just slowly getting dragged down. So in this sort of situation, there will not be any kind of bounce or skip off the atmosphere. It is coming down one way or another. So did this ever happen before? And the answer is yes, it happens every so often. In fact, a number of years ago, there was a satellite called UARS, and there was a similar sort of situation where they knew the satellite was coming down. It was an old satellite; it wasn't responding anymore, and there was actually kind of very similar concerns over where it was going to come down. It was a fairly big satellite. Would there be any damage on the ground? Ultimately, it came down, and there was no damage. In fact, it actually passed over where I was in San Antonio on one of its final orbits, and actually went out to a hill, brought some binoculars out. It was right around just after sunset, and you could actually see it. It was in a very low orbit. It wasn't glowing from reentry yet, but it was traveling almost directly overhead, and was a very bright satellite. It seemed to be moving very fast because it was so close, so much closer than most other satellites. Edson R. Smith, thank you for the donation. Really appreciate that. That's awesome. Say hello to Brazil. Well, hi, Brazil. If you happen to be there right now, take a look up, and you might be able to see this core stage passing over you. It's close enough to the day-night transition where you might be able to to see it just in orbit. So somebody asking, why does the time change every time? And the answer is, as we get more and more data from the various military radars that track space debris, the information gets refined, and we try to have a more accurate position. As we've been saying over the past couple hours, there's always a couple plus or minus several hour difference on when this thing's going to come in. We don't know the exact time it's going to come in, and so we're just constantly trying to give the latest and greatest information as these orbits get refined. Will there be a warning if it's going to land in a populated area? I'm not aware of any formal process to issue those types of warnings. Basically, if it were to fall, it will fall somewhere along this red ground track over the next several hours. The only warning you would have is if you were outside and you looked up and you saw some bright fireballs kind of approaching you or kind of rising from the horizon up towards you, then that might be kind of a heads up type of situation. But there's no formal warning process, but the odds of it actually impacting a populated area are very low. And then again, even if it does, the odds of it actually hitting someone or injuring somebody are even lower. Andrea, thank you for the super chat. Will we get an early warning if it impacts the US or other countries? And the answer is most likely not. The best thing to do would be to kind of monitor covers like we have going on, where you're looking at the ground track, seeing if that ground track is near you, and just kind of being aware of it. It's nothing to worry about. The odds that it would impact you are very low. Somebody asking, where is it right now? Right now, it is currently passing over Brazil, and you can see on the kind of the left-hand map, you can see where it is located. The red line is the ground track of where it's going to be headed, where it's going to be flying over. And the kind of circular region is the region in which you would be able to actually see it if you were to look up from Brazil right now. Somebody asking, how did it actually make it to orbit? It was the core stage for a rocket that took up the Chinese space station. Chinese are building a new space station. They brought up the first of 3 large modules that are going to be orbiting the Earth for a long time. And so it was the center stage carrying liquid hydrogen and liquid oxygen. It had 4 strap-on boosters that were kerosene and liquid oxygen boosters. And it flew that space station kind of beginning module to orbit. And then for whatever reason, either intentionally or by accident, they were not able to deorbit it in a controlled way. So now it's just kind of coming down on its own. Andrew O, thank you very much for the $20. Friend from Space Hipsters. Well, hey, we sure appreciate that. Cummins Power, thank you for the $5. If any pieces make it to Earth, would they be highly radioactive? Good. The answer is no. Luckily, there is no reason for these pieces to be radioactive. They would not be radioactive. Somebody asking, why are you scary? It will burn up in our atmosphere. And the answer is yes, most of it will burn up in the atmosphere. It will burn, a lot of it will burn up, melt, break up, slow down. So there's definitely nothing to be freaked out about. It's more of an interesting news event than it is a some super hazardous, scary thing. You know, the odds of injury are not zero, but they are very, very low. You know, less than 1% that it hits anyone whatsoever. And then of that, the odds that it hits you are about 1 in 8 billion. So very, very low chance. Here's a question. Does the speed decrease, and by how much when it hits the atmosphere? So yes, the speed will decrease dramatically. When it hits the atmosphere, it'll be at about 17,000 miles an hour. It will then drop to, as it breaks up and slows down, it will actually reach terminal velocity in air for each of the pieces, which is roughly anywhere from 100 miles an hour to 200 miles an hour. Really large pieces could be a little faster than that, but yeah, it will lose. It will lose. 16,800 miles an hour at least. So it's gonna. Most of that energy is going right into the atmosphere as plasma, heat, and breaking up these various pieces. So continuing to scroll down through this, what's the actual speed of the rocket? It's roughly around 17,000 miles an hour. I don't have the exact velocity in front of me. So just scrolling down to the latest questions here. Do you think it's going to go into the sea? The answer is most likely. Most of the Earth's surface is water. So, Raina, thank you for the $4.99. She says, I've been having panic attacks all day. I'm in Wisconsin. Can you please bring me some peace of mind? Yeah, so definitely no reason to panic or worry about this whatsoever. It is looking less likely. I think on the latest update we saw that it makes it to the United States. It's always possible, but it's very far more likely that it's going to end up in the ocean somewhere. Your odds of any one person getting or any human whatsoever at all getting any kind of injury from this are less than 1%, and the odds of you in particular being the one who catches that lottery are 8 billion times less. So really nothing to worry about. Be much more worried about just a normal hazard of living, right? Driving down the street or crossing the street or slipping in your kitchen, right? Are far more significant hazards than actually being injured by this thing. So this is more of an interesting science event than it is a huge threat. So continuing to look through these messages here, always interesting. Are you sure about that? Yes, the odds of being injured are very, very low. The rocket is not radioactive. Oh, thank you, Nova Radio RO for the chat. Why does the altitude vary so much? The high, low, high. Yeah, and the answer is, as any object orbits the Earth, it's not a perfect circle. There's a high part of the orbit and a low part, an apogee and a perigee, also referred to as an apoapsis or a periapsis. High part of the orbit, a low part of the orbit. Every 90 minutes or so, this object goes around the Earth. And so each of those 90-minute orbits, there's a high portion and a low portion. So at any given moment, it's either rising towards the high portion of the orbit or it's falling towards the low portion of the orbit. So it's normal to see the altitude go up, go down, go up, go down, go up, go down. And indeed, it will continue to do so until finally it only goes down. Edson R. Schmidt, thank you again for the chat. Says, I'm located at south of Brazil, a trajectory change, maybe I can see. So one thing about orbits is that the trajectory, at least the ground track, is fairly well understood. And so as of right now, it's not going to suddenly veer south or anything. It's going to continue moving along this red line. And that's the one thing that we can predict with very high accuracy, is that the ground track, over where it's passing over is going to be pretty well known. Salvatore Gianquito, hopefully I said your name right. Will it pass central Italy in this current orbit? And so it looks like, kind of taking an eye on this thing here, it looks like it actually will pass Italy on its current orbit. So we'll be able to see that ground track a little bit better as it as it gets closer, it looks like it's going to go over, go over Morocco. And then it does appear that it's going to go across the boot of Italy, from what I can see. So not a bad idea if you're there to, go take a look as it gets closer. And as it does pass over, pass over Italy or pass over any of these areas on the ground, anywhere within that sort of circular region is an area where you might be able to see it from the ground. So again, if you're on the outer edge of the circle, it would be very low on the horizon for you. If you're dead underneath it, you would be looking straight up. And if you're somewhere in between, you'd be looking at roughly 45 degrees up, about halfway between straight up and the horizon. So I just got an update that the new window for reentry is somewhere between 9:04 p.m. Eastern Time to 11:04 p.m. Eastern Time. So this, you can tell this estimated time to reentry continues to change as we get more and more data. Sometimes it goes one way a little bit, sometimes it goes the other way a little bit, but that's the current thinking. Mustard Popcorn, thank you for the chat, super chat. Always appreciate it. Has anyone been able to sell recovered space debris on eBay? I do recall seeing pieces periodically sold. There's always kind of sometimes a little bit fuzzy legality to doing that, but they do appear on eBay from time to time, and there's definitely a pretty neat memorabilia aspect to that kind of stuff when you can get it. So Alyssa Giron, thank you very much for the $5 chat. Why did the estimated time for reentry change? And not to add into panic, but out of curiosity, what would happen if it hits land? Yeah, great questions. Thank you very much. So the estimated time for reentry is constantly being updated based on data from, there's a radar network that's operated called the Space Surveillance Network that's operated by the US military and other militaries to keep track of where debris is in orbit. And so as new data from that comes in, it gets fed through a number of different commercial companies that do analysis to try to predict the reentry time. So it changes as we get more and better data, it just changes. And we try to provide the latest information out to you. And not to add on to panic, but out of curiosity, what would happen if it hits land? So odds are most land is still empty, right? You drive down, you drive across your country. Most of the time, there's nothing. There's between cities and towns, there's a lot of empty space and farmland. Even within a city, most of the time there's empty space. So odds are, if it hits land, nothing happens. But there are a number of pieces that will end up landing from this, and they will they'll be traveling at a terminal velocity, somewhere between 100 and 200 miles an hour. And so it's like anything. If you were to drop a heavy piece of metal out of an airplane, you definitely don't want to get hit by it. But odds are it lands harmlessly and nobody gets hurt. So some more chats here. Fractal, thank you for the $5. He says China is so irresponsible with their rocket launches. This has happened many times. So I will say this with China. China does have more of a habit of dropping stages, sometimes on near villages that they have as they launch rockets. It's like anything. There's a different culture and a different propensity for how much risk they're willing to put people through. It is better, if you can, to try to deorbit these pieces so you don't have these uncontrolled reentries. If for nothing else, not to make people worry, right? And I do hope in the future that we see more intentional deorbiting take place instead of just kind of letting it drop wherever. I-24 IZ only, thank you very much for the chat. Is it on pace to hit the United States? I'm not ready for my test until Monday. So there is a slight chance it could make it to the United States. I think in the latest estimates, it's less likely to be in North America. I think it would have to stay in space till kind of early in the morning, kind of 2 a.m. to 6 a.m. time period. So unfortunately, your best option is probably going to be to study for that test. Thank you for Sarah Rodriguez. Thank you for the chat. Thank you for the coverage. You are an excellent host. Have you thought of making YouTube videos explaining things related to space? I really do appreciate hearing that. Who knows? Maybe at some point I might do some. Amasha Shah Roki, thank you very much for the $10. He says, fun fact, it's the same thing with tornadoes. They don't just avoid big cities. Common myth I've heard. There's just way more open land that gets hit, often more than major cities. Happy face. And that is absolutely dead on. Kind of funny story. I actually do some tornado chasing as well. And I've gone and seen 3 tornadoes so far. And lucky, just by total by total luck, most of the time, there's so much space out there that's open farmland, fields, unowned land, government-owned land. There's just a ton of empty space out there, and people are kind of protected by not being everywhere, and so that's a good thing. Let's see here. Masha Sharoki, thank you for the $5. Alyssa Gyron, thank you for the $5. Missouri, thank you for the $4.99. Is there anyone on the rocket? So this is an empty core stage from the Long March 5B that carried the unoccupied Chinese space station to orbit. There is nobody on the rocket, so no hazard to anybody on the rocket. Luna R, thank you for the $4.99 as well. If it does hit land and in a big city, what do you think the damage would be? So it depends on the size of the pieces. If a piece is very light, let's say 1 or 2 pounds, then most likely it just lands harmlessly on a roof, right? Even if it lands on a house, it just lands on the roof, clunk. That's the damage, clunk. Maybe it makes a little dent in the roof. As pieces get larger, they could start to kind of going through the ceiling. And if it lands on a car or something, it could cause some damage on the ground. But it's not going to land and then explode like a bomb or anything. It's not like a movie scenario. It's more like you can think of it as dropping a piece of metal out of an airplane. You definitely don't want to have anything you own underneath the piece of metal that's falling. But the damage would most likely be minimal. So that's a good thing. So thank you very much for that question. So continue to scroll through here for questions. Obviously, if you have you want a question answered right away, feel free to drop a super chat. We really appreciate the support, and we'll get to it kind of sooner. Going to just kind of scroll through some other questions going on here. And as you can see from just a quick update, you can see from the ground track, this core stage is getting ready to pass over Morocco and kind of the northwestern portion of Africa. And then after that, we'll be passing over to Italy. Now, it does not mean it's going to necessarily come down on any of those areas, but it just means that it's going to be passing overhead in orbit. And of course, you certainly couldn't rule out an entry even a little bit early. You just never know. What do the red dots stand for? So these are just various kind of ground locations. They're basically ground to air observation sites. Would planes flying across the reentry zone be notified by air traffic control? So as of right now, I'm not aware of what the procedures would be for that. If you were flying an airplane near this ground track, sometimes countries will issue NOTAMs or notice to airmen that, hey, there could be a reentry somewhere along this point. I'm not sure if there's a formal process to notify planes. It certainly would probably be a good idea too, just in case. Very low chance of a problem, but better be safe than sorry, right? Delaney Bus, thank you for the $5. Here me put let's place bets. What do you think it will land based on how fast it is? Oh boy, so I really don't know. It's anybody's guess. I will say this: it will land somewhere along or very close to the red ground track over time. But I certainly don't claim to know exactly where it would land. My bet would be on the ocean, right? Just statistically covering more ground. What is the reason for the failure? So it's not really clear yet. There was some kind of odd translation situation going on during the Chinese webcast. It's not clear if the Chinese intended to deorbit the rocket and failed, had some sort of technical issue that maybe prevented the core stage from restarting again and deorbiting safely, or whether they just didn't try to deorbit it. I haven't seen kind of definitive answer on that either way. You'd hope in the future that this won't happen again, right? And that there will be kind of better planning, or better implementation so that this doesn't happen again. But I don't know is the answer, and I do hope that over time, the Chinese government makes an effort so that people don't have to worry about these sorts of situations. Soliton 1961 said, "Thank you for the $5." Says, "Thank you for the interesting commentary." Well, thank you. I really appreciate the support. Every little bit helps when we're covering these sorts of situations, whether it's space launches that are also covered on this channel and landings. We cover a lot of the Starship launches and landings here on this channel. And it's exciting to talk about this interesting event in space that's going on right now. What is the estimated time of hitting the ground? Is this session going live? If yes, estimated time on the screen is valid. Yeah, so the estimated time on the screen is the best estimate right now that we have as to when it could re-enter. Now, this has some uncertainty. It could re-enter sooner. It could re-enter later. This rocket stage is tumbling about 12 times every minute, end over end. And in fact, if you were to see this, even just lit up by the sun right now, you might see the brightness vary. It may kind of get brighter, then get dimmer, then get brighter, then get dimmer as it's tumbling end over end. But because of all these factors, it's very difficult to have the exact time of reentry. This is sort of the best guess right now of what's going on. And how will we know when it's landed? At a certain point, there'll be a radar update where it's no longer on the radar and it'll be missing, right? And that will tell us definitively that, okay, it's gone, it must have re-entered. And based on the ground track of where that is, where that was predicted to pass, and when between the two updates, we would know that, okay, between this area and this area is likely to re-entered. But the fastest way we probably know is actually somebody jumps on Twitter or jumps on live chat here or jumps, and lets us know that, hey, look, I have video of it re-entering. Or pictures of a re-entering. That would be the kind of the quickest way for us to know what's going on. So just kind of scrolling through questions here. But yeah, the important part to remember with any of this is definitely nothing to worry about. Don't lose any sleep over this. Don't stress out over it. The odds that that it would be a problem for you as a person are just so tiny that it's almost unbelievable. Far more likely to get hit by lightning or slip going to the sink to get a glass of water or something like that. Far bigger hazard. So worry more about those things would be my advice. So as you can see from the ground track, it's currently passing over kind of northern Algeria right now. Going to be going over the Mediterranean Sea, and they're going to then be passing over the southern tip of Italy before entering over Greece. Now, not necessarily re-entering in any of those places, but if you happen to be in those places, go outside, take a look, see if you see anything exciting. If you do happen to see it, it would be quite a show, a bunch of fireballs if it is re-entering. Otherwise, you may or may not be able to see anything. It's pretty dark skies right now. Humpy, thank you for the donation. Is this passing over the Suez Canal, and would any of the debris be large enough to block it? So it is not going to be passing over the Suez Canal, at least not on this orbit. And the pieces are not going to be that large. So the largest, this whole core stage of this Long March 5B rocket is about 100 feet, from end to end, and it's roughly about 16 feet wide. Now, the pieces that land will not even be anywhere near that size because they're going to break up and slow down as they re-enter the atmosphere. And so definitely no threat to the Suez Canal or any other canal for that matter. So that's a good thing. X Black Mermaid X, thank you very much for the donation. Is it possible they attached a bomb and ready for World War III? What are the chances? LOL, I'm stressed. So no chances of a bomb being on there. If there was a bomb on there, the reentry forces and high temperatures of the plasma would likely detonate it safely high in the atmosphere. But I don't think anybody's looking to start a war here. Just like anything, you launch the space station up, which in this case the Chinese did, and this is just sort of the vehicle that put it up there. And so it's certainly not a World War III situation. Fortunately, everything's good. Here's a question from Vonnie. Does China know where it will hit? And the answer is China does not know either. China is working with the same sorts of data. They have their own, radars that they use. They probably also, to some degree, share or borrow some data from the U.S. Publicly released radar data about where this thing is. They don't know where it's going to land any better than we do, and that's just due to the uncertainty over how much expanded the Earth's atmosphere is. It varies based on day and night. It varies based on the current space weather environment, and also you have this stage that's tumbling. So it's very difficult to simulate precisely where this thing is going to come down. You can only kind of get a best guess based on what the radar data is. So here's an update from somebody near Barcelona. Says, I'm not able to see anything from Barcelona, so no reentry at the moment. Thank you for that live update there. And of course, for those wondering, anywhere within that kind of gray disk that you're looking at would be potential place where you could see this thing if it was reentering. If you were on the edge of the disk, you would see this reentering way on the very low horizon. If you're in the center of the disk, it would be dead overhead, reentering above you. And if you're anywhere kind of in between the middle, it would be maybe halfway up, roughly, just depending on how far you are from the edge of the disk, from the center of where this thing is. Poopy Parker 2515, thank you for the donation. Really appreciate it. The red dots represent ground-to-air observation sites. So that's the meaning of the red dots that you're looking at it. And just got an update. We're going to get another commentator jumping on with me here for a bit. So appreciate that. Karaoke Vic, thank you for the $5 donation. Do you think this will hit Elon when he is on SNL talking about Dogecoin? I don't think so. It's looking more and more likely that the reentry will be, a little bit earlier than before it gets to the United States. So I don't think we're going to have an interruption to Elon's SNL broadcast. So good news there. Here's a question: how far up is it flying? So this varies depending on whether it's at the high point or the low point of the orbit. Currently, I'm seeing an altitude of 200.9 kilometers. But this varies. This will go up and down as this object orbits the Earth every 90 minutes. There's a high point in orbit called apoapsis, a low point in orbit called periapsis, also called apogee or perigee. And even in normal orbit for normal satellites, you have a high point and a low point to the orbit. Somebody asked, is this the largest segment launched towards the space station? So this is actually not part of the International Space Station. This is actually a Chinese specific space station that was launched by this core stage. And what we're going to see re-enter here in the next couple of hours is the core stage. Basically the launch vehicle that actually carried out this part of the Chinese space station. The actual Chinese space station module that got launched is the first of at least 3 large modules that will ultimately be joined together, and then Chinese taikonauts will inhabit this space station for at least the next couple of years, is my understanding. Question: can it kill people? Very, very, very unlikely to kill anybody. It'd be kind of like getting struck by lightning, right? And this is a similar sort of situation to that, where, number one, it has to land over land. Number two, it has to land somewhere, over where there's people. And they really just have to have terrible luck. It's kind of like anything. You can get killed even by a meteor from space, which, they occasionally fall. So it's very, very unlikely that anybody gets killed from this or injured or hit. Odds are this thing comes down. It makes a light show that maybe somebody's able to see or record, but very unlikely to cause any injuries. PPPPOO, thank you very much for the donation. Appreciate it. Monica Swan, thank you for the $5. She says, thank you for your service. Well, thank you for helping support the work that we do here. Definitely appreciate that. So here's a question. Is this developed highly tech world? Why are we not able to destroy it before it hits the ground? Any such devices available in the first place? So the answer is yes, there are anti-satellite missiles that a number of countries have. I think the US has them. I think China has them. I believe India may have them as well. Perhaps a few other nations. The answer is you don't want to shoot it down while it's in space, because when it explodes, some of those pieces actually, most of them re-enter, but some of them actually go to a higher orbit where they can pose a potential threat to astronauts, either flying on Crew Dragon or flying on Soyuz or flying on the International Space Station, or also damage other satellites. So in order to prevent the problem of space debris from actually getting worse, you really don't want to shoot them down. And there's kind of a calculation that goes into this. The military looks at it and says, well, what's the actual odds that somebody gets hurt? And the odds are so low that any one person gets hurt at all, and even lower that it ends up actually being a threat to your country. That there's just really no reason, to create a threat for astronauts in space or other satellites by shooting it down. Yvette Lawrence, thank you for the $4.99. Asks, what is the altitude at re-entry? And the answer is the altitude of re-entry. Generally, the answer is it varies. Generally, the entry interface is around, 50 miles high. But it's a little bit of a fuzzy distinction. So continuing to kind of monitor the situation, currently basically the core stage is really getting close to Turkmenistan. It will then pass over Afghanistan, Pakistan, and over the Himalayas, almost directly over the Himalayas, Nepal. So very interesting trajectory. I'm just reading an update here. Okay, nothing too crazy there. So basically, here's what we know at this point. We know that this core stage will re-enter somewhere along the red ground track, either right at it or adjacent to it. We don't know yet exactly when it's going to come down. There's an estimate of it being about 2 hours until re-entry. There's can always come down a little bit sooner or a little bit later. We don't really know exactly when it's going to come down. Everyday Fools, thank you for the $19.99 donation. Really appreciate that. He says, "Buy safe BTC, everyone." So really appreciate that donation there. Jess S, thank you for the $4.99. Says, "Sorry if this was asked already, but what are the red dots on the map?" Yeah, so the red dots on the map are basically ground observation stations. So no huge significance to what's going on, just places where people are likely to observe it. And so how will we know when this thing re-enters? At some point when there's a radar update, we will no longer see, we will no longer basically see, it on the radar anymore, and that will tell us that it has come down. More likely, if it does happen to go down over land, we might see some stuff on social media. We might see some pictures or some videos of it, a bunch of fireballs coming down, and that would be the indication that it has come down. Masha Sharoki, hopefully I said your name correctly. Thank you very much for the $5. He says, so once it re-enters, it's going to slow down a lot and fall within 5 to 20 minutes. So where it re-enters, it will be close to the area that it falls in. The answer is yes. So it's going to go through this rapid deceleration from roughly 17,000 miles an hour down to roughly 1 to 200 miles an hour over a kind of a 5 to 20 minute period. So from the moment it re-enters, those pieces will likely end up somewhere along or near the ground track. A lot of it depends on which way the local winds are blowing at different altitudes, whether it's falling through a jet stream or not. Sometimes jet streams can be 1 to 300 miles an hour, right? So if it happens to fall down through a jet stream, it can move some of the pieces, in particular the lighter pieces, a lot further than the heavier pieces. But at some point, when it comes down, it will be somewhere, it will create a strewn field, kind of an elliptical shaped ellipse on the ground, with the heaviest pieces furthest along the red line and the lighter pieces kind of not as far along the red line. And depending on the local winds, the distribution of those pieces will really be dependent on those factors. And it makes sense. The heavier pieces are going to keep more of the speed longer and travel further downrange than the lighter pieces, which are going to kind of slow down faster and kind of fall closer to the reentry point where it starts to reenter. Zoro Roanoa, thank you very much for the donation. Says the rocket will fall in Brazil. Well, we don't know that, but who knows? We'll see what happens here. Somebody asking, are there astronauts inside? If so, how many? Fortunately, this is an uncontrolled re-entry, so there are no astronauts on board. Everyone is safe. Nobody's in any imminent harm at this point on this stage. And for those of you who are wondering, what is this thing? It is basically the core stage of a Long March 5 rocket that is basically in orbit around the Earth right now, and is gradually being pulled in by the atmosphere. With every orbit it takes, it's seeing more and more drag, and it gets lower and lower in orbit. Somebody's saying, please fall in the water. Yep, that's the hope. That's the safest possible outcome, is that all the pieces just end up in the ocean and ends up being an artificial reef. Here's a good question. Sam says, can anyone explain to me how an asteroid can be so destructive, but this 20-ton rocket will cost so little? I'm genuinely curious. Yeah, a lot has to do with the fact that that this is a much lower speed. So typically, when you have asteroids or meteorites come in, they're traveling 20,000 to 40,000 miles an hour, sometimes up to 60,000 miles an hour, whereas this current speed is at 17,000 miles an hour. The other thing is that even though this is a big object, it's around 22 tons or so, it's a very large object. So it's about 100 feet long, about 16 feet across. So it doesn't have a lot of weight in proportion to its size. So all things equal, it will slow down a lot more than a dense asteroid or meteorite that's coming in at far higher speed. And the amount of energy in any object that's moving is kind of determined by a physics equation. And it's called the kinetic energy equation. And it basically, the amount of energy in it is equal to 1/2 the mass of the object times the velocity squared. So when you have these asteroids come in, it seems like, well, they're only maybe twice as fast, right? If it's at 40,000 miles an hour. But the actual amount of energy is 4 times as great. So twice the amount of speed, 4 times the amount of energy. So that's why often these objects can carry a lot more energy than something of similar mass that's a rocket stage. So denser object, higher speed to begin with, and even so, most asteroids and meteorites that come in break up, slow down, and enter into dark flight, just like this rocket stage will. So it takes a really, really big object to actually come in and cause significant damage, way more than 20 tons or so. Often these objects that actually cause damage, way more than that. USRB1N, thank you very much for the donation. Says, next pass will be approximately over my home. Skies are clear. Do I have any chance to spot it without any other equipment? So the answer is yes. If it's getting close to your home, go outside, try to take a look, and you may actually see something. Especially if it does happen to re-enter, you would see a bunch of fireballs. If not, and if it's still night where you are, I don't know exactly where you are, but if it is still night where you are, and if it's near the day-night terminator, you might be able to actually see it just as a satellite, just as a bright object, looks like a star, kind of, smoothly moving through the night sky. So yeah, definitely take a look. Just kind of reading some updates here. One moment. Okay, just get an update there. Looks like another commenter will be joining us a little bit later here. So once again, Everyday Fools, thank you for the chat. It says, bye, safe BTC, everyone. So here's a question: can it hit some aircraft? There's always a chance of that. Now, as I kind of mentioned earlier, you'd hope that the local, airspace authorities would issue something called a NOTAM, or a notice to airmen, that would say, hey, look, just FYI, you're along the ground track for this thing. We don't know where that's going to re-enter or not, but I don't know how formal that process is. Sometimes regulatory agencies are not the fastest to react to this sort of situation, so I don't know that that's being done. I would hope so. Certainly, if I were flying an airplane along this ground track, I'd probably, get off a little to the side of it and be safe. Brian Smith, thank you for the $5 chat. What is that recent footage from? Is it already burning in our atmosphere? So I'm taking a look at what the recent footage is showing. So I don't believe it has entered yet. This is footage just of it passing overhead as a satellite. So right now, this object is as viewable just as any other satellite is. If it happens to be in orbit near the day-night terminator, where it's night on the ground, but it's maybe day up where it is, it can shine fairly brightly, and you can see it looking like a moving star through the sky, just kind of gliding through the sky. Ashley W., thank you for the donation. She asked, will this cause Leo Paul's grief? Thanks. I'm not sure what Leo Paul's grief is. The odds of this causing any injury on the ground is very, very low. This is more of a kind of a science and news curiosity than anything. Hopefully it doesn't cause any kind of grief. I'll have to look up what Leo Paul's grief is. That's interesting. Delaney Boos, thank you for the $5. Asks, if it re-entered near where we live, would it help us to hide in the house or evacuate? So if it did re-enter where you were, while it's burning, while you're looking up and you're seeing pieces that are fireballs, you're fairly safe at that moment. When those pieces start to kind of burn out, it's not the worst idea to go inside, just as an extra precaution. If you were in a house, obviously it's safer to have something over you than nothing over you, right? But no need to evacuate, no need to panic. As I described earlier, I was kind of discussing what it would look like if it actually was going to hit you. And what you would see is you'd actually see these burning fireball pieces rising in the sky, from the ground, kind of up towards, vertical from where you are. And then you'd see them actually go out almost dead overhead. And that's what happens when you go from kind of the fiery reentry type of flight to what's called dark flight, where the pieces are just falling as metal pieces. They're no longer creating plasma or burning or anything, and they're just falling. And so if you happen to see that sort of situation where the fireball rises and goes out almost dead overhead, not the worst idea to get inside. I'd probably walk inside. I wouldn't panic or anything. And you might also kind of listen if you hear any kind of sonic booms or any thunder-like sounds. Might be an indication that the pieces could be kind of approaching you. But no need to panic. No need to worry too much. Just take reasonable precautions. No need to evacuate, anything like that. Rafael Dominguez, thank you very much for the donation. Asked, what went wrong? What was supposed to happen to the module? Kudos from Brazil. Well, thank you very much. Well, basically, this is the core stage of a Long March 5B rocket that was carrying up the Chinese first module for their new space station. And it is a liquid hydrogen and liquid oxygen stage. Those are the fuel and the oxidizers. It also had 4 outer boosters, which were kerosene and liquid oxygen. As this thing lifted off from China on the way to orbit, all those stages burned. It dropped off the boosters, and then the hydrogen and oxygen stage pushed the space station to orbit. It then separated, so the space station could kind of fly away on its own. And normally, what a lot of countries do is they will intentionally deorbit the space, intentionally deorbit the upper stage, or in this case, the boost stage, to bring it down safely over the ocean. And for whatever reason, either the Chinese chose not to do it, or if there was perhaps a technical issue that prevented them from doing it. And so now we have this thing that's going to kind of come down on its own. So that's the best information we have about what's occurred. Obviously, if we hear anything more to update you on that, we will. Kay Andrews, thank you for the $5 donation. Can you explain how the orbit disproves a flat Earth? Yes. So yeah, the Earth is a globe. And the way orbit works is you shoot something up, first of all, you get out of the dense atmosphere and you get out into space. And if you're traveling along an Earth that is spherical, like the Earth is, and if you get that object traveling, basically sideways enough from where it launched from, the rate at which it falls, because any object in orbit is still falling. People think that gravity is less in space. It's only, percent or so less than it is on the ground. But if you're moving fast in a sideways direction, as the Earth curves away from you, as you're moving sideways under you, and you're falling at that same rate, you're considered to be in orbit. And so every 90 minutes, this object goes around the Earth. And if you're on the ground and you see this object go overhead, it may not come like directly overhead of you in 90 minutes, but it will be still overhead of you in 90 minutes. So if the Earth was flat, that simply wouldn't work. It couldn't happen. So that's one way you disprove flat Earth. The other thing is, even during a lunar eclipse where you have the Earth's shadow hitting the moon, you'll notice that shadow was actually curved. It's not a flat line or anything like it would be if the Earth was flat. So Earth is definitely spherical. Jay in Atlanta, thank you for the $10. Says, you're doing a great job giving all this information over the course of many hours today. Thank you very much. A fascinating event to track live, and look forward to seeing what happens on reentry along with you. Well, thank you very much. It's going to be interesting to see where this thing ultimately comes down, and what we learn, to see what happens. So just kind of reading through more of the chats here. Der Florianator, thank you very much for the £2 or €2. Which website do you use for tracking? So this data comes from a couple different places. There are basically these Air Force space surveillance radars. There's a number of places where you can go and try to get information about this. If you're looking for passes overhead, you can go to a website called heavens-above.com, and I know that they're a free website that allows you to track different objects. But typically what happens is the raw data comes in from the Air Force. It then goes to a number of different kind of commercial sites and groups that do, companies that do simulation to try to predict reentry. And then that information is ultimately disseminated, and that's how we end up getting to display it here. Brenda M., thank you for the $5. She says, watching from Texas, and my friend is watching from Iowa. Thank you for the live stream and answering our questions. Well, you're very welcome, Brenda, and I am actually in Texas as well. I'm in San Antonio. And I often go down to the Boca Chica launch site, where SpaceX is working on their whole Mars Starship program, which has been very exciting to see those things launch and land, and it was exciting to see the first successful landing of that the other day, where the rocket ultimately survived. Jay Risey, thank you for the $5. Asks, can you compare the Space Lab to this rocket and the potential debris disbursement? Thanks for being online. Well, thank you very much. My understanding was that the Space Lab, or the Star Lab, was actually significantly higher in mass, and I'm actually going to look that up for you as we wait here. So Space Lab. Just looking for the mass estimate on that. Let's see if it says here. Yeah, so I'll have to get back to you on that. I actually don't know the immediate mass, comparing these objects. But debris disbursement, really just depends on how massive certain parts are compared to the others. So, for instance, for this Chinese, this Chinese stage, it's likely the heaviest parts will probably be the engines. So the engines will probably make it furthest along the ground track, whereas the lighter portions of, say, the fuel tanks that break apart will likely not make it down as far. And there could be a significant difference. In physics, there's something called ballistic coefficient, and it's basically relating to the cross-sectional area, or the drag that an object makes to its mass. So objects that have a lot of mass and little drag are going to move a lot further than objects that have a lot of drag and little mass. And so depending on everything that goes on there, that's what we would kind of expect, is probably the engines to kind of go furthest and be the heaviest, and the pieces that probably stay together the best as well, because they're rocket engines, so they're designed to handle a lot of heat and without melting as much. And so I would expect the engines to go kind of furthest downrange, and then other heavier parts of the rocket, piping perhaps, objects like that to go further than say the edges of the fuel tanks. Also, if there are any kind of smaller tanks, those might end up going kind of further as well. That sort of thing. Atlanta Sports, thank you for the $4.99. Says, please land in Israel for their current acts. Well, we're not going to get into politics here, but what I hope is that it lands in a place that that nobody gets hurt, nobody gets injured. So looking through more questions here. Why 2 hours? So this is basically an estimate based on the latest Air Force space surveillance radar estimates. Militaries around the world have radars that look into space. They point out at the sky at all hours of the day. They send out a radar signal, and like all other forms of radar, they get a return from any objects that reflect out in space that basically tell you the position, tell you the speed and the direction that they're moving. So you end up getting this 3D view of all the tens of thousands of objects that are out in orbit. These are very powerful radars. They try to show, based on that information, that information gets fed into companies that have their own software that do estimates for reentry. But ultimately, it's a best guess. It could reenter early. It could reenter now. It could reenter a few hours after the estimate, or it could reenter right at the estimate. But it's sort of just the best guess at where this thing could end up coming down. Grevin, thank you very much for the donation. Will it affect Sweden or Scandinavia? So I'll have to look at that for you, to look at the ground tracks to see if that is in the hazard zone. I don't, off the top of my head, remember it being in the hazard zone, but it's a possibility. I'll have to take a look at it. The short answer is, as this orbital data gets more and more refined, and as we get closer and closer to entry, we'll be able to give a better estimate of where this thing is going to land. Aunt Margot, thank you very much for the donation as well. That's very, very helpful in keeping us doing what the work that we do to keep this place going. Really appreciate it. Just to kind of summarize right now, this core stage is currently going over the kind of the southern end of the Philippine Sea, the Celebes Sea. It's going to be passing over Australia shortly, and what you're looking at here is the rocket that's shown here is the core stage of the Long March 5B rocket that carried the Chinese space station to orbit. The red line indicates the ground track of where the object is going to be passing over. So, anywhere along that ground track at this point, as we start getting closer and closer to the estimated reentry, could be a place where if this passes over you and you look up, keep an eye on the sky, see if you see anything. If you do start to see fireballs in the sky, usually these space debris reentries are visible for, a minute or two. They're a little bit slower than like a meteor you would see, which would be only a few seconds. So if you do see something like this, you can pull out your camera and, try to get some footage of it. So as always, we're kind of just going through the chat and looking at, answering questions as we see them come up. Obviously, if you have a question you want to have answered right away, feel free to leave a super chat. It helps support us, and we tend to get to those sooner. So really, really appreciate it. So just a couple people as you go through here, you see them saying they're scared. Well, no reason to be scared. The odds of any human being injured by this are estimated at less than 1%. And the odds of that human happens to be you is about 8 billion times smaller. So very, very low chance, that this thing would be, cause any injuries. USRB1N, thank you for the donation. Message super chat says, people seem to be very worried about the impact. I think this would be similar to a small plane crash. You probably won't notice it a few miles away. And that's exactly right. It's you have this dramatic reentry, with fireballs that are glowing and pieces, spark-looking objects flying off the fireballs. But the reality is, once that goes into dark flight, the actual landing of pieces is just like you mentioned, a plane crash. It's pieces of metal that are falling out of the sky. It's dramatic if it happens to land near you, right? probably a little bit scary if it lands near you, but the odds that it actually lands on land at all are very low. Only about 25% chance that happens. And then the odds that it happens to be near you are very, very low as well. But it'd be pieces of metal falling out of the sky. The smaller pieces wouldn't even go through a roof. It's only the really large pieces that would really pose any hazard. So probably like leftover pieces of the engines or things like that. But most of the time, even in a city, most of the spaces, yards, it's roofs, rooftops, it's things that it's very unlikely to actually hit you and cause any kind of any issue there. Kay Andrews, thank you for the chat. What are the chances of it exploding like the Tunguska meteor over Siberia in the early 1900s? So the good news is this is nowhere near the mass of that Tunguska meteor. So there will not be some massive blast event that will occur from a result of this. This will be an event where you look up, you see some fireballs. Eventually they go out, you go into dark flight, and then you have a few pieces landing on the ground, a few metal pieces, much like somebody opened up an airplane window and or airplane door and threw out some pieces. It's not it's not going to be an explosion on the ground type of situation. It's just going to be some pieces of metal falling out of the sky. And even so, the odds of it actually causing any kind of a problem for anybody on the ground are very low. But thank you for the chat. So continuing to scroll through here. Frank Langsfield, thank you very much for the donation. That's awesome. Says, awesome host, thank you for sharing. Well, I really appreciate that. I'm happy to help and kind of talk through this. It's an interesting scientific and engineering type event that's going on. One of these kind of man-made reentries. And quite interestingly, periodically there are kind of undetected reentries that occur. So every now and then people will be looking up at the sky and they'll look and they'll see a piece of man-made space debris reenter, and they'll see a nice show of fireballs and sparks and everything. And sometimes not all pieces are even tracked. Sometimes you get some of the smaller pieces that just reenter kind of randomly, and people will look up and see them and film them. And it's always dramatic, but it's mostly it's mostly a great fireworks show. So just a few general questions. Why do the hours change? As the orbit gets more and more refined, you'll see this clock all the way up until we know that if this thing is down, you'll see this clock change. Somebody asking, hi there, will a tsunami occur? I mean, what if the impact is in the ocean? So the good news is, this is not, as this thing reenters, it will break up, it will slow down, and there will not be a tsunami as a result of it hitting the ocean. It doesn't have enough energy, it doesn't have enough mass, and it will likely be in many separate pieces. So there will not be there's a giant tsunami maker or any tsunami maker at all. If it falls in the ocean, nobody will even notice. Thank you. Yeah, rocket science is always interesting. It's kind of at the extreme of what humans do. We're this species here on Earth, and we're kind of pushing the edge of technology often when we're talking about rockets. And thank you very much for the chat, Amanda Burks. Thanks for the $5. Has a question. Says, have they learned anything to prevent this from happening again? I have not been following long, so not as up to date. Thank you. Happy face. Well, appreciate it, Amanda. So the answer is, most space agencies are very careful about deorbiting their rockets, but sometimes things do go wrong. So, any launch by NASA, any launch by SpaceX or United Launch Alliance or the European Space Agency, or even the Japanese Space Agency, they will launch these rockets. And then, they'll deliver their satellite or payload to orbit. And then whatever the upper stage of that rocket is, they will often turn it, back so that the rocket ends facing the opposite direction. And they'll fire the engines enough so that you have a controlled reentry that occurs usually over the Pacific Ocean. So kind of the standard for doing things, how you do things safely and responsibly, is to always deorbit, the rocket whenever you can. Now, for this particular Chinese rocket, that didn't happen for some reason. We still don't know whether that was intentional. They just didn't have enough fuel to do it, or whether they tried to and maybe had a technical issue that they ran into. Even among established space companies, sometimes that happens. As I mentioned kind of earlier, a couple hours ago, there was a couple weeks back, actually, there was a Falcon 9 upper stage that they tried to deorbit, and for whatever reason had a technical issue. It didn't happen. And so it actually re-entered over the northwestern part of the United States. And a few pieces made it to the ground and were ultimately recovered. Nobody was injured. But the standard for how you do space safely is to deorbit whenever you can. So hopefully, lessons will be learned from this. It'd be nice to see, this doesn't happen again. Kay Andrews, thank you for the donation. How does it feel to be a vessel of scientific education for the public? It feels good. I've always been, I'm an engineer and, scientist as well. And it's always great when you can, study something over a period of many years and then try to share your knowledge with the public. I think it's great. And, if there's one thing I want people to get out of this is it's not anything to be scared of or to panic about or worry about. You're far more likely to trip and fall going to the bathroom than you are to, get injured from a piece of metal from this. But it is a curiosity. It has a little bit of that sort of lottery-like feel, like, where is this going to come down? And it makes people kind of worry more than they should. So it's just good to be able to kind of share some of this information and hopefully educate some people. So. Clean 937 Samuel, thank you very much for the donation. I appreciate it. And USRB 1N, thank you, and welcome to cabin crew. Appreciate it. So every now and then it looks like the tracker freezes. It actually isn't freezing. At this point, the upper stage is moving off the coast of Australia. Next up is the new area around New Zealand. So it looks like the ground track is going to pass over northern New Zealand. For anybody who's wondering, those red dots are simply observation sites where people are kind of keeping an eye out for this. But that's the meaning of the red dots there. Somebody asking, will it land peacefully? I hope so. I hope it just lands peacefully in the ocean somewhere, and it isn't a threat to anybody. And if it does land on land, hopefully it lands in a field somewhere, and then people can go and find the pieces and get a bunch of pictures. Maybe put some in museums. So that would be, it's definitely a good science education opportunity, I think, when this kind of thing occurs. So hopefully everything stays safe. One of the questions, what's the damage it will cause most likely if it lands on land? Well, most likely it will just make a little pit. If it's just if it's in a field somewhere, it just makes a little pit where it lands in. And, if it lands on a roof, if it's a small piece, it won't even go through the roof. If it's a big piece, it could go through the roof to some degree. Obviously, if it lands on a car or anything, it's going to damage the car. But as we were talking about earlier, as has happened with history, meteors and other events, the car often gets more valuable having been hit by a meteor or being hit by a piece of space debris. So it might be kind of a lottery situation as long as nobody gets hurt. Masha Sharoki, thank you very much for the $5. Asks, what are some similarities and differences with this rocket versus the one China messed up with last year? LOL. So, periodically China kind of has this history of dropping rocket debris. They sometimes when they launch, some of their launch sites are not on the coast. Some of them are and some of them aren't. And so sometimes they'll drop, rocket has different stages. So it'll lift off, it's a stack of stages. There's a first stage and often a second stage in rockets. And sometimes the first stage or even parts of the fairing will detach and sometimes land in villages or nearby in the countryside, where it's low population, but not zero. And so sometimes it can land on villages or can even, in kind of the worst case scenarios has happened in history, is that sometimes you have what are called hypergolic propellants. things like hydrazine and nitrogen tetroxide. And these are basically cancer-causing chemicals, that can cause chemical burns and injuries if they do happen to come in contact with people. And sometimes these stages will have some of these hypergolic propellants and can land in areas where that are populated. And it's not a good thing. It's something that hopefully over time all countries and groups that are doing rocket launches will learn not to do. In this case, this upper stage, or this is an upper stage, it's actually the core stage that we're monitoring now. Don't believe it has any of these hypergolics. Not 100% sure on that, but it's definitely is good policy to not land pieces of the rocket in places that could land on people. So I hope that in the future, everybody kind of follows the same standard of, international standard of trying to safely deorbit these pieces and only dropping them over the ocean or over places where people aren't around. It's just good practice to do. A few people asking in chat, where's it going to land? We still don't know. At some point, it will land on this red line sooner or later, right? There's uncertainty over exactly when it re-enters due to differences that occur in, the density of the upper atmosphere, which changes with day and night and changes with the space weather environment, and also the fact that this rocket is actually tumbling. This core stage is rotating about 12 revolutions a minute. So sometimes it has a very broad surface into the oncoming atmosphere, wind, if you will, and sometimes it has a very narrow surface. So the amount of drag varies dramatically. So at this point, the best estimate is about 2 hours, a little over 2 hours from now for reentry. However, it could occur sooner or could occur later. We just don't know. We'll keep looking at updates. So I'll do some more questions here from the chat. Of course, as always, if you ever want to have a question answered sooner, feel free to use the super chat. It supports us, and then we're able to get to your question right away. So somebody asking, why does the timer keep changing or going up? And that's just as the orbit gets more and more refined from those space radars, we update with the latest information. If it hits the water, will it cause a level 1 tsunami? Not at all. It doesn't have enough mass, and it also will be broken up into many smaller pieces. So it will not cause a tsunami. It is not a threat if you live along a coastline of water coming up. Somebody answered, if you watched a live video, a space video like this one's that show the Earth from space, would we possibly see the rocket flying around by any chance? So good question. You'd have to be in the right place. Visibility is often, if you're on the night side of the Earth and the rocket stage itself is lit up by the sun, then you might see it. It almost looks like a moving star across the sky. If you're on the ground or if you're in space, you'd see sort of a similar thing. You could see a white kind of object that's where the sunlight reflecting off this core stage. So that's what you would see like if you're in space. And re-entries have periodically been photographed. So even the last the Crew Dragon re-entry that occurred a few days ago, there was a gentleman on the International Space Station who took photos of that. Okay, so somebody asking, is it full of radiation when it lands? The answer is no, it will not be radioactive. Now, I don't know whether this Chinese, Long March 5B stage has any hypergolic propellants on it, which would be kind of a chemical irritant concern, but it will not be radioactive, so you don't have to worry about it, being a radioactive threat. It's not something like that. Somebody asking, what is the blue circle for? So the blue circle is an indication of where you would actually see it if you were on the ground. So if you were on the edge of the blue circle, it would be right at the horizon. If you were near the center of the blue circle, you would look up and the stage would be passing right over you. And if you're somewhere in the middle, it would be somewhere between, straight up from where you're at and somewhere on the horizon. And if you're outside the blue circle, you're outside the range of where you would actually see it, whether it was flying on its own or re-entering. So it's really an indication of visibility. Rose McCoy, thank you very much for the $4.99. Really appreciate that. Why are people calling this an end-of-life event? Well, it definitely isn't an end-of-life event. Odds are about 75% chance that it ends up falling in the ocean. If it does end up on land, the odds of it actually basically landing on anyone are less than 1%. And then the odds of it landing on you are about 8 billion times less than that. So it is certainly not a end-of-life event. Very, very low risk of even an injury on the ground. Very, very low chance. How much area will be destroyed if it falls on any country? Really, the only threat is just from pieces damaging whatever they land on. So it's like dropping metal pieces out of an airplane. Whatever they land on, it isn't really great for that thing that it lands on. But it's not gonna. These aren't like bombs. These pieces don't come down and then cause a secondary explosion, or it's not like a mortar coming down or something. We're not dropping bombs or anything like that. It's just literally, metal pieces that end up surviving from this rocket. Let's see, why is the red line bent? And the answer is it really isn't bent. It just has to do with projecting the orbit of this object, which is going around a spherical object like the Earth, and the map projection, which is sort of a 2D representation of a 3D object. So it's a little bit like when you look on a map and different projections, you'll see that sometimes the lines appear to be curved. It's really just a artifact of the projection that's occurring. Some people making comments about the altitude. So the altitude right now, as the object goes between its high point of the orbit called the apoapsis and the periapsis, or the low point of the orbit. Every satellite does this, has a high point and a low point of the orbit. So every 90 minutes, roughly, this object is going around the Earth. It goes up, it goes down, it goes up, it goes down in kind of a cyclical way. So that's why sometimes you see the altitude increasing and sometimes you see the altitude decreasing. It's just going up, going down. And yeah, the biggest thing that I can stress, with this whole reentry is it's not anything to be scared of, not anything to be worried about. If this does pass over you, it might be an interesting thing to go out and see. If it does happen to reentry over where you are, it would be a heck of a show. Bunch of, looks like meteors, kind of fireballs trading each other in the air. But certainly nothing to be worried about. Very low odds of injury or getting hurt or anything. Jake Kaplan, thank you very much for the $5. Says, I live in LA. Judging from the map, it looks like it will re-enter over LA. Will I be able to see it re-enter? It will be re-entering around sunset. So we don't know, we don't know that it's going to be entering in LA. Certainly not. There's a slight chance of that happening, but very, 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 very low. The answer is, keep monitoring our coverage here, and this red line is sort of the ground track that this is going to be following on. So, at any given moment, if this object is going to fly over you, it's worth, taking a look at it. But there's no indication that it's necessarily going to come down in LA. Kay Andrews, thank you for the $5. Can I sue China if it lands on my car? The answer is yes. If some party causes damage to you, you can actually file a lawsuit. Now, whether they'll pay or not is a whole nother matter, but you can certainly file a lawsuit. There are treaties that I've talked about earlier between spacefaring nations, to handle this sort of situation, that if there's damage caused as a result of another nation's space activities, there are treaties to actually, have financial compensation. But that is sort of more at a more governmental level. But there's nothing to prevent you at any time from suing anybody in a civil way. If somebody causes you a loss, you can certainly file a lawsuit. Lots of questions about the specific location. The last data I saw was that it was kind of less likely to fall over the U.S. And the reason is that passes that this is going to take over the U.S. aren't really until, kind of early in the morning, after midnight. And the current estimate is still, around 2 hours or so from reentry. So if that ends up being correct, then it will likely have re-entered before it passes over the U.S. again. But we don't, this information is by no means definitive, and it could stay in orbit a little longer, or it could fall down a little sooner. We're monitoring the situation carefully. And with every update to the radar measurements, we try to make an update on the estimated time until re-entry. Excuse me. So lots of questions here. Why is it 2 hours? And it's really just a best estimate. Looking at the radar data. There are U.S. Air Force and other assets that beam radar beams into space. They then look for the reflectivity of that, and it tells them both the location of the object, the altitude, which direction it's moving in, all those sorts of things. Marielle Salmaron, thank you very much for the donation. You asked, it will come in Greece. There was actually a pass over Greece just recently. So I think the odds of it actually landing in Greece are a little bit less since it didn't re-enter there on that pass. But thank you for the donation. MLA Studios, thank you for the $1.99 donation. What's the most amount of damage that can be caused? So the heaviest parts of the rocket that could make it to the ground are likely the engines. They're heavier in mass. They're designed to withstand heat, being rocket engines, right? So if one of those were to land on something, it could go through the roof of a building, or it could damage a car. Just you certainly wouldn't want to get hit by that. And that's sort of the worst case scenario. Is a big chunk of metal falls, and you kind of imagine an anvil falling from the sky. It's you definitely don't want to get hit by it, and it could do some damage where it lands. But it's not going to be like a bomb. It's not going to come down and it's not some kind of a round or something that would come down and explode. So let's see other questions here. Just scrolling through, kind of keeping you updated. And right now, this thing is just over a lot of empty space in the Pacific Ocean. And as you can see, over time, I've been talking about, hey, most of the Earth surface is ocean. This is exactly what I'm talking about, where this thing is just cruising out over nothing right now. And as you can see from the kind of the right image, the next pass over land will actually be kind of the northern end of South America. So that will really be the next pass. Will it tear apart like what sadly happened to the Space Shuttle Columbia? Just curious. The answer is yes. When these objects re-enter, there are huge aerodynamic forces as well as heating forces that take place. It can be a very violent environment. And so this object, which is now about 100 feet long, 16 feet wide, cylinder, will be ripped into pieces and will separate into many, many different fireballs. And so, yes, it will look quite similar to that, to that whole Columbia re-entry, where you end up having some brighter fireballs near the front where the heavier objects are, and some, the other objects will kind of flake off it and also be burning or have the appearance of being burned as well. Is somebody asking, is it more likely to crash into the Earth over South America? So it's going to be passing over South America. If it were to go into a re-entry here, in the next, several minutes, it could actually land somewhere in South America. But we still think that there's about 2 hours or so until re-entry. So it may not actually re-enter at this time. Somebody once again kind of asking about a tsunami. There is no tsunami risk from this. It is not enough mass, and it likely will break up and slow down enough that there is really no threat of that. So if you live along a coastline, you don't have to be worried about some tsunami warning. It would be much more likely to have an earthquake cause a tsunami in the next few hours than this object. It just doesn't have enough mass. It's not heavy enough, not big enough. How fast will it go back to Earth? So it's currently traveling around 17,000 miles an hour. When it starts to re-enter, it will slow down. And by the time once the fireballs all go out, it'll enter into a period called dark flight, where the speed of the pieces will likely be between 1 and 200 miles an hour. King Quendo, thank you very much for the $5. Could this be intercepted and blown into small pieces to burn up quicker? So the answer is yes, it could be. There are a number of militaries who do have, various, basically anti-space or anti-satellite missiles are called. They're usually on board, certain types of warships. So if one of these warships was basically underneath this ground track, they could fire a missile and they could blow it into smaller pieces. Now, there's good news and bad news with that. The good news is smaller pieces are less likely to cause damage, but the bad news is that some of the pieces, because it's an explosion, would actually be boosted into higher orbits where they could pose a potential threat to the International Space Station, to astronauts flying on the Soyuz or the Crew Dragon, or any other space vehicles, other satellites. So the reason we're not actually blowing it up into tons of pieces is we don't want to see, more space debris. Hayden Love Life, thank you for the $1.99. Appreciate it. Says, puts on Superman cape. Time for daddy to work. Yes. Superman would be great to safely take this thing down into the Pacific Ocean right now. That would be an ideal scenario. So get to work. So how large would be the affected area? So when these objects do re-enter, they break up into many different pieces. You end up having kind of an ellipse that's formed. So the heavier objects will go further along. They have more mass. They'll hold on to their speed longer than the lighter objects. It's hard to say how big this ellipse would be, and most of the area on the ellipse would have nothing land on it, right? It would just be a few pieces scattered throughout this ellipse. So sometimes ellipses can be, a few miles long. Sometimes they can be dozens of miles long. It really just depends on how much separation you have, how much heavier the heavier pieces are than the very light pieces once you have reentry occur and you have the breakup occur. Sometimes they can be 100 miles long, it just really depends. But the actual affected area will really only be where the pieces land. So if one lands on you, right, that's a bad thing. But you just take a step to the left or the right and there's no effect. So there's not going to be like pieces hitting and then a fireball kind of erupt from where it hits. It's literally just going to be whatever it lands on, has a piece of metal land on it, but it's not going to, blow up or be a missile or bomb or anything. Amasha Shah Roki, thank you very much for the $5 again. Really appreciate it. So when this thing starts, it has a question. So when this thing stops moving on the radar and footage here, it may have crashed. So it won't instantly show the moment that it happens necessarily. But what would happen is we get constant radar updates, and we'll have a radar update, and then all of a sudden we won't have a radar update, and it'll be gone, right? And that will tell us that, okay, be somewhere between the last radar update and the current radar update, this thing will be presumed to re-enter the atmosphere. And so the best way we may know may actually be from somebody's social media post, looking up at the sky, seeing a fireball, taking a picture, taking some video, or making a post about it to let us know that, hey, I've seen fireballs along the ground track. That would be a definitive sign. Stacy A, thank you for the $4.99. That's super awesome. Really appreciate it. Tourlog, thanks for the $10. Very, very cool. Asks, why are there no self-destruct option? I thought this is easy to detect the fall and the heat while traveling through the atmosphere and self-destruct from a safer altitude if it loses the connection. Yeah, so there is no flight termination system that's still active on this thing. So in rocketry, you have a launch, and even for Starship, which recently launched down here in Boca Chica, Texas. So you'll have the rocket will launch, and it has this little device on it called the flight termination system. And this is basically a bomb that's located alongside the side of the rocket that's a shape charge. And if the rocket veers off course, or if somebody commands, one of the launch operators determines that something about it isn't flying safely, they can send a radio signal to this flight termination system, and it will basically ignite this explosive device on the side of the rocket and basically blow it up intentionally so that it doesn't fly intact and go to some populated area or something. Now, in this case, this is this is the core stage of a Chinese rocket, and the flight termination system either is no longer active on it, or is no longer has electrical power to work anymore because it's actually been in space for many days now. So there is no flight termination system, unfortunately, that can just blow this thing up anymore. And you wouldn't want to activate it until it was in the atmosphere anyway, because if you activated it too high, you could send pieces up to the, to other orbits, which could be a hazard for astronauts or a hazard for other satellites. A Canadian Republican, thank you for the $5. Says, chances it'll land in Canada. P.S. You sound like Ben Shapiro. Thank you very much. Appreciate that. There is some chance that it could still land in North America. However, on the last, with the last data we have, it's looking like it may land earlier than the passes that would occur over North America again. So it's not looking too likely it'll land in North America right now, but always subject to change. If it ends up staying in orbit a little longer than expected and makes it till the early morning hours, it could still land in Canada. Fernando de Galleves, thank you very much for the $4.99. Asks a question, how long will it take from the moment it enters the atmosphere till it hits the ground? Best estimate is anywhere from between 5 minutes and 20 minutes. Really just depends on the size of the chunks that that make it. I would guess kind of closer to the 20-minute mark is probably where most of the pieces would end up being. So it's it has to, a lot of things have to happen. It has to slow down from 17,000 miles an hour down to about 100 to 200 miles an hour, and then it's got to fall a long distance. It takes quite a bit of time, to fall through 50 miles of distance. So really just depending on the weight and the ballistic coefficient of each of those objects, and the ballistic coefficient is sort of a measure of the mass of the object in relation to how much drag that object has. So heavier objects, will fly further and will keep their orbital speed longer, make it to the ground sooner than lighter objects, which will also have a smaller terminal velocity. And you think about it, it makes sense. If you drop a feather from 20 miles high, it's going to take a lot longer for the feather to hit the ground than if you drop a bowling ball, right? So it's a sort of a similar type of process. But yeah, Torlog, you have a good point about, why can't we just sort of self-destruct it? And the ideal thing, what normally happens in these situations with most spacefaring, companies and nations, is they will intentionally fire the engines again once they're in orbit to intentionally drop it into the ocean, usually the southern Pacific Ocean, which is very large, and make sure that the pieces are not a hazard to any humans on the ground. But unfortunately, for whatever reason, that didn't happen in this case. We still don't quite know why. We don't know if they didn't try to do it, or if they tried to do it and had a technical issue. And it still happens. Periodically this happens with different rocket stages. There are actually a lot of rocket stages from even the 60s and 70s that are still in space now. That are often at higher orbits. But this kind of stuff happens. Peganix, Ignis, thank you very much for the donation. Asks, how much is the estimated impact area once it hits the ground? And the answer is, these pieces are not going to still be traveling fast enough to cause like a bomb effect. Really, it's going to be like dropping metal pieces out of an airplane. So depending on the size of those metal pieces, the area that they land on are going to really be the area that's impacted. It's not going to like cause some kind of a shock wave or a blast wave or anything like that. It's just going to be pieces of metal falling, raining out of the sky, and the areas where those pieces of metal hit will be impacted anywhere, you step a few feet one way or the other out of the way of the pieces and you'll be fine. And so that's the impact area there. Creechy, thank you for the donation. Thanks for providing us with your data and your analysis. You're very welcome. Always interesting to talk about these science topics. Canadian Republican, thank you. Once again for your donation earlier. Abhilash Reddy, thank you for your donation as well. Asks, how do we detect asteroids? Why can't we use the same method to send it into space? And how much responsibility will China take if this costs lives? So a couple of good questions there. So first of all, how do we detect asteroids? So there are different ways of detecting them. One is using a radar system like what is being used to track these objects. But that only really works once the object is very close to Earth. So what typically happens is astronomers will take pictures of the sky at night, and they'll take sequential pictures of the same area of space a few times in a row. And they'll use either a software method or they'll use somebody by eye, basically doing what's called a blink comparator measurement. So what they'll do is they'll basically, like you're flicking between two images on your computer where you look at it one frame versus the other frame. And you're looking for any objects that move, any bright objects or star-like objects that appear to move. And so that's actually the process of how most asteroids are destroyed, or not destroyed, but detected. Is they'll detect them that way. Now, how do we deflect asteroids? Well, we've never done it. Is the short answer. Humanity has never done it, and so the answer is we don't. And it's something that maybe in the long term, we need to figure out how to do so we can hopefully prevent an eventual extinction event, right? So I think it's important that we do figure out how to do that. Can we use the same method to send it into space? So not quite sure what you mean by that, but yeah, we fly things with rockets all the time. How much responsibility will China take if it costs lives? Well, there are treaties, for handling that sort of situation. And all spacefaring nations have signed agreements that basically say if we cause damage to lives or property on the ground, that there'll be compensation. So the hope would be that there isn't any damage as a result from this, but if there is, hopefully there's compensation paid out. Thank you for the $5, the prepping medieval barber. Really, really appreciate that. Drew, what is the meaning of life? I don't know. It gets to some deep philosophy. I suppose it's enjoying it, right? Enjoying it, trying to be productive, trying to be healthy, trying to be happy, help others. I guess that would be my personal feelings on the meaning of life. What is beyond that is out of my pay grade. So somebody asking, will we all die? Well, we're all going to die eventually, but most likely not from this. The odds of it landing on land are about 25%, since 75% of the Earth is covered by ocean, roughly. And then the odds of it actually hitting a given person or hitting any person whatsoever is less than 1%. And then the odds of actually it hitting you are about 1 in 8 billion. So very, very low chance of being injured, or certainly getting killed by this thing. Very, very unlikely that anything like that will happen. Somebody asking, what are the chances with it being 2 to 20 minutes or 2 hours 20 minutes in the atmosphere that it will light up the night sky? Not sure if it'll even see anything here in Kentucky though. So the answer is the only way you'll see it lighting up the sky is if it happens to re-enter while this sort of gray circle is over you. So you have these two views here on the left and on the right, and those are basically indications on the left of how far away you can actually see the object if you're on the ground. So if you're on the outer edge of this, the stage or this core section of the Long March 5B booster would be, right at the horizon. If you were right underneath the ground track, it would be straight up, and if you were somewhere in the middle, it would be somewhere 45 degrees up or so. So if you happen to be in this area, so if you happen to be in Peru right now, or Ecuador, or Colombia, or Venezuela, or the far, far western area of Brazil, probably too much rainforest there, but if you happen to be in any of those areas and you look up and it happened to re-enter, you would see it if you were in this sort of circular zone. So hopefully that answers that question. Kevin, thank you for the donation. Asking political tensions from this, you think? Yeah, there's already heightened political tensions between the U.S. and China, and other countries in China, for that matter. It's obviously not a great thing. When people are worried about hazards like this, there could be some political tensions within. There could be some pressure to kind of deorbit these stages in the future. Hopefully they'll get these stages deorbited in the future, and there won't be anybody worrying about this sort of stuff. So good question. Kaylee Partain, thank you for the donation as well. And the super chat, asking how come the altitude keeps rising and falling? And the answer for that is that this object is in orbit, so it orbits the Earth every roughly 90 minutes, and there is always a high point and a low point of the orbit. So something called the apoapsis and the periapsis, or the apogee and the perigee. And the apogee is the high point of the orbit, the perigee is the low point of the orbit. And so the answer is, when it's on the high part of the orbit, the altitude drops as it drops to the low part of the orbit, and then when it's in the low part of the orbit, it rises as it increases to the high part of the orbit. So every 90 minutes, you go through these cycles. And so at any given time, you'll see, even in a perfectly healthy satellite that's orbiting the Earth, you'll see these rising and falling motions that occur over and over and over again. And so it's a totally normal part of being in orbit. Nothing surprising, nothing too surprising there. Kristen Lopez says, thanks for all the info. How long does it take to orbit, and what is the formula for the estimated time of reentry? So great question. So it takes roughly 90 minutes to go around the Earth. The formula for estimated time of reentry is complicated. So there are orbits that are calculated from the radar data that the Air Force Space Surveillance Network uses to keep track of all these objects in space. And it's tricky to determine the exact time that it's going to come down in, because there's variability in several factors. Number one, this object is tumbling, and it's actually tumbling at a rate of around 12 revolutions every minute. So it's a pretty aggressive tumble. And as it's tumbling, the cross-sectional area that's exposed to the thin outer atmosphere is constantly changing. So it's very difficult to actually get an accurate estimate for when this thing is going to re-enter. And that's why you'll see our clock continuing to change up and down, as we've been monitoring this thing throughout the day. The second factor is that the density of the atmosphere at a given altitude changes based on whether it's day or night, based on what the space weather environment is occurring. So as you have more solar wind particles that hit the atmosphere, they actually cause heating, and that heating causes expansion of the outer levels of the atmosphere. So the density that this object is actually going through as it's in orbit varies, and so it gets extremely complicated. It's actually not, so much a single equation that's used as is a series of equations in a computer simulation to try to determine these estimates. And so there are companies that have software that tries to figure this stuff out. And as we get the radar data, it goes to those companies, and those companies spit out an answer for when they think is the most likely time for reentry. And that's what we display here. So Sway C, thank you for the $5. Says, from the moving diagram on the left, it's passing under the US. Or how do we read the diagram? Yes, so the diagram is pretty simple. So the red track is showing the area over the Earth that the core stage is currently flying over. And the gray circle represents an area for if you were under this, whether you'd be able to see it or not, if it was reentry, or if it was being lit up by the sun quite right. So right now, if you're in Colombia or Venezuela, and you looked up in the sky and you looked almost dead overhead, you could see this thing passing over you. And if it's a normal satellite, you would just see it as a moving star if it's bright enough, and if the sun is reflecting off of it. If it's too dark, you may not see it, but that's what you're looking at. So as of right now, it is passing over the northern portion of South America, and it's just about to kind of clear the coastline and go over the Atlantic Ocean again. So that's how you read the diagram. But anywhere along this red area, along or adjacent, fairly close to it, is where you could actually see if this thing re-entered. You could see the fireball, or where you could potentially have pieces that come down. So yeah, this is fun, answering a bunch of questions. I'll continue to go through questions here. As always, if you want your question kind of bumped to the front of the list, feel free to send out a super chat. Help support us and keep us talking. But in the meantime, I'll answer some more questions from the chat. So the question was this supposed to be a controlled return to Earth, or was it supposed to remain in space? And the answer is we don't really know, actually. In the live webcast, they had some translators that mentioned something about kind of a deorbit burn, but it's not clear whether that was an error in translation or whether the Chinese were trying to deorbit this and then had a technical problem. But for whatever reason, it wasn't done, and then now this is an uncontrolled reentry. Somebody asking me, happy feet, why don't you read the lower super chats as well? I mean, I've donated €3 already. You didn't read them. I'll apologize for that. I'll have to go down and see why they're not showing up for me. Also, thanks for covering the reentry. Well, you're very welcome. Let me see if I can find the lower super chat that you did earlier. Let's see. But yeah, do the best to read as many of them as we can. Sometimes, though, get a few at once, and sometimes don't always see all of them. And it may have been that occurred before I got on, or let's see here. Well, I don't see it quite yet, but I'll try to see if I can get one of my associates here to send me what that super chat was. Somebody asking, is it aliens? No, not aliens. Definitely is. It's a man-made event. Basically, we have some trash that wasn't properly disposed of. It was an upper stage, or really the core stage of a rocket that wasn't disposed of. For the Long March 5B, there actually was not an upper stage. So there was a core stage and a bunch of strap-on boosters. And the core stage actually took this space station all the way to orbit on its own. So let's see here. So we did get an update a little while ago. Latest tip for CZ-5B, which is the Long March 5B booster, shows projected reentry of 2021-05-09 at 0211 UTC, plus or minus 1 hour, which is somewhere in the Mediterranean basin, is the center of that projection. Yeah, so we're starting to get some convergence here on where it might reenter. And as of right now, kind of looking at Mediterranean basin, if it happens to land there. But of course, with a plus or minus time of 1 hour still, there's still uncertainty in that measurement. So, and then Associate also telling me that he's looking into that super chat. So we're going to try to figure out what that question was and read it off for you. But thanks for letting me know about that. So continuing, is somebody asking, is the rocket engine off? Yes, the rocket engine is off. This was the core stage that lifted off the space station for the Chinese, sometime back, and it was a hydrogen and oxygen engine. It fired, took the space station to space, and then shut off. And for whatever reason, was not able to be deorbited. Either wasn't attempted to be deorbited, or maybe there was a technical issue where they weren't able to deorbit it. So now it's just on this come down wherever it wants sort of situation. So we're following it closely to see where it's going to come down. So what happens if someone is on a plane? Well, odds are, you look out the window and you see some fireballs in the distance. Obviously, you wouldn't want to get the plane to get hit by any of those pieces. But the odds of that are very, very low. And, you have to assume that, local airspace authorities are taking precautions in some of these areas. Somebody asking, what are my qualifications? So I'm an engineer. I actually work on large vertical takeoff and landing drone technology during the day. Involved in a startup called Aerial Vehicle Automation, where we're working on building drones that make 1,500 pounds of thrust. So that's kind of my day job. But I also do, for the past 10 years, have been covering space and rocketry. Have been going out to rocket launches out at Kennedy Space Center in Florida, and also covering the Starship launches more recently here in South Texas. So I live in San Antonio. The actual Boca Chica, Texas is about 4.5 hours drive south of me. So I go out there and meet with several others, and we take photos and videos of the launches and help to try to document some of that history. So yeah, I'm a kind of space engineering and technology expert, if you will. KC526, thanks for the donation, asking, what are the red dots? And can you tell my daughter, Kathy, to not be scared, please and thank you. Well, Kathy, there's really nothing to worry about. This odds are this thing will splash down in the ocean harmlessly. And even if it does hit land, very, very low odds of it actually hurting somebody. So nothing to worry about. This is a very, very low risk type of situation. So it's all good. It's all good. Godless Blessings, thank you for the $5, asking, why doesn't the altitude on the video decrease? And so as an object goes through orbit, it has a high point and a low point in its orbit, an apoapsis or a periapsis. Apoapsis is the high point of the orbit. Periapsis is the low point of the orbit. And so you'll see a periodic fluctuation where as the object is at the low point of the orbit and it moves towards the high point of the orbit, the altitude will actually increase. And then when it's at the high point of the orbit and it goes back down towards the low point of the orbit, it will actually decrease again. So as you're watching this, every 90 minutes or so, you're going to see these increases and these decreases in altitude. And until this thing actually re-enters, it's going to go up, it's going to go down, it's going to go up, it's going to go down. So you're going to see this sort of cyclical motion as this thing goes up and down throughout the orbits. And the red dots. So the red dots basically represent ground-to-air observation sites. So it's basically people on the ground that are keeping keeping an eye out for this thing, or maybe they're even on boats in some cases, but they're just people that are observing this situation. Jexpo AJ, thank you very much. Chat says hi, bestie. So to Jexpo's bestie, hello. So just continuing to look through the chat here, answer any questions that we can see. Somebody asked, can you make the text font larger? I'm not sure if that can be done or not, but I'll kind of toss that out there. It may be tricky to do. Somebody asked if people were to actually get hit, what would be the consequences? So there are international treaties between spacefaring nations that basically prescribe, what to do in those sorts of situations for, as far as, consequences if those types of things occur, or compensation. So it would be an international incident between whatever country citizen gets injured and China, who put this thing up in the air. So that's how it would ultimately be handled. It would be a diplomatic situation. And I do know in the past there have been incidents where there was damage and compensation was paid by one country to another. That actually has been exercised in the past. Low chance, but it occurs. Kayla Cheyenne, thank you very much. Jay, thank you for the super chat, $4.99. Appreciate it. Somebody asking, is California safe? So as of now, the North American passes are going to be kind of early in the morning. It's looking, though, however, that this thing will not stay in orbit long enough for that to be a problem. Although it can always change. There's a lot of uncertainty still in this data, and in the exact timing of this thing comes down because of the fact that it's spinning and the Earth's atmosphere contracting and expanding. So it's a complicated situation. Swayze asking, it turned around? ? Wasn't it head the other way? And the answer is no. It's in an orbit, and so it's constantly going through different parts of the same direction, where it's roughly moving from the west to the east. Depending on as this thing is spinning, it's basically orbiting the Earth. It's in an orbit. It's almost like a hula hoop sort of shape, but the Earth is actually spinning underneath it as it's orbiting. So what you'll see is every 90 minutes it'll orbit the Earth, but it'll kind of have a slightly different ground track each time. And that's because the Earth is rotating underneath this object that's spinning around in space. So just a quick update. The stage is currently, passing over the North Atlantic Ocean right now, on the way to Europe. It's about to go over Portugal and Spain here in the next several minutes. And it actually will go back over Italy again, across the boot of Italy, if you will. So anybody who's in those areas can kind of keep an eye out. It is nighttime right now. So if you go outside and you happen to see fireballs, please do let us know. Kayla Cheyenne asking chances of there being nuclear contents on it. Luckily, there are no nuclear contents on it. It is a lower stage of the Long March 5B rocket. That is powered by liquid hydrogen and liquid oxygen, held at cryogenic temperatures. So there are no nuclear components on it. So thank you very much for that chat. Pavan Kumar, thank you for the chat. When will it land and where? We still don't quite know. The latest best estimate was somewhere over actually the Mediterranean Sea was the estimate. However, that is not going to occur on this orbit, most likely, but that was the best estimate as of right now. In about an hour and a half, a little over an hour and a half from now, is the projected reentry time. Subject to change as these radars continue to get more and more data. And we get new data almost constantly to update this. So we'll keep the reentry time updated. Is the rocket visible from the ISS? Sometimes it may be. Godless Blessings, thanks for the $5. Says, thanks for having this live. Can it be shot down if it gets too close to a habitable area? So in theory, yes. However, in practicality, no. So there are a number of, they're called anti-satellite missiles, that are often carried by naval ships of several countries, including the United States. China has some. I believe India has some. Other countries likely have some as well. The problem is if you shoot it down before it's actually re-entering the atmosphere, some of the pieces, when it explodes, will actually get boosted to higher orbits where they could pose a threat to astronauts on the space station, astronauts on the Soyuz or on Crew Dragon or anywhere else. So it's important that we don't actually shoot it down while it's still in space. Otherwise, you can get this sort of shower of debris. And very small pieces of debris can have really a huge impact on a spacecraft and can be, a real hazard. Could be cause injuries or death on the spacecraft. So it's important that we don't shoot it down. Better off to just try to see where, hopefully lands in the ocean or something. Is NORAD monitoring? Absolutely. That is, the U.S. military keeps track of tens of thousands of objects. They're constantly looking out for, for various rocket launches, nuclear missile launches, and also just space debris. So you better believe that they're keeping an eye on this. Kaden Morris, thank you for the $9.99. Really appreciate that. That's super helpful. So just kind of browsing through chat here as this gets ready to go over Portugal. The red ground track indicates the area that the rocket is going to pass directly overhead, or the rocket stage is going to pass overhead. But as always, I can't emphasize enough, very low chance of any kind of accidents or injury from this. The most likely outcome is it ends up in the ocean. And if it does end up on land, it's still the most likely outcome is that it just ends up in a field somewhere. So no big deal. Jay Elizabeth, thank you for the chat. Super chat asks, what if there's a nuclear payload on the rocket? Well, luckily, there is no nuclear payload on the rocket. It is simply a first stage that was used to lift the Chinese space station into orbit. It is called the core stage. It was a liquid hydrogen and liquid oxygen fueled stage. No nuclear power on board it. So that's the good news. Pasa Roy Zola, thank you for the super chat. Asks, when will it be able to be seen from mainland Portugal? The answer is potentially now. If it was re-entering now, you would be able to see it. You would be able to see fireballs or some glowing taking place. Right now, it is in the shadow side of the Earth, so it's nighttime on the ground there in Portugal. The sun is not actually illuminating the rocket stage, so it would be very difficult to see just as a satellite going overhead. So the only way you would see it now is if you went outside and it was actually re-entering a little early, you would actually see a bunch of fireballs going overhead. But at this point, based on the radar estimates that we've seen, we don't think that's happening yet, but obviously if it does happen, please let us know. So I'm getting a question, where was the recent footage taken? And so let me actually try to find out for you. I'll send a message. Okay, it looks like that was from Washington, where that footage was taken. And Happy Feet, you'd messaged us about not seeing a question. Looks like you originally donated €1. But looks like there was no message attached to it. So I probably mentioned your name, but didn't actually get to your question. So sorry about that. It looks like, yeah, it was last seen in the early morning hours at Washington. So it's definitely some time back from when this thing was last actually filmed. And so really before this thing re-enters, that you really only see it during specific times, maybe an hour or so, after sunset or an hour before sunrise. And that's when you have a situation where you have the actual body of this rocket, it's being illuminated by the sun, but it's still night on the ground. So you get this good contrast where it looks like a star that's sort of moving across the night sky. And so that's sort of the best time to actually see this thing, short of it re-entering. If it's re-entering, you'll see it whenever it re-enters, probably day or night. So once again, Kaden, thank you for the super chat. Pat, thank you for the $5. Says, I am not familiar with the altitudes of the Starlink's orbit. Is there a chance that it may take out any of those satellites out? No, so the good news is that the Starlinks from SpaceX are at higher altitudes. Otherwise, they would be kind of on the verge of reentry as well. So the good news is this core stage of the Long March 5B rocket does not pose any risk to the Starlink satellites that are in orbit. So that's good news. and you want to actually, and that's very important too. It's like, you don't want to have satellites crashing into each other, because then they end up making more pieces, and those pieces can lead to more collisions, and you can end up having this sort of runaway effect. So the good news is that this is not a hazard to any other satellites. It's in a very low orbit, imminently re-entering, in the next hour and a half or so, and it is not a threat to anybody else or to any other satellites. So people saying just joined, when is this expected to hit? The best estimate is within about an hour and a half or so. That's the best estimate, but there's always a certain amount of uncertainty, plus or minus an hour. So it could come in as soon as 30 minutes from now. It could actually come down, 2.5 hours from now. We don't know. There's uncertainty because this whole thing is tumbling through the air. So Cummins Power, thank you for the $10 chat. Approximately how many miles up is when the rocket when the stage separates? So I don't know. I don't actually know the exact trajectory that the Long March 5 rockets separate at. But generally, it's somewhere above 50 miles in altitude where you do see separation events occur. And so somewhere kind of 50 miles up or higher is typically where they occur at, where they're out of the bulk of the Earth's atmosphere. And for this rocket, it took it all the way up to orbit as well. So it likely took it up, even higher than that. But I don't know, don't have that knowledge off the top of my head. Somebody asking what happens when it lands. Does somebody go get it? I think there's no formal plan necessarily to have somebody go get it, but if it lands on land, you can bet people are going to go out and probably try to grab pieces. That's sort of human nature, right? And who knows, some of these pieces may end up in museums someday. 8EL Guy 1, thank you for the chat, the $4.99. Really appreciate that, Nelson. Says, just want to say thank you for hosting. Well, my pleasure. Happy to be here talking about this. Interesting space history going on here. People asking, will it pass by Texas? I do believe there were supposed to be some passes that would occur, kind of 4 or 5 in the morning time frame. Forget the exact time, but it does appear that it is most likely going to re-enter ahead of that. So I don't think we're going to have a chance to see it go over Texas again. Of course, if the estimate ends up being wrong, and it ends up staying in orbit longer, and it does make it till 5 in the morning, then we would actually see it in Texas. And it's an estimate. You have all these variables that are occurring. How the density of the outer atmosphere, which changes with weather conditions and day and night, and the fact that this thing is tumbling, also adds a great degree of uncertainty. So where is it landing? Yeah, so we still don't know. There's still, we know the ground track of this thing, right? So you can actually look out several orbits and see all the areas it could potentially come down over. But what you don't know is, because it's orbiting the entire Earth over a 90-minute period, and because the uncertainty is around an hour plus or minus, so it's really over 2 hours of uncertainty. You really could see it land almost anywhere on Earth as long as it's somewhere along that ground track. So, the last estimate I was looking at was showing, somewhere kind of in the Mediterranean Sea. But if it ends up a few minutes earlier than that, it could be Europe. If it ends up a few minutes later than that, it could be somewhere in Africa. It just really depends. Depends on where it is in the orbit. And somebody saying, the rocket is currently estimated to be in the Indian Ocean, and it's always possible. Again, if it goes later, if it goes earlier, orbiting the entire Earth is literally the degree of uncertainty. So there's quite a bit of uncertainty. The only thing that will be certain is it will be somewhere near or adjacent to that red ground track. Michael May, thank you for the donation. Asking if this was an asteroid instead of a rocket, would we still have as little of an idea of where it's going to land? So actually with an asteroid, you typically have more certainty. And the reason is it's traveling from deep space, and it tends to come in a little bit more of a known entry angle. So in other words, it's not orbiting the Earth over and over and over again like this is. it actually tends to be coming in from deep space. So typically, if you do have the orbital elements that are accurate for a rocket, it actually will come down at a more known position typically. And there is an exception to that. In certain cases, if the asteroid is coming in very, very shallow angle to the Earth's atmosphere, sometimes there can be some uncertainty of where it actually lands. And sometimes asteroids have been known to even skim off the atmosphere. So if they happen to hit just a very shallow angle, they can actually partially re-enter the atmosphere, turn into a fireball, and then actually have enough velocity still to actually re-enter space and actually leave the Earth behind again. So that does actually occur, and there have been some known videos where that has happened. PLB, thank you very much for the $20 donation. Really appreciate that. Asking, are Canadians are safe? So as of right now, the best estimate we have is that it wouldn't pass over North America until kind of early in the morning. So as a result, it's looking like re-entry is going to be before that. So it does seem that North America is a little bit safer right now, unless this thing happens to stay in space, many hours longer than anticipated. So as of right now, Canada is looking pretty good at not actually, or at being safe, I should say. So no worries there. And of course, keep in mind, even all this stuff said, still very high chance this thing just enters into the ocean and doesn't pose a threat to the ground. So as you can see from the image here, it's currently passing over Turkey. So if you're in Turkey, look up and let us know if there's any fireballs. It would be entering in earlier than anticipated, but you never know. Gift Maremma, thank you very much for the $4.99 and the mic drop emote. Very cool. Somebody else asking, is Tennessee safe? As of right now, kind of like I said before, North America is looking fairly safe at this point. I would have to stay in orbit quite a few hours longer than anticipated to make it back to North America. So right now, passing over Turkey. Next up will be Iraq, northern Iraq, and then Iran and then followed by Pakistan. Those are sort of the next land zones on the ground track. So as of right now, no indication that it's going to re-enter that soon, but it's always possible. So if you happen to live in any of those areas and you happen to be outside, you can take a look up and tell us if you see anything. Again, very low risk to anybody on the ground. Even if it were to come down, it is not going to be like a bomb when it hits or anything. It's just going to be pieces of metal coming down. So, but very low risk, nothing to be too terribly concerned about, but would most likely be a spectacular light show if you happen to be underneath it when it's actually re-entering. So we'll continue to monitor the situation very carefully. Appreciate all the comments and the questions that come in. Continuing to kind of go through the chat and answer questions as they pop up. Of course, if you want your questions answered sooner, feel free to jump in on the super chat and we'll get you there right away. Somebody said they saw it an hour ago, passing over them. Very cool. Luxy Queen, thank you for the donation. Says, doesn't that mean that it's going to hit somewhere in Europe 90 minutes from now? So it's possible. I think one of the updates we saw was saying somewhere in the Mediterranean Sea. You can't rule that out right now. So thank you for the chats that are coming in here. Really appreciate it. Somebody says, how is it lit up in the recent footage if it's dark out? So the way you see this thing is either if it's re-entering, you'll see it kind of day or night as sort of fireballs in the sky. But if it's not re-entering yet, you can see it if you happen to have a nighttime sky, and if you happen to have sunlight that's illuminating it, then you'll actually see it in the sky. And it'll look just like any other satellite, kind of bright satellite that's kind of gliding over you. So you can sometimes see it if it's dark out because the sunlight is actually reflecting off of it. Annie Clow, thank you very much for the donation. That's awesome. She says, hi, thanks for the info. How long for the debris to hit either water or land after re-entry? So this varies a bit based on how heavy, how much mass each piece has. But it's anywhere between 5 minutes and 20 minutes is typically what you would see for actually, objects from space, from when they're bright to when they're actually landing, hitting the ground. So from when they start to re-enter to when it's all said and done and the pieces are laying on the ground is kind of anywhere between 5 and 20 minutes is sort of the best estimate. And it varies a little bit. The heavier pieces will come down sooner. The lighter pieces, more fluffy pieces will take longer to come down. Maddie Gaga 2013, thank you for the donation. Says, how do you think the world would respond if this were to crash into a built-up area? What would the repercussions be, and would this put strain on the Chinese relations? I genuinely love your channel. Well, thank you very much, Maddie Gaga 2013. Really appreciate that. So, yeah, I think if this were to actually cause damage, there would probably be a worldwide discussion. There would be discussions in the UN about this. There are treaties in place to compensate, for damage on the ground in another country caused by another country launching a rocket. There certainly would be a lot of discussions. It could put some stress on Chinese relations. In the long run, I hope that there's a little pressure on China just to kind of get the situation under control so that when they launch rockets, there aren't pieces raining down on people. I think that's just, good thing to be doing. And it may be that they were even trying to do that on this last launch, but they might have run into a technical issue. So I do think it will open up a discussion, and it's always good to have a discussion about how to make the world a better place for humans on it. So I think that's great. Z, thank you for the $5. Is the Middle East safe? Well, I think even if this thing re-enters over the Middle East, odds are very low that it actually would impact a person, right? There's a lot of empty space out all over the world. So, this is kind of currently passing over Iran right now. If it were to re-enter now, you could see pieces on the ground there. However, there's no indication that it's going to re-enter quite this early. And so, worth keeping an eye on, but nothing to be worried about. Stop Media, thank you very much for the donation, the $4.99. Really appreciate it. Asks, what is the possibility of it hitting Texas? So I do remember, I live in Texas myself. I'm in San Antonio, and I had looked at, some of the estimates for the orbit, when it would pass over, when it would actually pass over, Texas. And I was looking to be around 5 in the morning. So at this point, it's looking like it will most likely re-enter before it actually reaches, that late, that many hours from now. So I'd say the possibility of it hitting Texas are very low at this point. Not zero. If the estimates end up being way off and it stays in orbit, longer, for many hours, then it could end up reaching Texas. But I think as of right now, it doesn't seem like Texas is a high risk zone. So good news there if you're in Texas. Abigail asking how high altitude are satellites usually compared to this rocket? So great question. Most are several times higher in altitude. And the reason is the higher in altitude you are, the less atmospheric drag there is, and the less fuel you have to spend to basically stay up there. So satellites will orbit the Earth, and periodically there is always some drag from the Earth's atmosphere, even at really high altitudes. And it gradually will slow the satellite down and lower the orbit. So satellites will carry usually propellants, they're usually hypergolic propellants, that you'll mix a fuel and an oxidizer together in a thrust chamber, and they'll explode and they'll create a thrust, and that is usually used to send the satellite to a higher orbit. So typically, satellites are usually at least 3 times this height. Typically some are lower, but then they have to spend more fuel, and then some are way higher. There are satellites all the way out and are called geosynchronous orbits, which are some fraction of the distance between the moon and the Earth. And they're way up there, but yeah, satellites are usually much higher than this. This is a rocket body at the end of its lifetime. Its demise is imminent. Tom Bicey, thank you very much for the $20. That's super helpful. It says thanks for being you. Thanks for the support and for helping us cover events like these live, whether it's rocket launches or these reentries or any other events in space and aviation. We're happy to be here to help cover that. So somebody asking, is it possible for it to break up in multiple pieces? And the answer is not only is it possible, it's the most likely outcome. As this thing hits the atmosphere, the aerodynamic forces and the heat will shred the body into many different pieces. And the parts that actually survive and make it to the ground will be the heavier, more heat shielded pieces, such as, the engines and other parts that have kind of more mass. Morris Pearson, thank you for the chat, asking hydrazine, is there any left in that rocket? The answer is I actually don't know. This is this core stage of the rocket is primarily fueled by liquid hydrogen and liquid oxygen. So most of that will have boiled off. I don't know whether it had a reaction control system or any thrusters that use hydrazine or nitrogen tetroxide. I'm not sure. Would be curious to find that out though. So Gaston Correa, thank you very much for the donation as well. Says aguanten los perros cimarrones, papa. Sherry R, thank you very much for the donation, $4.99. Do you still think the Mediterranean basin will happen? It seems beyond that now. So that was an estimate for some, sometime ahead of, hour and a half or so ahead of when that came in. So likely there will be a new update coming out here fairly soon, and we will keep an eye on that and let you know what those new updates are. So want to just give a quick update on the footage that you're seeing in the screen. This latest footage just came in, was actually captured in Algeria. And you can see here, you can actually see it's kind of neat footage. You can see it periodically flashing. And as I mentioned before, this thing was rotating at a known rate based on radar of about 12 rotations per minute. So that periodic flashing, getting bright and dim, bright and dim, bright and dim is due to that stage that's literally tumbling end over end. Almost like you threw something across the room and it's, kind of, tumbling end over end as it goes by there. But you can see it's pretty bright there, and that's cool footage that just came out of Algeria. Very, very cool. So yeah, people have their eyes up for this thing. If you happen to be in the ground track of this thing, go outside, look up, and try to get some footage. So thanks for the super chats continuing to come in here. I'm just taking a look at them. Wouldn't weight not matter for speed of reentry according to acceleration due to gravity? So yes, the acceleration due to gravity is constant for all objects. However, because we live in a dense atmosphere, the drag depends on the cross-sectional area and the aerodynamic characteristics of the object, something called ballistic coefficient, and it's mass to aerodynamic drag ratio. So the speed of reentry does vary based on the different ballistic coefficients for each piece. Anthony Quintile, thank you very much for the $4.99. Really, really appreciate it. You guys help us keep us doing this. Hopefully I say your name correctly, Via Scalaves Palikas. Klop, thank you very much for the donation. That's super awesome. We're happy to cover this for y'all. Very exciting. And Skylar Aguirre, thank you for the donation as well. Says, I'm just curious to know that if it does land in the Mediterranean Sea, would people be able to see any debris flying? And if so, how far out? So the answer is yes, potentially from Southern Europe. If this thing does come down in the Mediterranean Sea, you would see a train of fireballs, somewhere in the sky. And as far as the distance, you see on this left-hand screen, you can see this rocket just passing off the coast of India. But anywhere between where the rocket ground track is and the outer edges of that circular region are areas where you could potentially see it. The closer you are to being underneath it, obviously the better the view and the higher the sky any fireballs would be from it. But yeah, that's roughly the distance of visibility. So if you were to take that circle and kind of put it over the Mediterranean, you kind of get an idea of how far out you might be able to see it. William Daniels, thank you for the donation. Said your patience in answering the same questions over and over is great. Yeah, I don't mind. It's always fun to talk about how the world works and how science works, and it's just exciting to cover something like this. So happy to be here. Joe Strohmeyer, thank you for the donation. How does solar activity affect atmospheric drag? Yeah, great question. So as you have increases in solar activity, it actually causes heating in the upper levels of the atmosphere. And it basically it causes the outer atmosphere to expand. So you actually see an increase in drag for satellites during periods of high solar activity. And this can shorten the lives of satellites because they have to spend more of their fuel to stay in orbit. Or in our case, it can also, hasten the demise of objects that are getting close to re-entering by creating more drag on them and basically bringing them down sooner. So great question there. Sherry R, thanks for the donation. Why is this not on any USA channel live? It seems quite important. Yeah, great question. Well, you're here and we're covering it live, so you're in the right spot. I think the news media has their priorities, kind of conventional media, and but there's obviously an appetite to follow this, and it's an interesting science event, so people want to know about it. Xerix, thanks for the donation. Will it be visible in the daylight? And what knocked it out of orbit? What was its mission? So it was a core stage to a Chinese Long March 5B satellite carrying their space station to orbit. Once it had deployed the space station, there was no use for it anymore. So if it does re-enter during the daylight, it probably would be bright enough to see the fireballs during the daylight even. Nothing knocked it out of orbit per se. It's just simply, it was in a low orbit and it's just experiencing atmospheric drag. And because it didn't refire its engines to bring it down in a known location, atmosphere is just doing it for it, and it's going through what's called an uncontrolled re-entry. Maddie Gaga 2013, thanks again for another donation. Asked, where's Bruce Willis and Aerosmith when you need them? I just thought I'd throw another €5 your way to counter the exchange rate. LOL. Well, hey, we really appreciate that. It helps us cover these types of events. So appreciate you big time. Randy Pate, how likely is the U.S. could shoot down the rocket down if needed? So the U.S. does have anti-satellite missiles. However, they typically aren't used because if you use them, you can actually accidentally kick some of the pieces into higher orbits where they could pose a threat to the space station or to astronauts flying around, or to other satellites as well. So you definitely don't want to do that. And so most likely that kind of thing won't be utilized in this situation. Gift Marima, thank you for the $4.99. Says, they asking the same questions over and over. Texas. Look, it's going to land in the water anyway. Will burn off in most part. It's clear. I think lots of people are curious, and people are hopping on and off the stream at different times as we get closer to this reentry. And so, don't mind talking about some of this stuff. Brant Porter, $5. Thank you. Did China anticipate the reentry would be uncontrolled and potentially dangerous? And what's your pizza topping? Yeah, I'm kind of a mushroom and sausage guy myself. I think those are delicious toppings. As far as did China anticipate it, it's possible they were trying to actually re-enter it in safely and maybe just had a technical problem. It's well known in rocket science that this is a hazard that is there. So obviously there was knowledge that this is a thing that can happen, and hopefully it just was a technical issue that they'll fix in the future. CH, thanks for the $4.99. Says, no question. Take a 9-second break. Sip some coffee. Have a swig of Coca lemonade. You deserve it. Thank you for doing this. Well, hey, really, really appreciate it. And actually, we'll take you up on that offer. I will be back in about 20 seconds. I'm going to grab a drink. So I will be right back. All right, I've made it back here. appreciate these super chats as they continue to come in. So Tom Hagen, thanks for the $5. And Canadian Republican, thank you again for another donation. And says, just want to say thank you for sharing facts and not fear. I was losing my mind before. I won't your stream. Thank you very much. Well, it's good to hear. That can kind of reassure people that, hey, it's very low risk of this landing on land, very low risk of it actually hurting anybody or landing on anybody, and an even lower risk, like 8 billion in one, that it's actually you. So that is good news. William Daniels, thank you for the $5, saying, does the atmospheric burnups symbolize Dogecoin performance? Who knows? My personal views on crypto is that as the world becomes more and more digital, there will be winners and losers in these cryptocurrencies. I think overall cryptocurrencies will probably keep going up, in the long run. Technology always wins in the long run. Now, will it be Doge that wins? Will it be some other cryptocurrency that wins? Who knows? But I do think, crypto in the future, people can see that's the way the world is moving. So that's very exciting. So yeah, people asking, where is it going to land? We're there's an estimated about an hour or so until the estimated reentry point based on the latest radar data. We still are trying to refine in, where that likely would bring it down. The last update we had seen was the Mediterranean kind of area, but we will see. Right now, you can see the ground track. Really, the next land area that this core stage is going to pass over is going to be over kind of mid Australia. So if you happen to be in Australia, keep your eye out. It's daytime now, but certainly is the possibility of if it does re-enter, you might see some fireballs. So continuing here, thank you for the super chats that keep coming in. Leroy Jenkins, thank you for the $10 and the emote. Really appreciate it. Very cool. David Birch, thanks for the $5. Says, just counting, you seems to be losing about a kilometer every 35 to 40 seconds. Thanks for covering it. Yeah, so it's hard to say, as we look at the telemetry, some of that altitude that's going up and down is just the natural progression between the high and the low points of the orbit. So it's going in this, this orbit that's kind of elliptical. There's always a high point and there's always a low point. And so sometimes over time, over the course of a 90-minute orbit, you'll see, an increase in altitude, then a decrease in altitude, then an increase, and then a decrease. Over, as different orbits occur sequentially. So it's a constantly moving thing. So it may not be simply due to the drag that's occurring. Mackenzie Skaketti, is a tsunami possible? Not likely at all with this. It's about 22 tons. However, when it hits the atmosphere, aerodynamic forces and heating will destroy and break it up. So it's very unlikely that it actually will. That it would cause a tsunami. In fact, it's pretty much impossible that it would cause a tsunami. There's no risk of that happening in any reasonable way. Kai the Wolf, thank you for $5. So are we not in communication with China, even though it's their rocket? Oh, so I'm sure we are. I'm sure different governments around the world are not thrilled this is happening. And the Chinese are aware of where it is too, but it's just one of those things that, maybe they tried to deorbit it intentionally and didn't have the fuel to do it, or maybe they had a technical problem. It's not clear. China does have a history of sometimes dropping these stages, kind of wherever. But hopefully, as people kind of become more aware of these types of issues, with time they'll fix they'll correct those problems in the future. Maddie Gaga, 2013, thank you once again. Said, I've just tasked my cousin in Melbourne, Australia to get his phone out to record. He also has a telescope, so fingers crossed for some eighth star footage. Yeah, that'd be very cool if it does happen to come down a little early and he films it. That would be amazing. So good job. Yeah, anybody who knows anybody around this red ground track coming up, feel free to give them a call and tell them, hey, go outside. You may not see anything. You probably won't. But if you do, it would be really cool footage. And it could be the next, viral popular video. Angela Kraus says, thanks for the donation for the $4.99, Angela. Says, thank you so much for sharing your knowledge. It is wonderful. Thumbs up, clapping. Well, appreciate you, Angela. Appreciate everyone who's been able to donate and follow this very interesting science news event going on right now. It's a little bit like one of those games where you spin the globe and you put your finger down quickly to try to see where it's going to drop. And that's a little bit the way this is. There is a red ground track, which, you know, it's only going to fall on or near the ground track. But we don't know the exact time that it comes down in, and it orbits the entire Earth in 90 minutes. So, you know, a little bit of error can result in a lot of uncertainty as far as when it comes down. But yeah, everybody stay calm. Very, very low risk to anybody on the ground. You know, 70% of the Earth is covered by water, roughly between 70 and 75%. And you know, even if it does land on land, you know, most of land is empty fields, right? And so no need to be concerned or worry. You know, you're far higher risk, you know, tripping, going over to wash your hands in the sink, you know. So continuing to kind of monitor the situation, looks like it is approaching the coast of Australia, the ground track. Somebody asking, thank you for the donation, everything Samsung Pro, saying, what is the red spot? It is above my place. Well, no need to worry. That red spot is simply an indicator that there's basically a ground to air observer who is, you know, out there looking to see what they can see with this thing. So no need to worry. It's not that's not X marks the spot that it's coming down. So no worries there. So I'm going to look for some more questions in the chat. Of course, if you want to kind of have your question go to the top, feel free to do a super chat, help support us and keep this going. So somebody asking, how are you tracking this? Do you have a live tracking going on, or are you using simulation? So the answer is this: the data for this tracking comes from the Air Force's space surveillance radar. And so they beam radar beams into the air off the big satellite dishes. And they look for reflections, basically. And, you know, they get information on where the object is, what its speed is, which direction it's going in, all that kind of stuff. And that then gets fed into a computer model, which basically plots the orbital elements and then plots it on the screen for us. So it is actually based on real data. Karaoke Vic says, you're doing great with the stream. Thank you very much. Been listening while grinding piston rings in my garage, and it's like having the radio on. Well, thank you very much. I really appreciate that. It's always great to have words of encouragement when you're doing this sort of thing. So very cool. Thanks for the $25. Awesome. Morris Pearson, thanks for the $5. And Scarlett, 020100. says, thanks for the $10. Great live streaming, graphics and commentary. If a large piece falls in the Mediterranean, could it cause a tsunami? And the answer is no. These pieces aren't large enough to cause a tsunami. So that's good news. No risk there. If you happen to live along the Mediterranean coast, there's no concern there. And Bumblebee, thank you very much for the $20. Awesome. Helps support us and keep us going. So I've got to take a momentary break here. I will be back in about 2 minutes. Thank you very much. All right, I am back, and as you can see on the screen here, it looks like the core stage is passing over kind of middle portion of Australia right now. So I appreciate the various chats that are coming in here. So lots of questions, lots of people kind of worried. The thing to remember with this is very low chance that it actually hits anywhere on land. And even if it does, estimates are that there's, less than 1% chance that it actually hits any person. And even so, the odds that it hits you is like 1 in 8 billion. So definitely be more worried about, the drive, down the street or crossing the street. Much higher risk of something happening from one of those things than being impacted by this piece of debris. And so just a quick recap here, this whole situation kind of arose when the Chinese launched their first space station module. They launched it on a Long March 5B rocket. It has a core stage that is a liquid hydrogen and liquid oxygen core stage, and 4 strap-on boosters that are actually kerosene and liquid oxygen. It boosted the core stage of the Chinese space station to orbit, but then once it was done, for whatever reason, it was not deorbited kind of safely like they would normally try to do, and put it into the ocean. So I don't know if either the Chinese didn't have the fuel to do it, or maybe they ran into a technical issue. It's not real clear at this point, but for whatever reason, it wasn't done. So now it's kind of undergoing a kind of controlled or uncontrolled reentry. Sherry R., thank you very much for the $50. That's awesome. After Australia, where will this go? I've been with you all afternoon, and I can't believe that you're the only one covering this. What is the USA possibility now? Thank you for dedication. Well, thank you very much for the chat and the support. It means the world to us to have that kind of financial backing to help cover some of the costs of what we do. It's always pricey to do this type of thing, so really do appreciate the help. So this stage is orbiting the Earth once every 90 minutes. The odds that it actually gets to the USA are very low. When I was looking at the orbital passes earlier for North America, it looked like they were all occurring kind of after midnight type of time frame. So odds are right now, with an estimated time to reentry of around an hour, this thing will likely come down long before it makes it back to the North America again. But we'll see. We'll continue to monitor it. The red ground track shows where this thing is kind of headed next. Right now it's about to, as it continues to go over Australia, it'll then pass over New Zealand and then out on a long cruise over the ocean. So we'll see what happens. Bubble B, thanks for $10. Appreciate it. Maddie Gaga, thanks again for another 5. You literally have more chance of being killed by a vending machine than being hit by this rocket. LOL. Also, I'm in British pounds. Oh yes, so thank you for the 5 British pounds. Awesome. And yes, that's true. You probably do have a far higher chance of getting killed by a vending machine than actually being hit by one of these rocket pieces. So nothing to fear. Definitely don't be scared. Watch it with interest because it's an interesting story, but don't be nothing to worry about. Tobin Bybee, thank you very much for the $5. Says the best footage so far. Any chance it will fly over the U.S. before reentry? It does not look like it's likely to do that. If it does, it will be after midnight, kind of in the early morning hours, between 1 a.m. and 5 a.m., depending on where you're at. So it looks like, in all likelihood, this thing will reenter far before then. Masha Sharoki, thank you again for $5. Why was there such less coverage and news on the rocket last year that China made on a mistake on? And what's the difference about that one? Thank you, guys. So basically, you're probably referring to, there was a similar type of situation that occurred last year. And I think the answer is just, news, whatever the news cycle is, whatever they're kind of worried about is the biggest concern. Perhaps it was, COVID-19, perhaps it was, kind of civil issues. For whatever reason, it was not, it was just not covered to the same degree. And who knows, people vote with their wallets, right? So sometimes they go with whatever the perceived highest level of interest is in. But so Russian Seal Gaming, thank you very much for the $4.99. So he says, are airplanes at risk because of this debris? So the short answer is, there's a lot of space that this debris is going to pass through. There's a lot of empty space in the skies, right? So if you look up right now, go outside, look straight up, odds are you're going to look at an empty sky and not an airplane. So the same thing kind of applies to this sort of situation. You know, if I were an airspace authority near this red line, I would probably let pilots know that, hey, maybe we want to fly off a little bit to the left or to the right, right? But I think the risks are low. But of course, if you're in an airplane and you get hit by a piece of debris, it could be bad. But airplanes have a lot of redundant systems, so that if they do take some damage, it's not likely to sort of be the end of the airplane in most cases. But you definitely don't want to take a hit. So I'd say it's not zero risk, but it's very low. So thanks for that chat. So here's one. Will New York be safe? As of right now, it looks like, you know, if this thing were to stay in orbit, it would have to stay in orbit many, many hours longer than predicted in order to actually, you know, get back over New York. So odds are good that you know that New York would be fairly safe, at least as of right now, from what we can tell. Now these are estimates. These estimates can be off, but at least as of right now, everything is looking like you know, a reentry somewhere in around an hour. And I'll mention too, you know, there's uncertainty in these predictions. So, you know, reentry could be occurring now, or reentry could occur at, you know, an hour from now, or reentry could occur in 2 hours from now. It's not completely clear when this thing will reenter. These are estimates only for a tumbling rocket in an atmosphere that is swelling and contracting all the time. So it's hard to know exactly when. Morgan Westerman, thank you for the $5. Says, I live in Missouri. We're in a direct path depending on reentry time. Are you personally nervous on the upcoming impact? I know I am. So I'm really not. You know, it's almost like getting hit by lightning. You know, you'd have to really be in the wrong place at the wrong time. And as of right now, at least, North America is looking like reentry would occur before it makes it back to North America. But we'll see. You know, we'll keep an eye on it. And, you know, I certainly wouldn't be nervous about it. I wouldn't lose any sleep about it. I wouldn't stress over it. You know, these things happen. It's an interesting story. We'll keep an eye on it, but it seems unlikely to be a huge threat. So continuing to look through some of these questions here. So as of this point, we do not know when reentry is exactly going to occur. We think that it could be, you know, based on the estimates from the orbital elements, that within about an hour. But there's still a kind of a plus or minus 1 hour on uncertainty. So hopefully that continues to get refined down as more estimates come in. And so I periodically get messaged with updates. So I'll keep you praised. Lexi Shade, thank you for the $5. Says, I live out of my car, so I couldn't donate much, but how would someone like me get access to maps like this, as I'm interested in science and space? So a really good place to go is actually to Heavens Above. So heavens-above.com. You can actually put in your latitude and longitude, and it will actually update you when certain satellites are going overhead, when the space station is going up overhead. You can actually look up this particular object and see if it's going to pass over you. And you can go and check it out. So appreciate the $5. Gazanar Gori, thank you very much. Gazanfar Gori, thank you very much for the $10 and the #1 fan emote there. That's awesome. We appreciate your support. One Rupted, thank you for the $5. Says, yo, WSG, is Texas gonna go boom shakalaka? Because I hope so. Well, hopefully it doesn't go boom. You know, these pieces, you know, will break up and slow down high up in the upper atmosphere. And really, the only threat is from metal pieces kind of raining down, right, in different areas. And so the only impact is actually where those pieces land. You step a foot to the left, a foot to the right, and everything's fine. They're not like, you know, explosive when they hit the ground. So it's also looking like North America is unlikely at this point to see a reentry, just due to the fact that the reentry estimated time is now, you know, under an hour. And in order to make it back to North America, in particular, kind of the Texas area, would be something like 5 in the morning. So Texas is looking pretty safe at this point. Avaram Green Hut, thank you for the $10. What if it were to hit a fault line, nuclear facility? Any chance it takes out Congress? Thanks for the commentary. Well, I think if it hit the fault line, there's not enough mass to cause any problems. If it hit the nuclear facility, they usually have a lot of backup systems, so I think we'd be okay with that. It would be unlikely to cause damage. I know that these domes of nuclear facilities, containment domes, are actually even designed to withstand an aircraft impact, almost kind of withstand a 9/11 style impact. So the mass of this object, especially once it's broken up into many pieces, will not be enough to actually penetrate the containment dome. So nuclear facilities would be okay. Congress depends on your political interests, I suppose, but if you've got a solid roof over you, you're probably good to go. Thanks for the commentary, and thanks for the $10. Connie Philip Pelly, thank you very much for the donation. Appreciate it. Morgan Westerman, thank you for the $5. Says, I just wanted to thank you for the live stream. I've been watching you for hours. You helped me realize the reality of this impact. It's not Armageddon. Yes, and that's the one thing I just really want to emphasize, is that it really isn't Armageddon. It's an interesting event. It's potentially a fantastic light show. If you happen to see it, it probably would be extremely beautiful. But yeah, it's nothing to freak out about or worry about too much. It's just an interesting thing in this universe that we live in that's going on right now. Eric here, Sanford, thank you for the $5. How is the altitude increasing? And the answer is that this is in a elliptical orbit. All orbits are ellipses. You have a high point to the orbit called the apoapsis and a low point to the orbit called the periapsis. And at any given time, it takes roughly 90 minutes to orbit the Earth. You're going between a high point of that orbit and a low point of that orbit. So you're seeing periodic changes in altitudes going up and going down and going up and going down in a cyclical fashion as the object orbits the Earth. So totally normal. As it climbs out towards the high point of the orbit, the altitude increases, and then as it goes down to the low point of the orbit, it decreases. So kind of normal effect. So taking a look at the ground track here, it has now kind of cleared New Zealand. And it's now really headed out to a very barren area of the southern Pacific Ocean. So we're going to keep an eye on this thing, especially as it kind of approaches the next kind of land area. But again, low risk. 70% of the Earth's surface is covered by ocean. That's the most likely endpoint for this thing. If it does land on land, less than 1% chance it hits any human whatsoever. And then the odds that it hits you is like 1 in 8 billion. So very, very, very low chance of it having any kind of bad outcome. So we'll keep an eye on this for you here. And in the meantime, if you have questions, feel free to put them in the chat. If you want them to go to the front of the line, go to the super chat. And we'll just keep keeping an eye on this all together. So one thing, I do have a little bit of an update. One of my colleagues here saying, a bit of a stat that is helpful. Its current track is 90% over the ocean. So again, looking really good for a non-human, kind of outcome to this thing. So most likely at this point, looking like could be an ocean landing. So we'll hope for that. Somebody asking if it causes damage, will the Chinese government be responsible? There are treaties in place between spacefaring nations, so that if there is damage or injury caused by another nation's sort of space activities, there is a process basically for compensating any victims if there was to be some kind of bad outcome to this. But odds of that are incredibly low. So it's really good news. So just seeing what other questions you guys have. So current estimate is saying about 46 minutes away from potential reentry, the middle of the reentry, period. At this point, I would say this thing could reenter almost at any moment, but it also could reenter, after this time period. I think the plus or minus estimate right now is about an hour. So it certainly wouldn't be it certainly is possible it could go, could go later. So we're continuing to monitor the situation. Clarky's Weather and Stuff, thank you so much for the chat. Asking, will it pass over Australia again, or are we now in the clear? I do believe there may be another pass. There. I can't see further out right now on the ground track, but I do think it's possible it could pass over a different part of Australia. So it certainly is a possibility. Roroanoa Zoro, thank you for the donation. How much money I will receive from China if the rocket destroy my house? Salute from Brazil. Hopefully lots, right? But hopefully it doesn't destroy your house, and it's a hypothetical question only. But I think the odds that it hits your house is like sort of like winning the lottery. I think pretty low odds. Samir Singh, thank you for the donation. Says, appreciate what you do for us space enthusiasts. We'll bring back the debate on the safety of space tourism, we reckon. Yeah, so possibly. Obviously the more flights you have, the more rockets are going up and down. But as long as you safely and in a controlled way deorbit the upper stage, then it's not really a problem. And as we move more towards rockets like Starship that are completely reusable, we won't be leaving any debris at all. The super heavy booster will fly back and land in Texas. The Starship itself is fully reusable. So in that situation, we're not dumping anything. We're just taking everything back up and back down out of orbit with us every time we go up and down. So I think in the long run, this sort of situation doesn't have to be long term. Masha Shah Hiroki, thank you for the $5. Could it have crashed in the ocean, and we're just waiting to find out? How long would it take to find out it crashed if it did? Hoping it's in the ocean. Yes, it's possible. It could re-enter in any moment. And if it does, when we would find out about it is during the space surveillance radar update. The object would be gone. So that's how we would find out about it. David Murphy, thanks for the $10. Murph in Windermere, Florida, would like to know how the rocket will be tracked if it lands in the ocean. Well, the answer is it will not show up on the next radar update. So that's how we would know about it. Max Humphreys, thanks for the $5 Canadian. I'm just waiting for the altitude to inexplicably start going down, and that's when we will know it's re-entering. So we may not see that immediately. This system is updated based on the latest orbital elements. It comes in periodically from the Space Surveillance Radar. It goes through a company that actually does processing on it to try to determine the orbital elements from it and the ground track. So we may not know immediately, but we will know when it disappears off this Space Surveillance Radar. OneRupted says, yo, you ignore me. It will, okay. A little bit of trolling going on there. Godless Blessings, $5. Thank you. Says, good. Just put up my badminton net. Woo. My fingers are crossed to catch a piece of it here in Southern Oregon. Yeah, does not look like it will re-enter in the United States, but you never know. If the estimate ends up being far off, it could if it ends up being several hours late. L.O. Ducky, thanks for the $10. Says, hi again. Based off past accidents, do you think this will change future launches? How does it work per country? If that can be explained briefly here, I'm sure that's complicated. So, yeah, it is best practice in the aerospace industry to deorbit your upper stages in a controlled way so they go into the ocean. And most countries do it. The European Space Agency does it, NASA does it, SpaceX does it, United Launch Alliance does it, JAXA, which is the Japanese aerospace group, does it. So it's definitely the smart thing to do. And thank you for all the super chats. I apologize. I can only see 4 at a time. So if I miss one of your questions, I'm so sorry. Jean LaCroix says, at what altitude does it start to decelerate? So it's not exactly at a specific altitude. It already is decelerating. It's in the outer atmosphere. It is slowing down as we speak. There's a sudden increase in drag that occurs, at a certain point, kind of around the Kármán line, which is roughly, I think it's like 50 miles or so in altitude. Daily Capture, thank you for the donation. Will it crash in India? It's possible. The last ground track took it over part of India. It's possible this next orbit, may take it over India again. It's not ruled out, but we don't know yet. It just really depends on the time at which it comes down. Maddie Gaga, thanks once again. Final one from me, LOL. How could we just mop it up? How could we just mop up from existing space junk, like a beach cleanup? It would be nice to see that. Good night, peace out, bro. Well, thank you for all the donations over the past couple hours, Maddie. Really appreciate it. Yeah, it's a challenging issue. Space debris is tough. There's been some talk about how you could possibly use lasers to kind of, if you have very powerful ground-based lasers, shine it in the direction the object is traveling, heat up that side of the space debris, cause outgassing, and use that sort of outgassing as creating some mild thrust that could sort of bring some of these objects in sooner. But it's tough, especially in this case where you have this object which is like 22 or 23 tons. You would need a really powerful laser to make an appreciable impact on the speed it's moving at. So it's a tough it's a tough thing. Perhaps someday we'll see Starship kind of go and grab some of these things out of different orbits and collect them all inside of a big cargo canister and deorbit them. If the money was there to do it, it certainly would be an interesting thing to see, and a good thing for the safety of astronauts. Aylin 2PO2, thank you for the donation. When is the crash? How much time? So this is an estimated time till reentry. So we don't know if it's going to come down exactly in 40 minutes from now. We don't know if it's going to come down a little sooner. It could be reentering already, or whether it's going to come down later, an hour after, right? There's a certain amount of uncertainty, and we don't know yet exactly the exact moment it's going to come down. But we're keeping an eye on it. I've got a colleague now who's keeping an eye on the latest updates and sending them to me as they pop up. So thank you very much for that, chat. So yeah, latest update. It is currently over the southern Pacific Ocean once again. The next orbit, the next area we'll see land will actually be kind of really southern Central America. So kind of right between North America and South America. And so we're continuing to monitor the situation, the latest updates from the radar. We're hoping to get another one, fairly soon. And we'll continue to update the estimated time until reentry until we have knowledge that it reenters. And we may not know exactly until we start seeing either videos from the ground, from people filming the fireballs coming in, or whether we see it disappear off one of the space surveillance radars and all of a sudden it's just missing. That will be confirmation that reentry has occurred. So somebody asking what the red dots are. These are ground observation stations. So these have nothing to do with where it's going to land. These are just kind of people that are keeping an eye out for it. So lots of questions in the chat, just kind of generally about safety. For the most part, the odds are very, very high that this thing is going to land in ocean at this point. The odds that it lands on land are very low. And even if they do land on land, very, very low chance that it actually, lands in a place where it's going to actually hit somebody. And you think about it, even if you live in wherever you live and, you have a backyard and there's space between houses and there's roads, there's lots of space where people aren't at. And even if pieces land on your house, well, odds are if they're small enough, they won't even penetrate the roof. And only the very largest pieces could actually potentially be a hazard. But the odds that they actually land on somebody, very, very low. And that's a great thing. But certainly nothing to be too concerned about. Everything's going to be fine. Far higher risk of getting hit by lightning or getting in a car accident or getting run over or, one of the more modern hazards of living. So nothing to be concerned about. Somebody asked, why don't they just land it in the ocean? And that is actually what is typically done, is that space agencies will fire their engines so that you have a controlled reentry over the ocean as opposed to this uncontrolled situation where it could land wherever. BLXRZY, thank you for the chat, for the super chat. If it lands on land, how big will the damage be? So the damage would be very small. It's literally like dropping pieces of metal out of an airplane. You don't want to get hit by one, obviously, but you move an inch or two away from where the piece landed and there's no impact whatsoever. So these aren't coming down like explosive missiles from Armageddon or something. These are literally just pieces that fall. They hit a terminal velocity between 100 and 200 miles an hour typically and land. So you don't want to get hit by one, but it's not going to it's not going to create a crater or send shrapnel out or anything like that. It's very it's much more chill, if you will. So a couple of people asking about North America. It does seem that it will be deorbited before it reaches North America again. If for some reason it stays in space longer, the estimates end up being kind of off. It would have to be in space for several more hours, which would really be unlikely, until the early morning hours where the ground tracks would actually go over the United States or go over North America. So somebody asking, is the FAA grounding all passenger flights? No. As of right now, there's no plan to do that whatsoever. And the odds are it won't even pass over the United States again. This thing is on its way out. Somebody asking, will it make a noticeable bang once landed? So obviously the big metal pieces could make a bang as they hit the ground, right? A thud, I think, is probably a better way of describing it. And thank you, Clark Seas Weather and Stuff, for the donation too. Now what would occur is if you see these pieces re-entering, you see a bunch of just train of fireballs, and as this object re-enters. But once it gets low enough into what's called dark flight, where it's no longer glowing and it's slowed down to more of a terminal velocity, there's this period where it's still going supersonic. So it's like you go from this hypersonic where it's glowing like crazy to the supersonic regimen where it's cool, but it's still moving pretty fast, to this terminal velocity where it's like 100 or 200 miles an hour. But while it's moving supersonically, you can actually potentially generate sonic booms. So those sonic booms would sound like thunder or sharp bangs. So if this does re-enter close to where you are, and you see a bunch of fireballs, and don't be surprised if you don't hit a bang or two. Pokey John Breaks, thank you very much for the $5. Says, I love your voice. You should do a podcast. Well, thank you very much. Appreciate it. Yeah, it's always fun to talk about science and technology and engineering in space. These are topics I really love, and it's just fun to do. Kind of educate people about some of this stuff too. It's always fun. So as you can see on the ground track, it is continuing to move over the Pacific Ocean. Now kind of approaching the sort of Panama region would be the next kind of crossing over on the ground. And really, re-entry could occur at any time. There's enough uncertainty in these estimates that I wouldn't be surprised if if re-entry is occurring as we speak. It also could occur right on the money, the estimate, but also could occur an hour after or so. Also wouldn't be surprising. And these are challenging calculations that these companies are doing to determine the estimated time for re-entry. You have this object that is rotating end over end at about 12 times every minute. And even in the recent footage, you can actually see that. You can see it get dim and get bright and get dim and get bright. And that is from that tumbling, as you get different amounts of light reflecting and this thing is tumbling. So because of that, the drag is doing the same thing. It goes from high to low to high to low to high to low. So you have all these effects that are going on. And thank you, Aylin, once again, to PO2 for the donation. Trying to see them as they come in. The chat's going pretty quick, so just trying to pull out questions as I see them here. And do apologize if for any reason I miss anybody's. Somebody asking for when it re-enters, how long does it take to get to the ground? Anywhere between 5 and 20 minutes, depending on basically it's called the ballistic coefficient, or basically the ratio of mass to atmospheric drag for the object, which varies based on different pieces, because this thing will hit, it's basically a cylinder. It's about 100 feet tall, about 16 feet across. Aerodynamic forces will destroy it into many other pieces, and those pieces then, depending on their mass, will basically land at different times. Tegan Nance, thank you for the $2. Is it going to hit Charlotte? Does not appear like it's going to make it all the way back. It's going to stay in orbit that long, but we'll see. These are only estimates from different companies based on the recent data. They can be wrong. Bumblebee, thank you for the $10. Were you married at first sight? So no, I am single. Thank you. Sandria Lacewell, 499. Thank you for that. Will it hit Korea, and how bad will it affect the Earth? So it's not going to affect the Earth really at all. You know, it's going to be about the same as if you took an airplane up and you had either a small airplane crash or you pulled out some metal pieces and started chunking them out the door. So it's not going to be this cataclysm. You know, you obviously don't want to get hit by one of these pieces, but it's not going to, you know, create any kind of effect on the Earth. Black Hole Sun, thank you very much for the 10. Appreciate it. And Marco, Magician Hypnotist, thank you very much for the 499 and the clapping emoji. Very cool. Stephen Rusa, thank you for the $10. As I'm betting on the coast of East Africa, hope to miss inland. Will a satellite capture the fall for a close-up? You know, it's actually a great question. I don't know. I would hope perhaps one of the infrared bands on one of these weather satellites might be able to pick this up. I know it happens with meteors sometimes, where you can actually, these satellites will pick up signals, you know, from the heat generated from, you know, the entry of a bright meteor or asteroid or meteoroid that's coming in. So it does sometimes get picked up. There's also military satellites that pick up to look for thermal plumes from, you know, missiles launching and things like that. So odds are some satellite somewhere is going to see something, and hopefully that footage or some of it gets sort of released at some point. That would be very cool. Hal 9000, thank you very much for the $50. Awesome. All these worlds are yours except Europa. Attempt no landings there. Wise advice, Hal 9000. Thank you. Well, the Life of Cubing, thank you for the $4.99. Says, will the rocket debris hit me while I'm pooping in Costa Rica? Well, it depends on the timing, I suppose. Timing of both the reentry and your bathroom visit there. So we'll see. Somebody asking in the chat, what does that circle mean? The circle is basically an indication of where you would be able to see this if it was reentering. So if you're on the outer ends of the circle, if you're outside the circle, you would not be able to see it. If you were on the very edge of the circle, you would see the reentry very low on the horizon. If you were in the center of the circle and you look straight up, the reentry would be occurring right above you. And if you were somewhere in between, you would look maybe kind of halfway between the horizon and straight up, and that would be, you know, where you would look for the fireball. So it's basically a visual indication of where you might, see this object. Would it be visible from the ISS? So the ISS is in a different orbit. Sometimes by sheer coincidence, they can be on the same side of the Earth, if you will, or the same, you know, portion of the Earth. And so the ISS might see it. I don't know. I imagine those astronauts up there are aware of this, and they're probably having somebody giving them updates. So possibility. Rosa here, thank you for the $9.99. Where's it most likely going to hit? So the latest update I was seeing was showing somewhere in the Mediterranean Sea was the best estimate. However, this is very much subject to change. You know, if it lands a little earlier, it could be one thing. If it lands a little later, it could be something else. So we're keeping an eye on it. David Murphy, thank you for the $5. Says David Murphy in Orlando would like to know if it will be visible in the night sky when it enters the Earth's atmosphere. So it very well may be. In fact, if you happen to be in this gray circle at the time when it's re-entering, it would likely be a phenomenal show. It would be this beautiful train of fireworks and meteor-like effects going on in the sky. It would be really quite something. And I'm hoping that when it re-enters, it does so over the ocean, but does so in a place where maybe somebody from the shoreline could film it. That would be pretty neat to see. And Holly St. Martin, thank you also for the $5. You say keep it up. Well, we will definitely will keep it up. Has it started breaking apart at all? So the answer is we don't know. We're waiting for the next, you know, space surveillance radar update to tell us from, you know, military assets. And so I've got a colleague who's monitoring all that stuff and will message me as soon as we have more information. And how will we know that when it's landed? You know, there'll be first of all, it will disappear. It will disappear off this space surveillance radar. So there'll be an update where it's missing. And then there may be social media stuff. You know, there may be video of this reentry. It's definitely not subtle. Definitely wouldn't be subtle if you happen to be in a place to see it. Caitlin, thanks for the $2. Thoughts on if humans could survive on Mars? So yeah, Mars has like a wide variety of temperatures, anywhere from up to like 70 degrees Fahrenheit at times, all the way down to, many minus 100 degrees or more, at the poles. So the key issue is can you make oxygen and can you make a fuel source on Mars? So the answer is, there's plenty of CO2, and there is a process called the Sabatier process to break apart that CO2 and actually create, in the end, methane and also oxygen that could be used for breathing. So the answer is, in theory, yes. And in fact, the recent Mars rover that landed has an experiment to actually test out some of this, and they actually have created methane and have created oxygen on that experiment. So yeah, I think Mars could be, humans may one day not only visit Mars, probably on Starship, but also, but also live there long term. GND, thank you for the donation. Say hi to Brian. Well, hey there, Brian. I hope you're doing well and having a good time. Enjoy, monitoring the situation. Alien 2 PO2, thank you again for another donation. What do you think it crashed in Europa? And what happened when it crashed? We see it live. And how long will you be online? So we'll be online. Either me or somebody else, or the stream will be up. As long as it takes to come down. It might crash in Europe. It certainly is a possibility. We don't know yet exactly when it's coming down. A lot of the ground tracks are kind of headed that way right now. Still, the most likely outcome is the ocean. But if will we see it live? We hopefully we get some good footage from somebody who happens to catch it. But if you live in Europe, wouldn't be a bad idea as this gets closer to go outside, look up, and who knows, you might see one of the craziest light shows of your life. The ROSA still don't know exactly where it's going to hit yet. We're waiting on some more updates here. And while I'm waiting, I'm going to take a look at some of the feeds that I have as well, see if we can't get some more information. But yeah, right now, if you're in Panama, look up and have your phone ready just in case it happens to be re-entering. That would be interesting to see. Chris Kelly, thank you for the donation. Appreciate that. That's awesome. What's the time frame again? So the best estimates we have, we're saying about, the kind of the center of the reentry point would be around 22 minutes away. So we are getting close to when this thing could potentially come down. And we're continually looking for further information to see if we can't refine that more before this thing comes down. How loud will it be? Again, the pieces landing would be thuds, but the actual event, as those meteors kind of, from all the pieces, kind of go dark and are still supersonic on the ground, you could definitely hear sonic booms. You could definitely, it sound like thunder type of thing. So it could be potentially loud, but only if it happens to be like right over you or fairly close. So it looks like the next landmass, kind of going over some islands in the Caribbean, but it's going to be going over the Dominican Republic. It'll then be passing over the North Atlantic. And for anybody who's just joining us, basically this was a Chinese Long March 5B rocket that was carrying the first module of their space station that they put into orbit recently. It was a cryogenic hydrogen and cryogenic oxygen upper stage, or really it's a core stage. There was no upper stage on this rocket. It had a number of strap-on boosters, which were liquid kerosene, liquid oxygen. Took off from China, safely delivered the first module of that space station into orbit. And then, for whatever reason, they were not able to do a controlled reentry. Either they weren't trying to, or they were out of fuel, or they ran into some technical issue. Thank you, Vale, for the super chat. You're in Germany, and we'll wait until it lands. So Vale 1405, thank you very much for that. Yeah, let me know if anybody does see it. Let me know. Bethany Morgan Smith, thank you very much. Yeah, my name is David Gonzalez. My background is I'm actually an engineer. I work in my day job at a a startup building large vertical takeoff and landing drones that make 1,500 pounds of thrust called aerial vehicle automation. And so we're building cargo drones that will eventually carry cargo long distances. And so I do that during the day job, aerial vehicle automation. And then I also do, I've worked covering space launches for the last 10 years, from the end of the space shuttle program to Falcon 9 launches, Falcon Heavy launches, Delta IV Heavy launches, Atlas V launches as well. And of course, more recently, Starship launches. So I'll go out and shoot videos as well for that. Kay Andrews, thank you very much for the donation. Why does something like this just spiral downward in orbit instead of just falling to Earth? Because in orbit, you're actually moving sideways relative to the ground. And so as you start hitting the air molecules, it starts to gradually slow you down. And yeah, it's this kind of gradual degradation in altitude until you get into thicker and thicker and thicker air until pretty much it starts turning a lot of that energy into heat, and down you go. Marcine Prime, thank you for the donation. How frequently do we get updated radar tracking measurements? So the answer is it varies. These space surveillance radars are in different parts of the world, different locations. And depending on where it is in the orbit and where the space surveillance radar can see, it really varies. So sometimes we're getting them every 30 minutes. Sometimes we're getting them, every hour. It just sort of depends on where it is. Raindrops, thank you for the donation, saying Jesus is Lord. Here's a question: why do different live trackers have totally different numbers for altitude? And the answer is, there's different data sets that they're using, and so different. In theory, they should all be the same, but also depends, on what altitude are you measuring to. Are you measuring to sea level? Are you measuring to the local ground, ground altitude, if it's not over the ocean? So just kind of different reference points. So sometimes you'll see between different trackers little subtle differences. Brayden, thank you for the donation. Will it hit me doing the Tennessee muzzleloader? Well, if you're in Tennessee, I don't think it's going to make it back to North America. That's sort of my personal estimate based on all this data we have coming in. But you never know. Keep an eye on it. We'll see as we get updated orbital elements here. I'm just going to do a few checks here. Yeah, so this next orbit will take it over Europe. It'll also take it over kind of parts of the Middle East and out and just barely skim part of Australia, but it's probably 90% or more ocean on this orbit. So assuming it does come down this orbit, it's looking most likely like an ocean landing, which would be ideal. Canadian Republic, thank you and Kayla Drew, thank you for the chats. So Kayla, did you mention more about the drag? I'm in a fluid mechanics course right now, and I'm interested in the dynamics of the system. Yeah, so the drag, the upper atmosphere expands and contracts based on different weather patterns, whether it's in sunlight or not, and also due to different space weather. So as the upper atmosphere gets hotter, it expands and it goes out more into space, and this can cause a higher level of drag than if it's contracted. So there's lots of different effects. It's quite complicated, but that's kind of what that is. And Canadian Republican, those red dots, thank you for another donation. Those red dots are basically observation sites. So there's either people in boats and ships, in the case of some of these dots in the ocean, or most likely people on the ground that are keeping an eye on it. And Biljana Parapovic, thank you for the $5. Are they saying where it will hit? Round about what area of the world? So, right now the next estimate is that it comes down, here, really, gosh, in 16 minutes, we're kind of getting close. So, it could be coming down already. It's only an estimate. There's about an hour plus or minus of these estimates. So it's possible the thing's already out of orbit. We're waiting on orbital updates. We don't know when the next update is yet. Hopefully we hear something soon. It's also possible it'll come down an hour or two later. These are our estimates of a very complicated system that's spinning and Michelle, thank you for the chat as well. When it does finally crash, does China have the rights responsibility to recover the debris, or is it a free-for-all? Do other countries want the tag? So good question. I imagine that China, might want some of the pieces back. but most likely wherever it lands, the local folk are gonna probably grab them, and you know, there's obviously a financial incentive to, you know, put them in a museum or whatnot. And there's also, you know, other countries who might want to know, hey, what alloys are they using in the metals? Hey, what, you know, let's put a boroscope into the remaining engine parts. You know, there's definitely some reverse engineering that people might want to do. Thank you, Zorro, for the, you know, for the chat as well. Great job covering. And how do we stop this from happening? We may have escaped today, but maybe not next time. Well, that's true. And the answer is do what everybody else is doing in the space industry. If you launch a rocket and you have an upper stage, or you have a stage of it, and if you know, carry enough fuel so that you can safely bring it back down to the ocean in a controlled way, so that people don't have to worry about it. Brogan, Marin Sick saying Satan is king. Also, what color is the rocket? Thanks. So my understanding is that the rocket is a white color because of, you know, you know, at the launch, the core stage was painted white. So my understanding is that it's white. So people kind of asking various questions here. Let's see, can't the government shoot down? So in theory, there are anti-satellite weapons that can be used, but if you blow it up, you might end up sending pieces to higher orbits, and those pieces at higher orbits could be a hazard to other satellites or to other astronauts that are flying around. So it's really frowned upon to do anti-satellite tests. Ella Hockley, thank you for the donation, saying Dalton is my hero. Go Dalton. So Dalton, way to go. So as you can see on the ground track here, you know, continuing to move along here, could fall anywhere along the red line at this point. You know, the estimated time to re-entry is something like 13 minutes, 13 and a half minutes roughly. Does look like it could be, it will do a pass over Europe. So if you're in Europe right now and you want to see potentially a good show, you know, go outside and take some video. And then once those meteors go out, go inside, just in case. But the next land it will go over is basically the Portugal and Spain area from the look of it. And then it will pass over the Mediterranean Sea, we'll go over some of the islands of the Mediterranean, and then pass over Italy. Maybe it looks like part of Greece. And then we'll carry along. WLR, thank you for the donation. Says it looks like it's going to hit somewhere. Well, it definitely will hit somewhere. Hopefully water. Chris Orr, thank you very much for the $20. Every little bit helps support what we're doing here. KHRQX asking, when is it going to hit? Well, the best estimate is in about 12 and a half minutes. There is high uncertainty in these numbers, though, and so we don't know. So we're discussing now, we're trying to see when the next space surveillance radar update could be. I'm just going to take a moment here. But yeah, the next place that it could pass over would be Europe, in particular Spain and Portugal. So it'd be nice. Ideally, it would land in the ocean, but would have some maybe footage from the shoreline showing some pieces coming down. That'd be pretty exciting. Father Jeremiah Talala, sorry if I messed up your name. Appreciate the donation. Very cool. Kef Money, thanks for the $4.99. Happy Mother's Day, Marianne. So happy Mother's Day to Marianne and all other mothers out there as we get ready to go into Mother's Day here. Reyna, where do you think it will hit? Well, that's the million-dollar question, right? You know, at this point, you know, the estimated time till reentry is something like 11 and a half minutes. That might put it either out in the Atlantic Ocean, could be Spain or Portugal, could be the Mediterranean Sea or one of the islands of the Mediterranean. There's a substantial amount of uncertainty as to whether it will actually come down then or not. So we'll see. But if you're in Europe, yeah, get your cameras ready just in case. Tom Hagen, thanks for the $5. Will it look like when the space shuttle crashed on reentry? It will look very similar to the space shuttle Columbia, which disintegrated on reentry. you could have multiple glowing pieces with plasma streams coming off them. So it's definitely would be similar in appearance to other reentries that have occurred. Faith S, thanks for the donation. You say 128 milyar nerende taib. Mortoza Ashraf, can I see it from Germany? So looking at it here, it might be just visible near the horizon in Germany, depending on what part of Germany you're in, particular southern Germany. If you have a clear view to the horizon to the south, you might just be able to see something, but depending on local weather conditions, cloud cover, all that, could have an impact on that as well. Nadiradi Money Deep, thank you very much for the donation. Really appreciate that. UFMAM, thank you for the $10. Awesome. KHRQX says, my cousins are in Europe. Well, send them a message, tell them, hey, there could be some excitement to be seen. Jason Van Diesch, thank you for the donation. Should planes be worried of a collision? Thank you. So, it's up to the local airspace authorities in any of these regions. If they want to issue a NOTAM or provide a warning or tell them to, hey, get out from under the ground track. I think the odds of pieces hitting a plane, it'd be really bad luck if that happened, like really, really bad luck, getting hit by lightning kind of thing. But hopefully there's at least some awareness of what's going on there. Flyers Man, thank you for the $10. Awesome. And I see lots of chats. The rate of chat is very high as we get kind of close to sort of the predicted endpoint. So if I do miss one of your messages or questions, my apologies. We're doing the best we can to keep up with them. There's a lot of them. So here's what we know as we kind of get into this final, within the potentially final 10 minutes. This was a rocket launch to launch the Chinese space station. It did successfully get the Chinese space station core module into orbit. This is the core of this Long March 5B booster. And, they were not successful or not able to basically take this thing out of orbit. So it's basically in the process of undergoing a uncontrolled reentry. At this point, we don't know whether it has. It's possible that it could have reentered already. It's possible that it'll reenter right around this estimated time, and it's possible it could be a little bit after. But at this point, along the ground track of this thing is taking it right towards the western coast of Portugal and Spain. Then we'll fly over the Mediterranean, out over some of the islands of the Mediterranean, and just to the south looks like of Italy. And looks like almost just to the south of Greece as well, maybe just sort of kissing it. So that's how we're looking currently. Still lots of ocean. Could come down in the Atlantic, could come down in the Mediterranean, could come down over Spain or over Portugal. If it's still up, we're awaiting updates still for the space surveillance radar. Laura Wabler, thank you for the donation. Z Tiffy, thank you for the donation. Chad Davis, appreciate it. Says, I remember seeing a reentry in the late 80s. Yeah, that must have been cool. I've seen a number of meteors myself. I have not really seen a planned reentry. Dana Reamer, thanks for the $50. Says, I work for the ISS program. Thanks for showcasing this stuff. Oh, you're very welcome, and thank you for the work you do on the ISS with NASA, with the European Space Agency. That's awesome. Keith Nation, thanks for the $5. Thank you for the watch. Can you tell Gina Happy Mother's Day? Well, Gina, Happy Mother's Day to you, and Happy Mother's Day to all the other mothers out there. Charlene Perrin, thank you for the $5. So as you can see on the screen here, we are approaching the western coast of Europe, Portugal. So once again, very low risk of any kind of injury with this type of thing. The biggest thing that could happen most likely is you get a brilliant light show. But the odds that any of the pieces that come down land on you or land on any houses or cars or anything are very, 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 very low. Kay Grayson, thank you. Are uncontrolled reentries common? Hi from Becca, if you're still watching from your sis. So, they're more common than you think. There's a lot of upper stages from rockets that are left over even from the 60s and 70s. And periodically they make uncontrolled reentries. Ben Hagen, thank you for the for the chat. Medurpi Manadeep, thank you for the chat as well. How do we estimate the time till reentry? So at this point, the best time we have is about 5.5 minutes away. That's the best estimate we had from the last radar data. And we're working this in the background, trying to figure out, if we have better data or not. So far, we haven't had an update. So, not sure what that means yet. Hopefully we get further information soon. Access Boutique, thanks for the chat. Really appreciate it. But yeah, at this point, should be passing over Portugal and over Spain. So eyes up if you're in those areas. Get some video. Possible it's already in the ocean. It's possible that it's not yet and it won't re-enter for some time. We don't know yet, but we're going to stay live here. Christian Lopez says, just looked at live sky view from New Zealand. How many rockets and Skylinks are flying around up there? Meteors are beautiful. Cheers. Yeah, so I know Starlink, which is the SpaceX constellation now, has put up many satellites. They're launching, I think it's like 60 at a time now. That's really a lot. And the most of the time they're not visible, because they're high enough altitude where you can't really see them. And if they're not lit up by the sun, you don't see them. But certainly there's this whole new communications network that's being built. Shadi, Chloe, and Prank, thank you very much for the donation. Awesome. Welcome to Captain Crew, JMNTA 805. Good, glad to have you. So this minute, about 4 minutes or so, a little under 4 minutes to the predicted reentry time. Does not mean it's going to come down right on the reentry time. Could be a little before, could be a little after. We're continuing to monitor it carefully, and we're really ready for radar, waiting for radar updates. We're trying to find some definitive sign that this thing has gone down. So I'm checking that. Let's see here if we have anything. So we have no further radar updates at this time. We're waiting to see what the fate of this thing is going to be. Continuing to check the latest updates here. I'm just looking at some of the other monitors too. So still no definitive updates on the radar. So at this point, we're going to assume that it could be coming down literally any minute, if it hasn't already. Thank you very much for the chat, Gabriel Cipriano. Appreciate it. So just a quick recap as people are jumping on the stream here. So basically, this was a Chinese Long March 5B rocket that launched from China and was carrying the first module of their space station. After successful launch and separation of that space station, they were not able to deorbit it for whatever reason. Not sure if they were trying or not sure if they just had a technical issue, but they weren't able to get it deorbited. So now we're, based on radar data, we're estimating this time for reentry really to be around 2 minutes from now. Brianna Lopez, thank you for the chat. She says, if it hits a volcano in the Canary Islands, would it trigger an East Coast tsunami? No. So luckily, the mass is not high enough that it's going to be any risk to a tsunami. And the most likely outcome at this point is that it is either landed in water already, or that it is about to land in water. And the odds of it actually landing on solid ground are low. And even if it does, the odds of it landing on people is less than 1%. And even if it lands on people, the odds of it landing on you are 1 in 8 billion. So really nothing to be concerned about. It's an interesting event though, having any situation that brings potential metal debris raining down. It's kind of an eye opener. So we're keeping an eye on it here. So about a minute away or so from reentry. Appreciate these super chats as they come on. Still monitoring various feeds here. Still no video of reentry. Still no radar data showing that it's missing yet. So we're watching. But this could be, as they say, the last lap. Could be on its last lap. We'll see. At this point, estimating 1 minute away from the kind of potential reentry. Leo Perez Castillo, thank you very much. I want to say hi to Noah. Hope you're having a good day, Noah. So a rocket currently passing some islands in the Mediterranean Sea just to the south of Italy. So if you're out in Italy, go have a look, see if you see any fireballs. It's possible at this point, any minute. At this point, our live altitude data is really based on the previous orbital elements that we had from the last space surveillance radar reading that came in. So we don't know if it's still up there or if it has come down and sunk into the atmosphere. We're still waiting on an update for that. But possible reentry could be in progress at any time now. Jason T, thank you very much. You said it was at an altitude of 159 kilometers. It peaked at 198 kilometers a few minutes ago. Is it possible that it skipped off the atmosphere and gained that much altitude? So no. So this is basically data based on the normal orbital elements for this orbit. So every orbit is an ellipse around the Earth. There's a high point and a low point. And so at any given moment in orbit, it's going between the either rising towards the high point or falling towards the low point on the orbit. So this is sort of residual data. We don't know yet at this point whether this thing is dead or alive. It's sort of in this zombie-like state where we don't know if it has re-entered or if it's landed. But if it has re-entered, from the moment it starts to re-enter, it's around between a 5 and 20 minute period for the pieces to actually sort of hit the ground. So AB, thanks for the donation. How long does it take to land after re-entry? So that just answers your question right there. Between 5 and 20 minutes is the time period. So yeah, if you're in Italy or if you're in Greece, if you're in Turkey, Egypt, Libya, Saudi Arabia, Syria, Iraq, Israel, go outside, take a look, see if you have a light show. 8EL Guy 1, thank you very much for the $20. Could you please wish my wife Fanny a happy Mother's Day? Well, Fanny, hope you have a brilliant Mother's Day, a great Mother's Day. And to all the other moms out there as well, have a good one. Brad Gray, thank you for your hard work. Thank you very much. Thank you for donation. Helps keep this going. So this is the exciting limbo state that we're all in together at this point, where we haven't had a radar update in a while. We're looking for some sort of confirmation, some sort of video of this thing re-entering somewhere on social media, or some indication that this thing has actually re-entered. There's a lot of uncertainty in the re-entry timeline, so we've gone ahead and put it as possible re-entry in progress. Kelly Des Rosiers, thank you very much. Why are there so many evil people in here wanting to harm Israel? Well, we hope nobody gets harmed. We're all humans and trying to survive on this planet Earth together. So, but politics are politics. People get all amped up about that kind of stuff. But yeah, as you can see from the ground track, anywhere in this grayed out region, if you live in any of these areas where you're in that kind of grayish bluish circle, go outside, take a look. Reentry could be in progress, might have already occurred, or might be yet to occur. But if you are in these areas, please do let us know if you see something or you don't see something. That's good information, and your information could be as current as any information anywhere. So still waiting on any kind of confirmation at this point. Checking the feeds. And you have to imagine there's probably some military radar that is tracking this. John Lewis, thank you for the donation. Tell Dave he's rubbish at COD, please. Okay, Dave, you're rubbish at Call of Duty. So at this point, should be going over the coast of Israel. So if you're in any of these areas, again, I kind of emphasize, see if you see anything. If it is re-entering, you'll see it'll be unmistakable looking up. And do appreciate everybody who's been donating in super chats and everybody who's supported us throughout this stream today. It's it's been fun. We've had a couple of different commentators. Really enjoyed talking about all this. But yeah, we're in this limbo state, and we're continuing to wait for some confirmation that reentry has occurred. Dave Murphy, thank you for the $20. Wishing Christina Murphy in Windermere, Florida, a happy Mother's Day. So happy Mother's Day, Christina Murphy. It is exciting to see, when you see how many people are interested in space and in engineering and technology. It's the key technology that makes our world tick. And we're in this space age, and it's always a good opportunity to learn. Evan Ogra, excuse me. Thank you very much for the $5. Hello from New York. Can you give a Mother's Day shout out to Dr. Maria Cartanganea? Sorry if I botched the last name, but happy Mother's Day to Dr. Maria. Really, really appreciate it. So at this point, just a quick update. The rocket stage is currently passing over Saudi Arabia, if it is still in orbit, if it hasn't deorbited yet. Looking at social media feeds and radar updates, we still have no definitive confirmation that this thing has come down or not. So we're awaiting some kind of an update. There was an hour plus or minus on uncertainty from the latest update, so we don't know yet if it is down yet. Anthony, thank you for the chat. Will it pass over the USA if it's up there longer? Yes, it will. But it would have to be up there a lot longer. So the passes are basically really after kind of the midnight time frame where they start to really pass over the US. So it's possible if these estimates end up being way wrong, and who knows. But at this point, it does not look like it's going to last that much longer. Specs, SZN, thank you for the chat. Let's hope it doesn't hit anywhere to harm people. Yes, exactly. Let's hope it ends up dropping in the ocean, or if it does land on land, it just ends up in a field somewhere, or desert somewhere, or field, crops or something where it doesn't harm anything. And it would be neat after all this too to see some pieces of it. We've been talking about it now for several hours, and people have been thinking about it for several days. So it certainly would be a historical artifacts if any of this gets recovered. But we obviously hope it doesn't land on anybody. So at this point, kind of passing through the middle portion of Saudi Arabia, it's then going to pass out into Oman. So if you're in Saudi Arabia, Oman, Yemen, go outside, take a look. Let us know if there's a fireworks show. People ask, why is it hard, to figure out the exact time, and it's because the thing is tumbling end over end, and it's passing through areas of the atmosphere that are very high and have a very difference in density that can occur just based on space weather environment. So people don't know we actually don't know what the density of the atmosphere is up there. It's only an estimate. Yamagata Nobuyuki, thank you very much for the super chat. Very, very much appreciated. And as always, I'm trying to answer questions from the chat, but if you want anything to rise to the top, feel free to super chat and we'll get on it right away. Classy Essentials, thank you very much for the $10 and the thank you emoji, very cool. So at this point, as always, anywhere in this sort of bluish circle zone is an area where if you happen to be near it and it was re-entering, you would be able to see it. If you're on the edge of the circle, it'd be low on the horizon. If you're dead center in the circle, it could be right above you, so heads up. Jay Kuradijan, thank you very much for the chat. Awesome. Says thank you, this is awesome. Well, we think you're awesome too. Jason Russo, happy Mother's Day to Jill Russo. David Moore, happy Mother's Day to Andrea Moore and Kim Stanley. Happy Mother's Day. People asking, are we safe? So we don't know yet. We don't know whether this thing has re-entered already or not. So we're trying to figure that out. So Sandria Lacewell, thanks for the chat. If it hits the ocean, will it cause a tsunami or spike in earthquakes? The answer is no. And that's the good news, is that this thing is 22 tons roughly, 100 feet long, 16 feet across, big object, but not big enough to cause any kind of tsunami or earthquake. It's only really a hazard if it happens to land right on you, right? but the odds of that are very, very small. You're much more likely to, trip down the stairs or something, or fall just moving around and suffer an injury than to get injured by this thing. Clarky's Weather and Stuff, thanks for another donation. I honestly think it may land close to or on Australia. So that was his message. So who knows? If we don't know yet whether it has entered or not. So far we're not seeing any videos on social media or anything. So it may still be up there. We're keeping a close eye on it. Just checking the latest feeds here, see if there's anything new. Not as of right now. Sky, thank you for the donation. Oh, hey, Destiny. Ha, 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 ha. So, hi, Destiny. Ben Dover. Altitude is dropping. Probably going to drop in the Indian Ocean. Thanks to Ben. We know what's going on there. TFFF-MSS. Happy Mother's Day to Nana from Jackson. So, happy Mother's Day to Nana from Jackson. Isn't it great in the age of technology? You can get anybody to say anything. Chris Orr, thank you very much for the $25. How fast is it going? For perspective, how long from land to New York to LA? So don't have a calculator handy, but it's, if it is still in orbit, it's moving north of 17,000 miles an hour. So that is a very, very quick trip, no matter how you look at that. Heiser, thank you very much. Greetings from Germany. Great stream. Thanks a lot. I've seen nothing in South Germany yet. So thank you for the data point there. So nobody saw anything in South Germany, at least. Aiden Charming, thank you for the money. $5. What's Earth's reentry height where the rocket would start burning up? 100 kilometers? Yeah, 100 kilometers, roughly the 50-mile range is about where that starts to happen. It can actually happen a little bit at higher altitude than that, but that's where the drag really starts to, to kind of increase, like crazy. Abigail Vipperman, thank you for that chat. This is real helpful. Thanks to Snapchat map. It just passed over Israel according to recent snaps within 5 minutes. So yeah, that's right on with what we were talking about there. And I'm curious, Abigail, if that was, if it was burning up in Israel, or if it was just visible, as a satellite still. Real curious to hear on that. So at least as of Israel, likely was still up and up moving still. So Aiden Charming, thank you for the $5. What's Earth's reentry height? Okay, so we just talked about that. Dave Winefield, welcome to Cabin Crew. Appreciate it. So yeah, at least it was up still over Israel. So once again, a large amount of uncertainty in these estimates for when this thing is going to come down. We knew this was the center of the estimate, but the estimate was plus or minus an hour. So this thing could very well still be up there, waiting to have its moment. David, my grills. Footage and images of it flying over Middle East via Twitter thread from DJ SNM. So thank you very much for that update. So it's still flying from the look on social media as it was passing over the Middle East. So it's likely still in orbit. Seems to be pretty good. Ready for launch. Thanks for the $10. Thanks for doing this. What goes into estimating when and where it comes down. So there are space surveillance radars usually operating by the U.S. military and other sources. This information gets fed into a variety of private companies that have their own algorithms for trying to estimate when this stuff comes down. But there's still a wide amount of uncertainty, plus or minus an hour or more, even this close to it. And so, we're still on the seat of our chairs over here too. Aiden, thanks for the money. Happy Mother's Day to Iris Sager. Happy Mother's Day to Iris Sager. Says, scream it. She's watching the stream. So thank you very much. Mother's Day to Iris. K. Elon, happy Mother's Day to Metacarpal. Thank you for the super chat. Masha Sharoki, people are saying they saw it over Jordan. Okay, another great piece of information. Thank you for the chat as well. This is the great part about social media is that we are having updates, literally coming in just minutes old, saying this thing is still in orbit. So we are waiting with every moment in time. The odds that it re-enters increases. Abigail Vipperman, thank you very much. Says, from what I can tell, it was all in one piece and very high up. Okay, so that was the Israel report. And so as of that point, it was still very much intact. So at least as of, seems like Israel and the Middle East, there was no reentry. Will Richardson, shout out to Laura McDougall. So shout out to you, Laura. Thank you for the chat. So very cool. So we do have updates from the pass over the Middle East that was still in orbit, still in one piece, no fireballs yet. So it's now entering out over the Indian Ocean. We'll see if it makes it. Will be interesting to see if when it's sort of revisualized either from people in Sri Lanka or southern India, if anybody sees it there. Eric Griffin says, doggy coin though, Dogecoin. So thank you for the chat, Eric. Vicky, thanks for the chat. I'm in Western Australia. If it does happen to make it close to us, we'll be able to see it in daylight. So you will not see it if it is not re-entering, but if it is re-entering, you could most likely see daytime fireballs. So yeah, so keep your eyes peeled for us. So it won't be as obvious, right, if it's during the day, but it still would likely be bright enough to see. So yeah, really looking forward to those updates. Somebody asking, is it a hoax? Definitely not a hoax. People are seeing it. Andy Fry, Kratos812, thanks for the feed. Can you give Tacey Fry a shout out for being a great dog mom? So Tacey, thanks for being a great dog mom and happy Mother's Day. Glasswell Candle Company, thank you very much for the $5. William Schulberg, happy birthday to Dad. Andy Fry, already did your comment. And apologies if I missed any of these. Michael Smith, thank you very much. They're coming in pretty fast, and I'm kind of going between different feeds here. We're looking to see if we have any data, anything new here. But at least as of the Middle East, it was still in orbit in one piece. We have it from multiple sources coming in. Yeah, it looks like people seeing some stuff on Twitter. Yeah, still one piece. It's fairly bright, I think, because it's such a low altitude now. So people are kind of crowdsourcing the visualization of this thing. So very, very cool. It's where social media can be really awesome. 333 Purple Dog. I'm in Perth, next landfall, but it is cloudy. Bummer. Almost where Skylab landed in 1979. I survived that. Getting excited. Exciting. And yeah, Skylab was what I was talking about earlier, a couple hours ago on the stream, where did a reentry mostly over the ocean, but pieces ended up landing in Australia, and a lot of those pieces end up in museums. So it ended up being a big tourist attraction, seeing these pieces at this big space station. Husam Yosef, thank you very much for the $10. Says save Sheikh Jarrah, free Palestine. We try not to get too political, but we read the messages that come in. Crazy Ray, $5. Thank you very much. If we are in a 10-mile radius when it crashes, would we feel a quake? So you won't feel a quake from the actual impact of the pieces, but you may hear sonic booms, which could shake your house or would sound like thunder. So you can't rule out sonic booms. Jacob Bryan, thanks for the $5. Says thank you so much for your extensive and thorough coverage. Cheers from Indiana. Well, thank you very much for the donations. This is really, really helpful. So it's exciting to see everybody watching this together. We're waiting on some kind of next update, continuing to refresh all the feeds and see if there's any radar data. So people still watching it on social media at this point. Is over the Indian Ocean on the way to the southwestern coast of Australia. We know that it was intact as it came over the Middle East, but fairly low altitude. And so we're watching that. So Lexi Aldridge, thank you for the $5. Says thanks for this information. Me and my cousin are very interested in this. We are from Pennsylvania. Well, hi to you and your cousin. And thank you, Hussam Yusuf. Says free Palestine. So people asking, would it create any kind of tidal wave? There will be no tidal wave created from this. The biggest impact is if it lands on some piece of property or a person, right? But the odds of that are very low. At this point, it's traveling over the Indian Ocean. If it were to come down now, it's in a safe spot. Caleb Harrower, thank you for the donation. Is there an estimated time that they're predicting it'll hit? So the answer is, we have passed that point where they originally predicted it would hit. However, there's about a plus or minus an hour time frame on that. So sometime in this next orbit, we think it's going to come down, according to the latest data and the experts and companies that basically try to look at this data carefully. So continuing to watch the situation. Rocket is currently over the Indian Ocean. again, this was, thank you, Jackson, for the donation. This was a Long March 5B rocket. It carried the Chinese space station to orbit. For whatever reason, they either chose not to deorbit it or they were unable to deorbit it. And so it's currently undergoing a uncontrolled reentry. Okay, so an update, LZAR 760 says Aerospace Corporation says it may have reentered, absence of new data sets, etc. Okay, so very interesting. So it's possible it could have reentered. We're going to continue to monitor, look for confirmation of that. Daryl Lynn Alvarez, thank you for the $5, says, shout out to my hardworking husband, Tony, from Chicago. So thank you very much. So we're continuing to monitor the situation very carefully. They said absence of new data. I'm not sure if that's referring to on one of the radar stations where they were expecting it or not. We're continuing to watch it. Diego Pardo, thank you very much for that thumbs up. So the orbital ground track is currently over the Indian Ocean. We knew it was intact coming off the coast of the Middle East. So we think that it may, there's some potential it could have come down or be coming down over the Indian Ocean right now. We're awaiting some kind of confirmation. Obviously not a very inhabited area, but we do know it made it through the Middle East. The next possible place where it could be seen would be Australia. It is daylight there, so they won't see it if it's still up. But if it's coming down as fireballs, then it would be visible. Obviously, a lot of land mass over there, so we're awaiting some kind of confirmation here. So if you're in Southwest Australia, now's the time where you start thinking about heading outside and looking for things. Somebody asking, is Hawaii safe? So as of right now, it doesn't look like it's going to make it all the way to Hawaii. We'll see, though. And even if it does, there's low potential for accident or injury. There's a lot of space on Earth. That's one thing that's nice. There's a lot of open space. It can be deceiving when you live in a city, because you see tons of people. But most places on Earth are still very much uninhabited, which is good when you have these sorts of situations. So I see lots of Australians in the chat. Yeah, definitely looking forward to hearing what you have to say. A couple people asking, is it radioactive? It would definitely not be radioactive. So no hazard from that. How can it reentry when reentry starts at 100 kilometers, 62 miles above the Earth? Sea level and altitude at the moment is approximately 157 kilometers. Yeah. So there are high and low points of the orbit. These orbital elements are based on the latest data that we had from space surveillance radars. This is based on the assumption that it is still in orbit. So because orbits have a high point and a low point on the orbit, it's possible that that the low point of the orbit is already taking it inside the atmosphere, and if that were to happen, it would very rapidly deorbit. Melissa Dunstan, thank you for joining cabin crew. Chris B, thank you. Says James Gill is hiding in the corner of his basement in New Jersey. Can you tell him it's safe to come upstairs? Well, James, I would say no need to hide in the basement any longer. Head on upstairs. I don't think it's going to make it to the U.S. It'd be pretty shocking. Champion Gold Gaming, will Brad Pitt be safe? I think most likely if he's in the United States, pretty safe place right now. I don't think it's going to stay in space that long. You never know, but we'll see. So Bethany Mihai, thank you for the donation. Thank you to everyone who's been asking questions via Super Chat. It really helps us throughout the day get through all this. Eon Boyle, thank you for the donation. Do you think the rocket will be affected by Candace? Not sure what that's quite referring to. Mr. Bretzel Emino, sorry if I get your names wrong. Is Canada safe? So at this point, it looks like North America, it's not going to stay in orbit long enough to reach North America. It'd be pretty surprising if it does. Annabelle, thank you for the donation. Thanks for this. Please shout out to my boyfriend Johannes. We're tuned in. Well, shout out to Johannes. Champion Gold Gaming. Will Mia Khalifa be safe? Hopefully. Megan Ashcroft, North Perth Westfield. Thank you for the donation. And again, these are coming through very quickly, so I do apologize if any of these don't, if I miss any of these. Big Lemon, if it landed on my property, would I own it? So this gets kind of a legal gray area, you know. Oftentimes, you know, for spacecraft, the owners of the spacecraft do claim they have ownership. However, depending on what country it lands in, you know, whether they have local jurisdiction, you know, for that, you know, varies. Greg Tanner, thank you very much for the $2. Says anyone in New Jersey should worry? Question mark. Or I guess my answer is if you're in New Jersey, you should worry. It's most likely either re-entered already, preparing to re-enter. So appreciate that. Somebody asked me, what do you do? So my day job, I do run a company that builds large vertical takeoff drones called Aerial Vehicle Automation. We're building drones that can carry make 1,500 pounds of thrust to carry several hundred pounds at a time. So initially cargo, and then who knows, maybe one day humans, we'll see. But that's what I do in my day job as an engineer and as an executive of that company. Proud.army.family, thank you very much for the $5. Says happy Mother's Day to my beautiful daughter-in-law, Cassandra in Wisconsin. And the other part to what I do is I do cover rocket launches. I've been doing it for about 10 years, from the space shuttle to Falcon 9s, Falcon Heavies, Starship, Atlas 5 rockets, you know, Delta 4 Heavies. I've covered been fortunate enough to cover a wide variety of rockets and film them on my personal channel, which is David Go Jr., David G-O-J-R. Samantha Belfiore, thank you very much. Can you say hi to Joe McKenzie? He has a tummy ache. Well, I hope, Joe, that your tummy ache gets way better, and hope you're doing well. So at this point, we're approaching the southwestern coast of Australia with this center stage here. And if you're in Australia, now's the time to kind of go outside, start kind of watching the horizon, keeping an eye on this thing, see if you see any kind of fireballs. This state, we're in a sort of a zombie state. We don't know whether this thing is dead or alive at this point. We don't know whether it's re-entered already or still in orbit, but we do know that it's likely coming down soon. It's getting dragged in by the Earth's atmosphere. So I'm going to take a brief moment, just check some of the feeds here, see if a colleague sent anything new. So this will pass almost directly over Perth, Australia, if it is still in orbit. So if you're in Perth, get out there, take a look. Let us know if you see anything. You kind of glance on social media every now and then, people mistake an airplane for the trails, but you do know it was still up as of the Middle East and Jordan and Saudi Arabia. Of course, it's now been in. Somebody asking, is New Zealand in danger? And so that's your ESM. So the answer is the ground track does go over New Zealand. We don't know whether it's re-entered yet or not, but the ground track does pass over New Zealand, so keep an eye on that. Alex the Goat YouTube says R.I.P. Candace, she got hit by the rocket. So Candace getting kind of trolled here in the chat. Susan Schultz, thank you very much for the $5. So continuing to monitor the situation. So Perth, Australia is kind of the next zone. Megan Ashcroft, North Perth Westfield says shout out Brandon, I love you. Give him that shout out there. Maddie Gaga, hey, welcome back again. A massive shout out to my cousin in Australia, Bunduga VIC, Oscar Riddell. He is tuned in. Well, hello to Oscar Riddell. Little JO2 Gaming says, why you is you and me is me? Who knows? That's one of those fundamental questions. The fickle finger of fate, right? Neguenar Nidaye, thanks for the $2. Says, paint on canvas on IG. I want to meet some of y'all. Go check him out. Thanks once again to everybody on the super chats. He's been going today. So at this point, we are moments away from the passing of this this Chinese Long March 5 B stage passing over Australia. if it is still in the air, we don't know. It may have re-entered. We don't know yet. Grayson Powell, thank you very much, saying Steve Kornacki has got nothing on you. BA Method, thank you. Schrodinger's rocket. So yeah, right at this moment, if you're in Perth, it should be right above you. If it's still up, or if it's gone down the Indian Ocean, there won't be anything. But also, if it's still safely in orbit, you also wouldn't see it because it's in the middle of the day there, so there won't be enough contrast. Jason Jones, thanks for the $10.69 donation. Dogecoin to the moon. Tyler DeVole, thank you for the donation. Will this be observed by the orbit of BOFA? I am not sure. Great question. I don't know off the top of my hand where BOFA is. Mary Stokes, could you say happy birthday to Marissa Bobo? Well, happy birthday to Marissa Bobo. And it's cool, we have this kind of convergence of people from around the world monitoring this in different languages and different places, so I do apologize if I mess up on any pronunciations, but doing my best. Saying Iraq is freaking out from the rocket. Well, you shouldn't be worried about it now. It should have passed you safely. We know that, it did make it out of Saudi Arabia in one piece. So we're continuing to monitor this thing. It's right over Australia right now, about to fly back off the coast. So it looks like it'll pass over the kind of very northern area of Tasmania and then out to New Zealand after that. So Bertram Whitman, shout out to Tom H. What's up from Northridge? Donna Anderson, thank you for the chat. Shauna K, how unusual is for it to go in orbital velocity like this? Well, not unusual. In fact, many rockets are launched every year now, so not too unusual. Continuing to go through these. Bonnie B says, tell Randy I love him. Well, Bonnie loves you, Randy. Michael Haas, where is the rocket.com? Yeah, we don't know. That's the question, right? Money to Mooney Productions, 1172. Thank you very much. Asking, where do babies come from? You have to open up your biology textbook for that. Kind of funny story. Even though I'm an engineer now, in college, I actually was a biology major and then took extra engineering physics. So go figure. Can answer that, but probably too much detail for the stream. Flyersman, thank you very much for the $5 donation. Doge Elon Musk, Mars coin is the new thing to Mars. So Doge Elon Mars coin, the new thing to Mars. Interesting. Masha Sharoki, thanks again. Some people are saying the rocket is down. Again, not sure if it's true or not yet on Twitter. So we're keeping an eye on that as well. We're still waiting for some kind of formal confirmation, either from one of the radar surveillance sites or waiting for confirmation in the terms of a video of reentry occurring. So at this point, possible it may be down, as we've been saying, but we don't know yet. So I am seeing some indications on Twitter claiming that there may have been reentry, but we're unverified as of right now. We know it made it off the coast of the Middle East. So as of right now, we're getting ready to, we're passing south of Australia. Next landfall would be kind of just northern Tasmania from the appearance of it here. So just continuing to monitor the chat here. Thank you very much for the super chats. Apologize if I missed any. Amalab FB, thank you very much. Palmeiras, Nautan Mundial. I don't know if I said that correctly, but thanks. Ceci, thank you. Went to the live chat here. Eva Jordan saying, thanks for the $5. I am eating a granola bar right now, and it is absolute gas. So thanks for that one. Vicky, no re-entry over Perth, Western Australia. Okay, so thank you for the update, Vicky. That's awesome. Good, solid information there. Appreciate you following up and donating as you did it. Salty Dog 001, thank you very much. Happy Mother's Day to my beautiful, kind, and golden-hearted Shannon Yost. So happy Mother's Day, Shannon. Thanks for the donation. Can I get a shout out to Cody and Taylor Andrews from Auckland, New Zealand? So shout out to Cody and Taylor. Hope we don't get hit. We'll see. Shout out to Exotic Leopard 92. He's my bro. So at this point, you know, if you're in Southern Australia, keep an eye out for any kind of fireball show. You know, even kind of the Sydney region, keep an eye out. Anywhere in this sort of gray or bluish circle could potentially see it. And if it is re-entering, if there is a fireball re-entry, you would likely see it during the day, as long as there's not clouds blocking you. So keep an eye out there. But you can see from the ground track, you know, flight over the kind of the northern part of Tasmania and then flight over New Zealand. Trevor Gretzky, thank you. Marshall Dines, thank you. I want to wish Lisa Dines a happy Mother's Day from Alex and Kara. Richard Gruber, is Papa John Shatner the man who once ate over 40 pizzas in 30 days going to be okay? Hopefully. Kristen Lopez, thank you. Kia Kaha, New Zealand, we got this, we always do. Well, anybody in any of these areas, please do keep me updated. If you see, you know, keep us all updated. You got 44,000 people here who want to know what's going on with this. The whole world is watching. So continuing to check here. Still no formal confirmation that it has landed at this point. Oh, this is kind of interesting. So I am seeing something on Twitter showing potentially fireball in Oman, but too early to tell whether that is it or not. And we did have reports from. Okay, Anthony Quintano, thank you for the $50, saying Chinese rocket down over Indian Ocean according to Chinese government. Okay, very interesting. Let's see if we can get a confirmation. This thing may be down. It's possible. So continuing to check here. So still waiting on formal confirmation. China's Human Spaceflight Agency predicts Landmark 5B reentry occurred at 2 UTC today, plus or minus 15 minutes. So that's a prediction based on the orbital elements. But once again, until we have radar confirmation or we have video, then we don't know. Okay, continue to look here. Read some super chats. Thank you very much. Anna Drew Pramil, thank you very much. Rick R says, was worried about my wedding next month in New Jersey. Shout out to my fiance Megan. Love you. Thanks for covering and pray all are safe. And Trevor Gretzky, thank you again for the chat as well. And once again, apologize if there are any super chats I've missed. They're moving very quickly here, and sometimes I'm multitasking, so do apologize if any are missed. But at this point, if this thing is still in the air, it would be headed towards New Zealand right now. And so the Chinese government saying they think it, based on their orbital elements, that it would be down in the Indian Ocean, but we don't know for sure. You know, their guesses is likely not any better than ours. They don't have likely any better data necessarily than we do. Leslie Vianet, thank you very much for the $5 chat. Appreciate it.